The story begins in Shanghai City. In a quiet room, a woman with blue-green hair, Zhang Wangshan, is breastfeeding her newborn son. She tells her baby, Chun Chun, how lucky he is to just eat and sleep, smiling that while she's losing sleep over him, it's worth it if he grows up healthy. Unknown to her, the baby is not ordinary. He is reincarnated and has the consciousness of his former life. As he feeds, he notes his brain isn't fully developed yet. He is aware a blue game-like status screen appears, identifying him as Lin Zichen, 33 days old, with a biological level of ordinary Tier 1. He realizes he has a special cheat ability. At 3 months old, Lin Zichen is in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wanshan and Lin Yenshin, watch him as father, remarks on how physically gifted the baby seems, predicting he will become a mighty gene fuser, or at least a cyborg as they speak. Lin Zichen is kicking system notification announces. He has kicked 10,000 times, granting him the biological attribute use and advance. This skill allows any part of his body. He trains to grow infinitely stronger, within carbon-based limits. He feels his strength grow, and wonders what his father meant by gene fusers, and cyborgs imagining superheroes. By 4 months old, Lin Zichen has learned to sit up and crawl, to avoid frightening his parents. With his unnaturally fast development, he trains only at night each time. He crawls, his system rewards him with points. A month later, at 5 months old, he has mastered walking at 6 months. He can finally sit up and crawl in front of his parents, without it seeming too strange. While watching television, a news report on aberrant beasts shows gene fusers and cyborgs joining forces to fight them. For the first time, Lin Zichen understands. This world is vastly different from his old one. He learns this Earth has mutated, giving rise to terrifying creatures, called aberrant beasts, to fight them. Humanity developed 2 paths. The first is mechanical ascension, where humans modify their bodies with technology to become powerful cyborgs. The second is gene modification, where humans fuse their genes with aberrant beasts, becoming gene fusers, to fight monsters with their own power. Realizing the dangers, the reincarnated Lin Zichen resolves to use his system to grow up safely, evolve his abilities while laying low, and survive in this perilous world. One day, the doorbell rings. Zhang Wang Xian opens it to a woman in a blue dress, Su Meng, their new next-door neighbor. Su Meng introduces her family, her husband Shen Jianya, and their young daughter Shen Qinghan, who clutches a doll. Lin Zichen looks at the little girl with purple hair. He acknowledges Shen Qinghan as his first friend in this new world, sensing their destinies will one day be tightly bound. Time passes, and Lin Zichen dedicates himself to training. At 7 months, thanks to his use and advanced skill, he has mastered running, jumping, and basic language by talking to himself, earning stat points for each activity. By 8 months, his training has progressed to doing sit UPS and push UPS in his crib. He is careful to practice, only when his parents are not around. But one day his mother, Zhang Wangshin, walks onto the balcony and is shocked to see her 8-month-old son. Doing sit UPS, she rubs her eyes in disbelief. However, being a web novel author, she dismisses it as a stress-induced hallucination. Lin Zichen immediately pretends to be asleep, breathing a sigh of relief, and making a mental note to be more cautious. A few days later, while giving him a bath, Zhang Wangshan makes another shocking discovery. She screams for her husband, Lin Yenshin, when he rushes in. She points out that their 8-month-old son has defined ABS. Lin Yenshin is stunned. He excitedly suggests their son might be a 1 in a million prodigy, with a bright future as a powerful gene fuser, or cyborg. Hearing this genius narrative, Lin Zichen is relieved his secret is safe, realizing how lucky he is to have 2 web novel authors for parents. Lin Zichen reflects that on this mutated Earth, he is not the only genius. he and his mother watch a news report about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family who can lift a 20 kilos dumbbell with one hand. Zhang Wang Xin pulls her son close, proudly stating that her Chun Xin is just as amazing. Lin Zixin is touched by his mother's confidence and wonders if he'll also be able to lift 20 kilos. When he turns 2, by the time Lin Zixin turns 2, his training has paid off. He has kept a low profile while secretly developing his strength, easily lifting a 20 kilos weight with one hand. In the storage room, his session is interrupted when his mother calls that. Han Han Fien Kingyans Niknama is here to play startled. He puts the weight down and goes out. He opens the door to find Shin Xing Han, now also 2. Offering him a tart, Lin Zixin internally remarks that, due to their different mental ages, they don't play conventionally. While Han Han is a typical toddler, he uses every moment to train. He has found a unique way to spend time with her, since she likes to stick close. She serves as a perfect, custom-sized weighted vest for his exercises. There is, however, one recurring problem, which he is reminded of when he feels a warm wetness and cries out that Han Han has peed on him again. Another year passes at age 3. Lin Zixin's strength has grown exponentially, and he can lift a 40 kilograms weight with one hand. While watching TV, he sees a report about a 4-year-old prodigy lifting a 30 kilograms dumbbell and notes with satisfaction that he is already stronger. Despite his progress, his system still shows his biological level as ordinary. Tier 1, he wonders what it would take to reach Tier 2. With these questions in mind, he steps out of his house for the first time. The world outside is a stunning, futuristic cityscape with beastmen and cyborgs, which he assumes are the gene fusers and cyborgs he's heard about, accompanied by his mother and their neighbors, Shumong and Shun Qinghan. He heads to the library, since his parents don't let him use electronic devices. Books are his best source of information. At the library, his mother points him toward the children's section, but Lin Zixin heads for advanced encyclopedias, with a worried Shun Xinghan following. The mothers watch in confusion. Xiaoming asks why he likes these books, and Zhang Wangshan guesses it's his genius genes. While Shun Xinghan offers him cookies, Lin Zixin is absorbed in his reading. Through the books he learns that all life is categorized into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, each divided into 9 tiers. He realizes normal humans, like his parents, are at the bottom. Ordinary Tier 1, as insignificant as ants, compared to higher-level beings. This knowledge lights a fire under Lin Zixin. He must accelerate his training, while maintaining his cover. His system alerts him to a new quest. Read 100 million characters to be rewarded with the celestial root of wisdom. Excited to train both mind and body, he accepts for the next year. Lin Zixin splits his time between physical training and voracious reading at age 4. He and Shun Xinghan begin kindergarten, holding hands with the IR teacher. Ms. Zhang, may his hard work pays off. Soon after starting school, he breaks through to ordinary Tier 2. His physical prowess is immense. He can lift an 80 kilograms weight with one hand, high jump 1.2 meters, and sprint 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Outstanding stats for an adult, let alone a kindergartner. One day, he finds children surrounding a crying Shun Xinghan, calling her a bedwetter, seeing his friend bullied. He knows he must act. He leaps dramatically into the center of the bullies. He glares and unleashes a terrifying threat. If anyone bullies Han Han again, he will pee on their bed every day. The childish but menacing threat works. The bullies burst into tears, vowing never to return to kindergarten. Shun Xinghan looks at her protector with admiration. This act unlocks a new achievement, the title of Kindergarten Kid King, and a new series of quests. He is delighted he can work on multiple quests at once. Half a year later, he completes his reading quest. Having read 100 million characters, he is awarded the celestial root of wisdom. granting him a perfect eidetic memory and peak human learning ability. Time flies, and soon he and Shin Xinghan are almost 7, posing for their kindergarten graduation photo. Even during vacation, Lin Zichen does not rest now, strong enough to train with a massive 200-kilo barbell. During the vacation, his abilities reached new heights. He could leap over 2 meters high and had broken the 8-second barrier in the 100-meter dash with a time of 7.98 seconds. His mind was just as sharp, boosted by his new attribute. He had already finished most of the elementary school curriculum. His new life began at Sunshine Elementary School because he was already self-studying advanced subjects. Academic competitions were easy. He effortlessly took first place at the National Elementary School academic competition, just to unlock his title as quickly as possible. Whenever he had free time, he would give Shin Qinghan private tutoring. Though not an exceptional talent, she was diligent with his help. Her grades improved dramatically, and after one semester, she was ranked second in the class, with Lin Zichuan holding first place. To speed up his quest, he also participated in school sports meets, breaking every record just when he thought his school life would continue. In this predictable routine, a special new transfer student appeared. The teacher introduced the newcomer, a girl with long silvery blue hair named by Shuai. Lin Zichen immediately knew she was different. As she stood in the doorway, he could sense a faint, unusual aura that did not belong to a normal human. As the new transfer student, Bai Shuai walks to find a seat. The other students watch her curiously. Shin Qinghan leans over to Lin Zichen, whom she calls Xiao Chun, and whispers about how pretty Bai Shuai's hair is. Like winter snowflakes, however, Lin Zichen is not in the mood to discuss aesthetics. As Bai Shuai sits near him, his mind is on the strange, non-human aura he senses from her. He wonders if she could be a gene fuser, or the descendant of one in the following days. Bai Shuai proves to be an enigma. She doesn't speak to anyone, and lays her head on her desk the moment class ends. Remaining motionless, she barely even gets up for the restroom. At first, students are curious, even taking photos with her while she sleeps. But as her behavior doesn't change, they lose interest, and the classroom returns to its routine. This piece is shattered over a month later. A bizarre phenomenon begins. Bai Shuai starts to secrete a viscous white liquid. The substance has a foul odor and drips down her clothes and legs. The other students react with disgust, complaining about the terrible smell. A mean, spirited boy sneers a crude comment about the liquid, and then pours his water bottle over her head, claiming he's washing her out. Humiliated and soaked, Bai Shuai clenches her fist on the desk, and tears stream down her face as she begins to cry, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The bullies erupt in cruel laughter at her distress. Watching from their desks, Shin Qinghan turns to Lin Zichen with a worried expression, asking if they can help poor Bai Shuai. Lin Zichen is confused. He had sensed Bai Ju was dangerous, so he can't understand why she is crying. He agrees to help as he walks toward the bullies. He re-evaluates his assessment. While he still doesn't understand her, he realizes that for now, she isn't a threat. She is just a weak girl being bullied, and he has to step in. Lin Zichen walks up to the main bully and grabs him by the collar, calling out his name Guan Chun. With a menacing smile, he orders the boy to wipe the water off by Shuai's desk. Guan Chun is terrified and stammers that he'll wipe it up right away. The other bullies know they are in trouble. Lin Zichen is notorious at school for being skilled at both academics and fighting. Not even 6th graders dare to mess with him, knowing it's better to comply. They quickly grab tissues and clean up the mess. Once the desk is clean, Lin Zichen's gaze sweeps over the group. He commands everyone involved to apologize to her. Immediately the bullies, sweating and terrified, quickly comply. They line up before her desk and bow their heads, offering apologies and promising never to bully her again. With the bullies gone, Bai Shuai looks up. her eyes still tearful. She gratefully thanks both Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan. Shun Qinghan puts a comforting hand on Bai Shuai's shoulder, telling her that classmates are supposed to help each other. From that day on, Shun Qinghan makes it her mission to befriend the quiet white-haired girl, always dragging Lin Zichen along. The three begin spending their free time together. Shun Qinghan is especially kind, always sharing her tastiest snacks with Bai Shuai first. During one of these moments, as Shun Qinghan offers her a treat, Bai Shuai hesitates. She looks at them and asks if they aren't disgusted by her, because she smells so bad. She explains she's sorry for not trusting them, but since she was little, she has always been ostracized by everyone. Having someone be nice to her feels so unreal that she thinks she must be dreaming. Bai Shuai looks up in surprise when Shun Qinghan tells her firmly that this is not a dream. Shun Qinghan smiles gently and says she knows what it's like, so she would never be disgusted by her. She declares that as long as Bai Shuai is willing, they will be friends forever, pulling a slightly exasperated Lin Zichen into the promise overcome with emotion. Bai Shuai tightly hugs Shun Qinghan. Tears of gratitude stream down her face as she thanks them for their kindness. After composing herself, she tells them she wants to give them a gift in return. She holds out a necklace with a pair of beast fangs, explaining it was a birthday present from her mother. She gives it to them, hoping it could be a symbol of their friendship. Sen Ninghan Anhu Siestikali Ogris, and the three children stand together in the schoolyard as the sun sets, joyfully declaring they will be friends forever. However, just as their newfound friendship was solidified, the unexpected happened one day. Shun Qinghan is stunned to learn that Bai Shuai has transferred out of the school. Lin Zichen confirms it, revealing that he saw her filling out the withdrawal papers. He flashes back to watching from the principal's office doorway. He saw Bai Shuai with the principal and a large, intimidating man with cybernetic arms. The principal assured the man that Bai Ju's paperwork was complete, and her information would be kept confidential. The encounter confirmed Lin Zichen's suspicions that Bai Ju's identity was not simple. From that day on, he never saw Bai Ju's again, left to wonder about her, but he notes that the events that followed were what truly captured his attention. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is at home giving his mother, Zhang Wang Xin, a shoulder massage. She sighs in relief, telling him the massage is perfect. After a long day of typing, Lin Zichen in Taonali notes that he learned professional massage techniques thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, and is surprised by its usefulness. Their quiet evening is interrupted by a major news report. It features another incredible achievement by the Kyoto prodigy at just 10 years old. The boy has successfully fused with aberrant beast genes and can now lift a 500 kilograms boulder with one hand. Lin Zichen recognizes the boy and realizes with a jolt that his rival has already begun gene fusion. His father, Lin Yansheng, complains that the Kyoto prodigy is always on TV, questioning if they're trying to turn him into an influencer. The parents discuss it. Lin Yansheng explains the boy is from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family, so they likely have advanced gene fusion technology. Jiang Wangxin argues it's wrong to use a child as a guinea pig. Her husband counters that for such a family interests come first, earning a sarcastic "you know everything" from his wife. While his parents bicker, Lin Zichen is deep in thought. He recalls that before the fusion, the prodigy could lift 100 kilograms. Now he can lift 500 kilograms, a 5-fold increase. In comparison, Lin Zichen, at only 8, can already lift a 300 kilograms weight with one hand. Without any gene fusion, he concludes, with a confident fist pump, that his own potential is far greater. His confidence was soaring, but that feeling was short-lived. The next news report taught him the true meaning of fear. Breaking news shows a city in a neighboring country completely devastated by a massive explosion. The report states that based on footage The attack was carried out by giant aberrant rats. The screen shows horrifying images of monstrous rats swarming the ruins, capturing a screaming woman in their massive jaws, and then brutally devouring her. The news report continues, confirming heretics were responsible for the aberrant rat attack, fanning the flames from the shadows. At a press conference, an official from the devastated Sakura country pleads for international aid, explaining the heretics are a shadowy cult, manipulating the beasts watching the news. Lindsay Chun learns the cult is an anti-human organization of traitors who serve the aberrant beasts for their own gain. He feels relieved to be born in a powerful, stable country, giving him a safe place to grow stronger. While laying low, his thoughts are shattered by sonic booms outside. He rushes to the window and pulls back the curtain to see a squadron of heavily armed cyborgs flying through the night sky. He wonders why so many are being deployed, hoping nothing bad is happening. The next morning, everything seems normal. Lindsay Chen waits for Shen Xinghun, who runs up apologizing for being late. As she approaches, he notices something strange. The Beast Fong necklace by Shuai gave them, now worn by Shun Chenghan, emits a bright blue glow. He realizes the Fong is from an aberrant beast, and the source of the faint, non-human aura he'd sense from her. The glow fades as quickly as it appeared, and the two don't think much of it. However, between the cyborgs and the Fang's reaction, Lin Zhichen feels that something bad is about to happen. On their way to school, a striking woman with long red hair, in a black dress, leans against a lamppost. Watching them, she comments on what adorable kids they are, and steps in front of them, asking if they are brother and sister. Shen Xing and proudly corrects her, explaining they are childhood best friends. The woman smiles wistfully, remarking how she wishes she had a childhood friend too. Then her expression turns sinister. She leans in eyes glinting and asks why they're going to school alone and where their parents are. As Shun Xinghan begins to answer, Lindsay quickly grabs her hand. Cutting her off, he pulls her along, stating they're going to be late, leaving the mysterious woman behind. Once a safe distance away, he gently scolds Sen Chengan, reminding her not to talk to strangers. She nods after school. Lin Zichun leads them through a deserted alleyway. Shen Shenghan nervously comments on how creepy it is. Lin Zichun explains, the area is scheduled for demolition, and everyone has already moved out. Their walk is interrupted by a familiar voice. The red-haired woman from the morning appears, commenting on how they are finally out of school. She's not alone at large. Muscular man named Sheng is with her. The woman tells Sheng she's got the kids over here. Lin Zichun is alarmed. He had deliberately chosen a different route, but she had somehow followed them. The woman tries to lure them closer with a sweet voice. Offering them treats, her accomplice, Sheng grows impatient. He tells her to stop talking and just knock the kids out so they can get it over with. Without another word, Sheng rushes toward them with a cloth, shouting he's in a hurry to sell them for cash. As he closes in, Lin Zichun shoves Shun Chenghan out of the way and squares up to face him. He clenches his fist and throws a powerful punch with all his might. The blow connects squarely with Sheng's face, stopping the larger man in his tracks. The immense force sends Sheng flying backward, down the alley with a pained cry. The red-haired woman watches in utter disbelief, shocked that an elementary schooler could send a grown man flying. On the ground, Sheng coughs up blood, stunned with Sheng down. Lin Zichun turns to the red-haired woman. Before she can react, he lands a solid punch to her midsection, followed by a powerful uppercut that knocks her unconscious, standing over the defeated kidnappers. His expression hardens. He picks up a nearby brick, his intentions grim. He reasons that with no cameras in the deserted alley, he must finish them off if they live. His superhuman powers will be exposed, ruining his plan to lay low and grow stronger. Just as he is about to deliver the final blow, the ground trembles violently. A powerful earthquake shakes the alley, catching them off guard a moment later. A massive, clawed hand smashes through a nearby building wall. A monstrous, giant, aberrant rat emerges from the dust and rubble. Towering over them, the beast ignores the children and looms over the unconscious woman. But instead of devouring her, it decapitates her with a swift swipe of its claws. The rat then picks up her severed head. As Shun Qing Han screams in terror, recognizing the danger, Lin Zichen scoops the horrified Shun Qing Han into his arms. He tells her it's a giant, aberrant rat, and they have to get to safety. He turns and sprints away, carrying her as they flee. As they escape, a flash of red and gold streaks through the sky. A female cyborg with blonde hair and rabbit ear attachments on her helmet dives into the alley. She moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as she zips past the rat. Shin Xin Hen looking Oali Sai Konis shoulder exclaims how unbelievably fast the cyborg is. The cyborg lands gracefully behind the monster. Facing the rat, the female cyborg prepares her attack. Her gauntlet glows as she charges her weapon and announces anesthetic smoke. She fires projectiles at the monster, causing massive explosions that rock the alley. Lin Zichen shields Shun Qing Han from the blast. The aberrant rat is caught in the fiery explosions, roaring in pain, and is left dazed by the anesthetic smoke. Seeing her opening, the cyborg surges forward and finishes off the weakened beast. In a flurry of strikes later, Lin Zichen watches a news report about the incident. At home, he analyzes the fight, concluding, the cyborg's power level probably isn't very high. He reasons she had to weaken the rat first, and it still took her 7 minutes to kill it. He reflects on the danger of giant, aberrant rats, knowing they are tough creatures that can grow over 10 meters long and reach ordinary 5th tier. Fortunate that they escaped unharmed. The incident reminds him of the world's dangers. He resolves to increase his training to protect himself and those he cares about. He is later seen in his training space, doing weighted squats with a heavy barbell, his system rewarding him with points. Although the threat of aberrant rats looms, life continues soon. He and Shun Qing Han celebrate their 9th birthday, with both families around a large cake. After making wishes, they exchange gifts. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichen had taught himself to carve in one night and crafted an intricate wooden hairpin for Shun Qing Han. She is overjoyed placing it in her hair and exclaiming how much she loves it. Time passes quickly, and soon Lin Zichen and Shun Qing Han graduate from elementary school and start middle school. As they leave, his system notifies him that he has completed the Dominate 9 years of compulsory education achievement, unlocking the kindergarten Kid King and elementary school Top Dog titles. He becomes excited to unlock the middle school Overlord title next, which will grant him the survival of the fittest attribute during the break. He sticks to a high-intensity training regimen. His training includes 1,000 push UPS, with a massive boulder on his back, granting him huge stat boosts. His hard work pays off just before school begins. After a 10 kilometers run, his system announces his biological level has broken through to ordinary 3rd tier. His physical attributes increase dramatically. He can now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, has a vertical jump of 4 meters, and can run the 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. As his power grows, he wonders what level the Kyoto prodigy has reached. Coincidentally, a news story airs on TV the night before school starts. The report reveals the now 14-year-old prodigy has fused with giant ant genes and can lift a 2,000 kilograms alloy block with one hand. Lin Zichen calculates that, since giant ant genes increase strength by a factor of 4 to 8, the prodigy's true lift without the gene enhancement is only around 500 kilograms. This means Lin Zichen is still fundamentally stronger. He smiles, imagining how powerful he will become with future gene fusion. The next day, middle school begins. because he was the city's top student. All the best middle schools tried to recruit him. He accepted the invitation from Shanghai Middle School, but only if Shun Qinghan could be in his class. During registration, they are welcomed by the principal and their new homeroom teacher, who express how much they are counting on him. After few pleasantries, he makes an excuse and leaves with Shun Qinghan. The real reason he chose Shanghai Middle School was for its excellent athletic facilities. They had planned to play badminton on the school's court before classes officially started. On the court, an excited Shun Qinghan tells Lin Zichen, "Shout, Shun, they should start." She serves with a flourish, calling out her fairy's curveball. Lin Zichen easily catches the shuttlecock midair, but their game is interrupted. A group of upperclassmen approaches, and their leader in a backward cap snatches the shuttlecock, informing them the court is reserved. His friends mockingly offer to let Shun Qinghan stay and spar with them. Shun Qinghan stand her ground, telling them they have to follow the rules, and they were there first. Lin Zichen, seeing them get too close to Shun Qinghan, steps in with a cold expression. He tells them to get away from her and reminds them of the first come, first served rule. The leader scoffs arrogantly, declaring he is taking the court. The leader holds the shuttlecock and tosses it up, but before he can serve, Lin Zichen moves. He declares that from now on, his rules are the only ones that matter. With a surge of power, he leaps and smashes the shuttlecock. With incredible force, the shuttlecock rockets across the court, a white blur. It moves so fast the leader barely has time to react. The force of the impact shatters his racket and sends his cap flying. The upperclassmen are left in shock, sweating and trembling. They wonder if Lin Zichen is even human, questioning if he's a gene fuser. One notes with terror that if the shot had been off by a little, their boss's head would have been taken off. Thoroughly intimidated, the upperclassmen bow deeply in apology. They tell Lin Zichen they understand the rules now and will be leaving immediately. They then beat a hasty retreat. Perhaps because word of the incident spread, no one ever dared to bully Lin Zichen or Shun Qinghan again, aside from being bigger with better facilities. Their new school life felt much the same. Academically, Lin Zichen was far ahead, having finished the middle school curriculum long ago. During class, he would read interesting books to pass the time. At night, after workouts, he would use his celestial root of wisdom to learn new skills online, quickly dabbling in cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and various sports. To unlock the middle school overlord title, he didn't just rank first in every subject. He also represented the school in national competitions. He stood amidst a mountain of trophies. To keep a low profile, he was careful not to win first place. In every competition, a semester went by and the title still hadn't unlocked. However, his performances earned him many fangirls, who left stacks of love letters on his desk. He ignored them aside from tutoring Shun Qinghan. He focused on the upcoming school sports festival. He believed that if he completely dominated it, he should finally unlock the title. For the festival, he entered only 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, representing strength, jumping, and speed. He achieved an astonishing 201-meter throw. In the shot put, although he held back to avoid seeming too superhuman, he still easily took first place in all his events. Just as he was sitting with Shun Qinghan, admiring his gold medal, he felt a new power surge through his body. A system notification appeared, announcing that because his achievements far surpassed every other student, he had unlocked the middle school overlord title, with all 3 school age titles unlocked that dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Achievement was complete, and he had obtained a new biological attribute, survival of the fittest. As the power flowed through him, he realized with satisfaction that the title had finally unlocked. As Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan leave school, he considers his new survival of the fittest attribute. The ability lets a predator devour the life essence of other creatures. To evolve, he wonders what life essence is, lost in thought, until Shun Xinghan calls for him to wait. Snapping back to reality, he gets an idea. He asks Shun Xinghan if he can borrow her Beast Fong necklace. She agrees and hands it to him. The moment his fingers touch the Fong, a system notification appears. It informs him he has devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence, unlocking a new guidebook with one progress. Spectral image of a massive, dark butterfly with eyes on its wings appears around him. He is stunned to realize the Fong is a butterfly's tooth. That night, hoping to learn more, he searches for abyssal giant butterfly online. To his surprise, the search returns no results. Realizing he'll have to study this exotic beast on his own, he remembers Bai Shuai had given him a pair of fangs. He rummages through his bag and finds the second tooth. Holding the second Fong, he once again absorbs its power. Another system notification confirms he has devoured a second trace of life essence. But the guidebook progress only increases to 2. He looks at the Fong with disappointment, realizing there isn't much life essence left in it. He concludes he must find another way to unlock the abyssal giant butterflies. Full power the next day after school, to boost his training and ensure a quick escape route from any aberrant beasts. Lin Zichen starts biking Shin Han to and from school. Every day as they leave the school grounds, a man calls out to him. Zichen, the man in a tracksuit, stops them and introduces himself as Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. He praises Lin Zichen's performance at the sports meet as the best in school history. With great enthusiasm, Coach Guo formally invites him to join the team, insisting his athletic talent surpasses his academic abilities. He urges Lin Zichen to say yes, but also offers him time to learn about the team. Before deciding, Coach Guo speaks so quickly and passionately that Lin Zichen doesn't get a chance to say no. Waving goodbye as they ride off, the coach tells them the martial arts team is in room C of the gym, and that he'll be waiting for him if he's free to visit the next day. As the sun sets, Lin Zichen is back in his room, ready to test his new ability. He claps his hands, squashing a cockroach and a mosquito he found. He opens his hands to examine the dead insects, but feels no power surge. He realizes killing such small, ordinary creatures didn't trigger the skill. He deduces that only powerful or exotic beasts carry enough life essence to be devoured. For his evolution to verify his new theory, Lin Zichen decides to visit a supermarket that sells beast meat with Shun Chenghan on the back. He bikes them into the city. They soon arrive at a large multi-story supermarket. Inside, they walk through the aisles, and Lin Zichen notes that, while there is plenty of beast meat, it's all pre-packaged. He knows he can't test his theory without touching the meat. Just as he's feeling frustrated, he hears a butcher advertising fresh-cut beast meat. He spots a counter with a sign reading fresh beast meat, not pre-packaged, safe to eat, where a butcher is cutting up large sides of meat, telling a confused Shun Chenghan to wait. He says he's going to check out the meat. He doesn't explain further, eager to confirm his suspicions, and rushes to the counter. He reaches out and places his hand on a slice of freshly cut beast meat. The moment he makes contact, a powerful surge of purple energy flows into him. Just as he thought, the beast meat contains a strong surge of life essence. He clenches his fist in excitement. A wide grin on his face, Shin Xinghan watches bewildered, wondering why he is so excited just from touching meat. She approaches him with a look of confused concern, asking how the meat feels. Trying to play it cool, Lin Zichen casually tells a bewildered Shun Chenghan that the meat just feels fresher than normal, and asks if she wants to touch it too. She frantically waves her hands and refuses, saying he has touched it enough for both of them. Having confirmed his theory, Lin Zichen decides to buy some of the beast meat to try at home, surprising Shin Xinghan. He isn't surprised by her reaction, knowing beast meat is incredibly expensive. Even the cheapest option, the ghost shadow squid, costs nearly 1,000 yen per gene. Deciding to go with the squid, he picks up a package Shunxing and panics at the price, telling him it's too expensive and that he should ask his mother first. Lin Zichen simply smiles and pats her head reassuringly. He tells her not to worry, making up a lie that his mom had already told him, to buy plenty for both of their families. A flashback shows his mother, Zhang Wangshin, happily agreeing to cook a feast. Internally, Lin Zichen admits that while sharing is part of his plan, his other more important reason is to test if he can absorb life essence through consumption, as he worries direct absorption might spoil the meat. At the checkout, he buys 3 packages of the ghost shadow squid. For a hefty 29.94 yen, the female cashier thanks him. As they leave, Lin Zichun thinks about how expensive the meat was, wondering when they'll be able to afford it again. By the time they finish shopping, it is after 9 p.m. Knowing the city has been chaotic lately, they decide to head straight home for safety. On the ride home, Lin Zishan can't stop thinking about his experiment. Unable to wait, he discreetly places his hand on the package of meat. In the basket, he immediately feels a familiar surge of purple energy. His system confirms he has devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence. A new guidebook for the creature is unlocked, but his progress is only 0.1. A spectral image of the menacing, multi-eyed squid appears in his mind as they bike through the quiet streets. He does some mental math, he realizes. Devouring a small amount of meat only unlocked a fraction of its power. He estimates he'd need to devour 100 genes to reach 100 on the guidebook, costing a staggering 100,000 yen. He considers the squid's special ability to dissolve into water and vanish, and decides the powerful skill is worth the price. His course is clear. He needs to make a huge sum of money, as he can't ask his family for that much. He then remembers his second reason for buying the meat. Test if absorbing its life essence would cause it to spoil. He glances at the package. It's been a while, but the meat looks perfectly fresh. He grins delighted that absorbing the essence doesn't ruin the meat, as he continues to absorb its power. His progress bar for the squid climbs to 3. His concentration is broken when Shun Xinghan shouts a warning. He slams on the brakes, screeching to a halt, just inches from a couple in the bike lane, and apologizes. He scolds himself for not watching where he was going, then wonders why the lane is so crowded. Shun Xinghan points ahead. They see a tense standoff. A muscular red-haired man is holding a woman hostage. At knife point, Shun Xinghan recognizes the hostage, in terror as their teacher. Chow, may the man shouts threats at the crowd. The area is surrounded by police officers, who try to de-escalate the situation through a megaphone. The police captain holds back an officer, Bing telling him not to shoot recklessly. The captain explains, the target is too close to the hostage, and using her as a shield, making a clean shot impossible. The officer suggests sleeping gas, but the captain rejects it, fearing it would provoke the suspect before it could take effect. While the police hesitate, Lin Zichen decides to act. He discreetly picks up a small rock from the pavement and flicks it with incredible speed and precision. The rock strikes Officer Obing's gun, causing it to misfire. The stray bullet hits the hostage-taker's hand, forcing him to cry out and drop his knife, releasing Teacher Cao Mei. Seizing the opportunity, the police captain yells for his team to move in. The officers rush forward and swiftly arrest the disarmed suspect, while a female officer comforts the terrified but unharmed Teacher Cao Mei. As the situation is controlled, Lin Zichen quietly gets back on his bike. Chen Xinghan looks at him with wide, questioning eyes and asks if he threw the rock. He quickly shushes her, saying they should leave and talk later, and they pedal away just as they are about to get away. A voice commands them to stop. The police captain calls out, asking if Lin Zichen was the one who threw the rock. Panicked at being caught, Lin Zaichen quickly denies everything. With a nervous smile, the captain watches them pedal away, finding it strange that someone wouldn't want to admit to a good deed. He muses aloud that there's a reward for bravery. The word reward instantly catches Lin Zeichen's attention. Needing money, he slams on his brakes, skids to a halt, and rushes back to the captain. He sheepishly retracts his denial, admitting he threw the rock, and explaining that the money is really important to him. The captain tells him to come to the station to make a report, promising to help him apply for the reward. After informing their families, Lin Zichin and Shun Xinghan prepare to head to the police station. He assumes everything will go smoothly, but as the police lead the cuffed suspect away, something goes horribly wrong. The suspect's face begins to twist grotesquely. The police realize with horror that he's a heretic and is mutating into a giant, aberrant rat, right before their eyes. The monster breaks its cuffs and goes on a rampage, swiping its massive claws at the officers. The police captain gets on his radio, ordering all forces to open fire, but to protect the civilians. The officers unload their weapons, but the bullets have no effect. A frantic report comes in, identifying the heretic as having fused with Rat King genes and calling for immediate backup. Realizing the danger, Lin Zichin apologizes, grabs both of them, and pulls them away, urging them to run. He is relieved the monster isn't chasing them, but knows they need to get away fast. As they flee, a new figure streaks down from the sky in a purple aura. It's a female cyborg in sleek, futuristic armor. She lands a powerful blow on the giant rat, sending it staggering backward. Hovering in the air, the cyborg, a woman with short, dark purple hair, begins to charge a laser cannon in her chest. With a command to fire, she unleashes a massive, devastating beam of purple energy that engulfs the mutant rat. The creature roars in agony as it is completely disintegrated, leaving nothing but scorched remains. Lin Zichin watches, stunned by the cyborg's incredible power. With the threat gone, Teacher Chow, Mei, and Shun Qinghan breathe sighs of relief. Lin Zichin, however, is more concerned about his bike, noting with relief that the blast didn't hit it, which would have been a huge financial loss. Just as the tension subsides, he has a sudden realization. He looks into the bike's basket and sees the expensive ghost shadow squid meat has spoiled, giving off a foul smell. He now understands his initial theory was correct. Absorbing the life essence causes the meat to spoil. But there's a delay holding up a limp tentacle. He realizes he needs an excuse and decides to blame the fight and the now deceased heretic. Putting on a dramatic show, he throws the spoiled tentacle down, loudly blaming the heretic and the cyborg's attack for roasting the meat. Teacher Cow Mei comforts him, saying what matters is that they're all safe. Although they plan to go home at the captain's request, they end up riding with the security team to the station they didn't expect to be transported in, the same van as the heretic's remains. After the laser blast, all that was left was a pile of scorched flesh on a gurney, and the smell was intense. As he sits in the foul-smelling van, another thought strikes Lindsay Can. He remembers that the beast fangs from Bai Shuai still contained life essence. Long after the creature was dead, a new possibility dawns on him. Could there be life essence left in this corpse as well? And if so, could he devour the corpse's Rat King gene for himself? Sitting in the police van, Lin Zichin wonders how much of the Rat King gene he could devour from the heretic's scorched corpse. Deciding to find out, he discreetly reaches his hand towards the remains. The moment he makes contact, he feels a powerful surge of red energy. His system confirms he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, unlocking its guidebook with an impressive 5 progress. He is shocked by how much he absorbed and realizes the freshness of the source is directly proportional to the amount of life essence. He can obtain the escorting officer, a being, notices his movement and tells him to sit still. Lin Zichen quickly claims he just needed a stretch. Later, at the public security office, he knows that while Ah Bing was easy to fool, the security captain is sharper. The captain informs Lin Zichen that he has applied for his bravery reward, but then questions him more seriously. He asks how a middle schooler, at such a distance and in poor lighting, managed to so precisely hit the heretic's knife hand with a rock. Lin Zichen gives a vague answer, claiming it's because he often trains his right hand. The odd response leaves the captain speechless. Their conversation is interrupted when Shun Xinghan calls out that her auntie is here. Lin Zichen is surprised to see his parents rush into the station. His mother runs towards him in a panic, calling his name with a terrified expression. She throws her arms around him in a tight hug, asking if he's all right, and telling him he scared her half to death. He tries to calm her, reassuring her that he's fine, and even got a bravery reward. Holding him close, his mother makes him promise that next time there's danger, he will hide somewhere safe first. She tells him with tears in her eyes that all she wants is to see him grow up safe. Lin Zichen is visibly moved by his mother's heartfelt concern. As they leave, Lin Zichen reassures his mother he will always protect himself first. The police captain watches them go, still pondering the boy's strange abilities. On their way out, Lin Zichen passes two female police officers, discussing the case. One remarks that perverts are getting more brazen, and her colleague reveals the heretic was a liberal arts student from Guangyuan University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. The first officer curses the cult, but the second points out they need to eliminate the root cause, the self-proclaimed Rat King. The name instantly catches Lin Zikuan's attention. In the car home, he immediately starts researching the rat god cult. On his phone, surprised to find a ton of information. He learns the cult's main base is in Shanghai City, and most of its members are societal outcasts. He uncovers a shocking piece of information, suggesting the Rat King wants to evolve into a higher life form, and is forcing its followers to gather evolution materials. This leads him to a chilling question: has the Rat King, an aberrant beast, already developed sentience? His thoughts are interrupted. Wei glances out the window and sees a giant rat, nearly the size of Cat, on the sidewalk. For a moment, he wonders if it's related to the Rat King, but quickly dismisses the idea, telling himself that in the South, cat-sized rats aren't that unusual. Shaking off the thought, he realizes how quiet Shun Changhan has been. He looks over and sees her squirming uncomfortably, her knees pressed tightly together. He immediately understands. He recalls that ever since she was a child, whenever she gets nervous or startled, she can't control her bladder. While embarrassing for her, Lin Zichen has always felt this peculiar reaction might be linked to some hidden potential within her. When I get home, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wang Xin, is shocked that the nearly 3,000 yen worth of beast meat is gone. Lin Zichen quickly thinks of an excuse, sheepishly claiming that during the emergency, he must have dropped it while running away. His mother immediately puts his safety first, telling him to forget the meat, and that all that matters is he is unharmed. Lin Jian breathes an internal sigh of relief, glad he fooled his mother. However, his father, Lin Yansheng, is more stubborn. He announces he is going back to look for the expensive meat, boasting that a fated wage slave like him is tough. Lin Zichen tries to stop him, arguing it's too dangerous, and the meat is already spoiled. His father becomes suspicious, asking how he could know it had gone bad. Sweating nervously, Lin Zichen quickly claims it was an obvious guess. Meanwhile, back at the now empty public security office, the police captain is still pondering the night's strange events. As he smokes a cigarette, he can't shake the question of how an ordinary middle schooler could have thrown a rock with such incredible power and precision. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise from the corner. His eyes widen in shock as he sees a massive rat, far larger than any normal rodent, perched on top of the filing cabinets. Before he can react, the giant rat leaps down. The captain instantly draws his pistol and opens fire. The confrontation is swift and violent, ending in a bloody blur the next day in class. Lin Zichen sighs at his desk, reflecting on the previous night. He concludes he is still too weak, compared to the powerful heretic and the female cyborg. He needs to make money fast to buy more beast meat, like the ghost shadow squid, to fill his guidebook's progress bar. He considers becoming an influencer, or selling study materials, but dismisses the idea as too flashy, and against his goal of keeping a low profile. Suddenly an idea strikes him. He remembers that in this world, martial arts and gene fusion are more important than academics. He decides it's time to act. Later he heads to the gym, where the martial arts team practices. In Building C, he finds Coach Go drinking from a thermos and greets him. A surprised Coach Go asks if he is there to join, or just to learn more about the team. Instead of answering, Lin Zekin leans in and discreetly asks if joining the team offers a chance to compete in city tournaments, and if the prize money is high. The coach smiles, confirming he would have a chance, and that prizes are worth tens of thousands. With his main concern addressed, Lin Zichen shakes the coach's hand and announces he is joining the martial arts team today. Coach Gua happily welcomes him. The coach gathers the team to announce their new member. He introduces Lin Zichen, reminding them of his performance as the sports meet champion. The other team members, Zhang Gai Huang Dan Xin O A Xin, Li Shu Tong, and Han Igua, introduce themselves. Finally, Lin Zichen introduces himself. Since Lin Zichen has no formal martial arts training, Coach Gua demonstrates basic fist and leg techniques. The coach explains the moves look simple, but are difficult to master, noting that the team's fastest learner, Li Shu Tong, took a week to perfect them. He then encourages Lin Zichen to try. Lin Zichen assumes a ready stance, thanks to his celestial root of wisdom attribute, which grants him heaven-sent martial insight. He has already memorized and understood every detail of the demonstration, just by watching as he practices the fist techniques. A system notification awards him points in vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency. He executes the hand and fist movements with flawless precision and speed. He transitions seamlessly into the leg techniques, performing powerful fluid kicks. Another system notification grants him points for his leg muscles, dexterity, and proficiency. The coach and the team watch in stunned silence. The coach's jaw drops, and he almost fumbles his thermos. Unable to believe it, he wonders how someone could learn the complex forms perfectly after one look staring at the flawless performance. A single thought forms in his mind. He must be a once-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. That evening in Shanghai, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wang Xin, calls him for dinner. He rushes out eagerly, spoon in hand, asking what she made. She proudly presents a large platter of the ghost shadow squid he wanted. The aroma is incredible, and he tells his mother how amazing it smells. She urges him to eat while it's hot. He takes a bite and praises her cooking as the best in the world. Please, she tells him to eat a lot, as she bought 3 full gins for him. As he eats, a system notification appears. He has devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence by consuming it, bringing his guidebook progress to 3.01%. He realizes with frustration that eating the meat works just as well. If he had known, he wouldn't have spoiled the first batch by touching it. While they eat, a news report catches their attention. It's about a 14-year-old genius girl, the youngest cyborg in history, after fusing with an energy core. Her energy system grants her superhuman abilities, lifting a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, and jumping 8 meters vertically. Watching this, Lin Zichen ponders the debate in his world between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion and this girl's cybernetics. Which path is stronger? His thoughts are interrupted by another breaking news story. It announces that the security captain they met, Hei Chun-shan, was killed in his office. Surveillance footage showed he was attacked and devoured by a giant mutant rat that infiltrated the station. Medics are shown wheeling his body into an ambulance. Lin Zichen is horrified. He recalls the large rat he saw the night before and wonders if it was connected. He imagines a giant rat rampaging through the city. The captain's death is a grim reminder of the escalating danger. Staring intently, Lin Zichen decides he must intensify his training. Immediately following the police captain's death, Lin Zichen dedicates himself to a grueling training regimen. After intense practice, he can now sprint 100 meters in a blistering 4.61 seconds. His physical power has skyrocketed. His vertical jump is 5.3 meters, and he can lift an astounding 12 kilograms. With one hand in addition to his personal training, he continues his martial arts practice with the school team, hoping to boost his strength quickly for the upcoming tournament. The next morning at school, he heads to the gym to practice, the curious Shun Qinghan tagging along. On their way, a girl with pink hair warmly greets Lin Zichen and offers him a bottle of fresh milk. He politely declines, thanking her, and walks past with Shun Qinghan, leaving the girl disappointed. Watching from a distance is his teammate, Zhang Kai. He clenches his fist in anger, resentful that the person who beat him at the sports meet is rejecting a gift from the girl he admires. Unable to contain his frustration, Zhang Kai rushes forward and blocks their path. He confronts Lin Zichen, scolding him for his poor manners and for hurting the girl's feelings. When Lin Zichen calmly explains he is allergic to milk, Zhang Kai refuses to believe him and calls him a liar. Enraged, Zhang Kai points at Lin Zichen and challenges him to a spar. He sets the terms: if he loses, he will never bother Lin Zichen again. But if Lin Zichen loses, he must drink the whole bottle of milk. Just as the challenge is issued, a new system notification appears. A new achievement mission has been triggered. Defeat 1,000 different opponents. Informal competition for the survival of the fittest biological trait. A sly grin spreads across Lin Zichen's face. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. Surrounded by a menacing purple aura, he accepts the challenge, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he agrees to the spar. Word of the duel spreads quickly through the school. Two students excitedly decide to go watch the fight between the popular junior, Lin Zichen, and a senior by the time they are ready. The gym is packed with onlookers in a large circle around the sparring area. The crowd is clearly on Lin Zichen's side. Many of his female fans cheer him on, telling him to teach his opponent a lesson, including the pink-haired girl from earlier, who gets her phone ready. Zhang Kai scoffs, annoyed that everyone assumes he will lose. He internally admits Lin Zichen's talent has grown incredibly over the past month. He sees this duel as his last chance to put the rising genius in his place and show off his own strength. In contrast to his opponent's intensity, Lin Zichen seems unfazed. He casually states that he needs to go home for dinner and asks if they can make the fight quick. Taking this as an insult, Zhang Kai smirks and agrees to grant his wish. Coach Gui steps between them to officiate. He raises his hand to start reminding them of the rules. However, before the fight begins, Zhang Kai shouts for them to wait. With a condescending grin, he offers Lin Zichen a handicap. He points out that he has trained for nearly 2 years, while Lin Zichen is a novice of only a month. To be fair, he declares, he will let Lin Zichen have the first 3 moves. Lin Zichen simply agrees the moment he agrees. Lin Zichen explodes into motion. He closes the distance in a blur, catching Zhang Kai by surprise. Before his opponent can raise his guard, Lin Zichen unleashes a single devastating punch. The blow connects with brutal force, sending blood flying from Zhang Q's nose. He is knocked out instantly, collapsing unconscious on the gym floor. The entire gym is stunned into silence. Coach Gua's jaw drops as he stares in disbelief, shouting that the fight was over in one punch. The rest of the martial arts team and the crowd are equally shocked, calling the outcome ridiculous, unable to process that the duel was over. In a single second, the silence is broken by a roar of celebration. Shun Xinghan throws her fist in the air, ecstatically cheering for Lin Zixin's victory. The other girls, including the one with pink hair, join in shouting about how amazing he was, standing over his defeated opponent. Lin Zixin receives a system notification. It informs him that by defeating a rival and winning the affection of the opposite sex, he has obtained priority mating rights. More importantly, his new mission progress is now 1,000. He reflects that he has a long way to go to unlock the natural selection attribute. To speed up his progress, he turns to the remaining terrified members of the martial arts team. With a friendly but unsettling smile, he suggests they should all spar as well. The team members stare back, their faces pale with horror. Immediately, they all start making pathetic excuses. One is cram school. Another's mother is waiting for dinner, while others pretend to feel sick. Before they can flee, John Kai struggles to his knees. He refuses to accept his loss, furiously accusing Lin Zixin of a sneak attack and vowing to crush him in a rematch. Coach Gua steps in, telling John Kai to accept his loss like a man. The coach then wonders aloud if the punch was just a lucky shot, deciding to test the theory on another team member, named Xiao Lizi. Hearing his name, a spiky-haired boy freezes in terror, though he assumes a fighting stance. He is clearly terrified, begging Lin Zixin for mercy and not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, the results are clear. Several martial arts team members are lying unconscious. On the gym floor, Lin Zixin stands over them, noting he made sure not to go too hard on them and just exchange a few blows. However, when he checks his system again, he is disappointed. Aside from the initial victory, none of the other spars counted toward his achievement. The rival count remains at 1,000. He realizes friendly sparring isn't enough. He has to defeat rivals in an official competition. As he thinks about this, a hand claps his shoulder. Coach Gua grins manically, declaring that Lin Zixin is a true genius. He exclaims that in just over a month, the newcomer has become the team's ace. Filled with new confidence, the coach proclaims that with Lin Zixin leading, their school will crush all others and take first place at this year's regional martial arts tournament. As Coach Gua celebrates, Lin Zixin has a moment of clarity. He realizes the coach is right. The upcoming tournament is the perfect opportunity to face many official opponents at once. He becomes determined, understanding that as long as he defeats them in an official competition, each victory should count toward his progress. His thoughts are interrupted when a defeated Zhang Kai calls his name. Having regained consciousness, Zhang Kai points at Lin Zixin and formally accepts his loss. With a bizarre and overly graphic declaration of submission, his strange words leave everyone, including Shun Qinghan, Coach Gua, and Lin Zixin, completely shocked and disturbed. With the duel over, the spectators and coach quickly flee, leaving a bewildered Zhang Kai alone, complaining he hadn't finished his speech. In this world, high schoolers must choose between martial arts or academics given the world's dangers. The martial arts class is considered the superior choice. Determined not to be left behind, Shun Xinghan decides to join the martial arts class and begins training rigorously with Lin Zixin. Their daily routine is intense. They start with a 3,000-meter run, followed by an hour of hand-to-hand combat practice. After that, they do sit UPS and push UPS to build strength. To conclude each session, Lin Zixin gives Shun Xinghan a massage to relieve her muscle tension. Of course, Lin Zixin doesn't slack on his own training. He pushes himself to the limit daily, driven by the goal of winning the tournament and unlocking the natural selection attribute. As quickly as possible 1 month later, all their hard work is about to be tested. The day of the regional martial arts tournament has arrived, and a determined Lin Zichen is ready to compete. The tournament is at the massive city gymnasium, with a huge crowd around a central fighting ring. In the waiting area, the mood is tense. Coach Gwyn nervously reviews the roster, complaining that their school, Shanghai High, drew a match against the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 High. Another team member adds to the anxiety, mentioning their opponents have a fighter who can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds, leaving them feeling outmatched. Sensing the team's low morale, Lin Zichen calmly raises his hand and volunteers to fight first. Though still worried, Coach Guo agrees to let his ace take the stage. As Lin Zichen walks into the arena, Shin Jinghan cheers him on from the sidelines, while Coach Guo shouts encouragement through a megaphone. Lin Zichen readies himself for the fight. His opponent, a much larger and more muscular student from Shanghai No. 1 High, steps forward. He acknowledges Lin Zichen's talent for making it to the tournament. As a first year, however, his tone quickly turns mocking. He sneers that the stage isn't meant for a shorty who hasn't even hit 1.7 meters. Flexing his bicep, he promises to show Lindsay can what a true gap in size and power feels like. The referee signals for the duel to begin. The large opponent rushes forward, unleashing a powerful punch. To his shock, Lin Zichen doesn't retreat. He effortlessly side-steps the blow and counters with a swift punch to his opponent's chest. The impact is devastating. The force sends the massive student flying backward across the arena, knocking him out cold. The announcer stares in stunned silence before stammering a victory for Lin Zichen. On the sidelines, Shun Xinghan jumps to her feet, cheering that her Xiao Chun was amazing. The rest of the Shanghai High team erupts in celebration, mobbing their coach and shouting that Lin Zichen is insane, dismissing his opponent's strength as dead muscle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the coach for Shanghai No. 1 High is furious. He berates his defeated student for charging in blindly, without using his footwork. Back in the ring, Lin Zichen receives a system notification, confirming he has defeated another tournament rival, improving his ranking, and bringing his elimination count to 1,000. He clenches his fists, satisfied that these matches are what he needs to advance. The opposing coach, determined to stop this, calls his next fighter forward, a boy named Chen Feng, and orders him to crush the first year. As quickly as possible, Chen Feng calmly agrees. He steps onto the stage and assumes a ready stance, looking far more composed than the last fighter. The announcer signals for the second duel to begin. Chen Feng immediately showcases his superior technique, moving with incredible speed and launching a flurry of attacks. Lin Zichen calmly meets the assault, blocking a powerful kick with one hand. However, the force of his block sends Chen Feng spinning wildly through the air before he crashes hard onto the arena floor unconscious. Medics rush in with a stretcher and carry Chen Feng away, stating he needs a head scan. The crowd is left bewildered. They murmur among themselves, questioning what just happened, and speculating that the student from Shanghai High must be insanely lucky. Some angry spectators shout that the tournament must be rigged, demanding a refund. However, the coach of Shanghai No. 1 High knows better. Clutching his head in despair, he realizes with dawning horror that this isn't luck. The first year from Shanghai High is the real deal. Back in the waiting area, the coach has a new strategy. He calls his next fighter, a spiky-haired boy named Gao Fei, and gives him strict orders to focus entirely on defense, warning him that he cannot afford to lose. Gao Fei, however, is brimming with confidence. He calmly tells his coach not to worry, assuring him he will win as he walks to the ring. Gao Fei internally dismisses Lin Zichen's victories. He believes his opponent isn't strong and has only won through tricks. With his superior speed, running the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds, and greater experience, he is certain he can't lose. The crowd is buzzing, Spectators discuss Gao Fei's reputation, marveling at his speed. One person mentions his father is a gene fusion user, explaining his enhanced abilities. The consensus is that Lin Zichen's impressive run is about to end, though they acknowledge his great potential. The announcer signals for the duel to begin. Ignoring his coach's instructions, Gao Fei immediately goes on the offensive, lunging at Lin Zichen with a powerful kick. He follows up with rapid strikes, unleashing his special technique, the flowing water shattering rock fist. His coach watches in fury, shouting at his disobedient student for attacking. Gao Fei scoffs at defense, believing a genius like him doesn't need it. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen, easily evading the blows, finds the technique interesting and decides to learn on the spot. Gao Fei grows frustrated as he can't land a single hit. He stops out of breath and demands to know how Lin Zicchen is dodging his attacks. Unfazed, Lin Zicchen calmly asks if he has any other moves, taunting him enraged. Gao Fei unleashes another desperate barrage of punches. Seeing the same predictable moves, Lin Zichen decides the time for observation is over. He thinks, all right then, let's end this. He effortlessly dodges the final punch and counters with a single, powerful kick to Gao Fei's midsection, ending the match instantly. The crowd is once again left in stunned, speechless silence. The silence is shattered by thunderous cheers from the Shanghai High supporters. Coach Gua and Shun Qinghan are ecstatic, shouting that their Xiao Chun is a beast and celebrating his third consecutive victory. The rest of the tournament proceeds just as easily. The next few opponents are even weaker. He effortlessly defeats each one, and soon he has single-handedly wiped out all 5 fighters from the opposing team. Over the next 2 days, the story is much the same. He continues his dominant performance, taking down 2 more schools by himself. Thanks to his incredible display, he successfully leads Shanghai High to win the championship. He and his team proudly pose with their medals and trophy. However, as he checks his system, his rival count is only 1,000. He realizes with disappointment that at this rate it will take years to unlock the natural selection attribute. Despite his slow quest progress, there's a silver lining. He didn't expect Coach Gua to be so generous, but he gets the bulk of the tournament prize money, a full 20,000 yuan. Combining this with prize money from academic competitions, he now has around 30,000 yuan. That money doesn't last long. He immediately spends it all at the supermarket on a massive supply of ghost shadow squid meat. For the next several weeks, he devours the expensive meat at every meal. After consuming 30 jin, his codex unlock progress for the ghost shadow squid reaches 33. His intensive training and consumption of beast meat pay off. By his second year of middle school, he breaks through to the next level, advancing from ordinary tier 3 to tier 4. His physical abilities reach new heights. He can now effortlessly lift 1890 kilograms, with one hand jump 5.65 meters vertically, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flies, and soon, he and Shun Qinghan graduate from Shanghai's middle school division. However, when the high school entrance exam results are released, their paths seem destined to diverge. A heartbroken Shun Qinghan sits in her room, crying. She asks Lin Zishan why, after all her hard work, they can't go to the same high school anymore. He explains that, while he ranked first in both liberal arts and martial arts, and her academic scores were excellent, her martial arts score wasn't high enough for the elite class at Shanghai High. As he comforts the crying Shun Qinghan, she asks what will happen now. He tells her the principal of Shanghai High is coming to his house, likely to recruit him, and asks if she will come. Feeling hopeless, she tearfully replies that it has nothing to do with her, as the principal is obviously only coming for him. Taking her hand, Lin Zichen pulls her up and leads her out of the room. He tells her not to worry. He has a plan. He reveals his one condition for staying at Shanghai High. Shen Xinghan has to be his desk mate. As promised, the principal of Shanghai High visits Lin Zichen's home. She is mother, and Shun Qing and discuss his future for several hours, with the principal expressing how much she wants him to stay at her school. As the meeting concludes, the principal stands to leave. As a final offer, she tells Lin Zichen that if he agrees to stay, she will grant any request he has. Taking the opportunity, Lin Zichen states his one condition: Tian Qinghan must be allowed to continue in the same class with him. The principal looks at the nervous Chen Qinghan and confirms her name without hesitation. She agrees with a smile. She tells them both to report to Shanghai High together for the new school year. Overjoyed, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan thank her. With their high school future secured, Lin Zichen participates in his final junior high martial arts tournament. As expected, his overwhelming power easily leads his team to another championship. He decides to use the prize money to finally unlock the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. He was only 20 away, and the new prize money was enough to max out the progress bar. Unsure what might happen, he travels to a secluded forest outside Shanghai. For safety, deciding not to waste time, he begins devouring the life essence from the last of the squid meat. A powerful blue energy surrounds him. As a system notification confirms, he is absorbing a large amount of essence. His eyes widen as he feels a final surge of power, and the Codex progress bar hits 100. A new notification announces he has unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and obtained a new biological attribute, Blessing of Liquid Affinity. The ability enhances his affinity with water, allowing him to move freely and even vanish in aquatic environments. However, as the power settles, he stands in a quiet forest, holding the limp squid tentacles, and feels his new ability is kinda underwhelming. Still feeling underwhelmed, Lin Zixin tests his new ability in a nearby pond. He finds his Blessing of Liquid Affinity has some benefits. He can soak for long periods without his skin wrinkling, and swimming is much easier with reduced water resistance. However, there are no other noticeable effects. He sits in the water and rationalizes that, since the Ghost Shadow Squid is a low-tier beast, it's fair the ability isn't very powerful. He resolves that to get better attributes, he will either have to save up for higher grade beast meat or become strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutant beasts himself. The memory of the terrifying giant mutant rats strengthens his resolve, and he clenches his fist, determined to grow stronger. With less than a week before school begins, Lin Zichen's mother and Shun Xinghan's family decide to go on a trip to better study his new liquid affinity. Lin Zichen suggests they go to the beach. As they stand in the ocean, Xian Shenghan shivers and complains the seawater is cold. Lin Zichen, however, feels perfectly at home. He tells her to ease into it, and then dives into the water, swimming with incredible speed as he moves. His system rewards him with stat points for swimming and diving from shore. A nervous Shun Qinghan calls out, asking him to teach her how to swim. Lin Zichen pops his head out of the water. Suddenly, remembering his childhood friend doesn't know how yet, he begins patiently teaching her the basics. Given her average athletic talent, he assumes she will struggle. However, Shen Xinghan proves him wrong. She excitedly exclaims that swimming is surprisingly easy and that she learned it right away. Diving effortlessly, she swims gracefully and surfaces with a look of shock, surprised she can dive without any instruction. Lin Zichen watches in shock as a strange, blue aura of water seems to emanate from her. After she surfaces, she excitedly tells him how amazing it feels. She notes that, while opening one's eyes underwater usually stings, she feels no discomfort. In fact, she finds it cool and pleasant. Her words leave Lindsay chin deep in thought. He watches her swim away, finding the situation unusual. He reasons that even with a natural talent for water, There's no way she could have mastered all the skills. So instantly her rapid learning is simply not normal. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. He recalls her lifelong problem with bedwetting. When nervous, he wonders if this weakness is actually a sign of a powerful, innate water affinity she was born with. The idea excites him. He becomes convinced she might possess some kind of special cultivation body, like a character from his parents' Shinsha novels. To test his theory, they continue diving. Her performance shocks him even more. As they explore the underwater world, he notes they have been holding their breath for over 10 minutes. An incredible feat for a beginner like Shun Xinghan. As they swim, Shun Xinghan's expression suddenly changes. A strange, swirling sound begins to vibrate through the water. Around her, both look up, trying to find the source. They surface abruptly, and Shun Xinghan cries out as the glowing blue water swirls around her. Later that night, as they walk along the beach, Lin Zichen asks what happened. Shivering, she explains that underwater, she kept hearing strange and creepy sounds right by her ear. He comforts her and asks what kind of sounds. She tells him she couldn't understand the language, but was a female voice that echoed nonstop until she surfaced to help a frightened Shun Xinghan calm down. Lin Zichen brings her back to their hotel room. Later, he searches online for information about the strange female voice, but finds no results. Unsettled and unable to sleep, he uses his restless energy to train. As he performs 1,000 weighted sit UPS, he feels a sudden surge of power. A system notification announces his hard work has paid off. He has advanced to ordinary tier 5. Surprised but pleased, he considers his new strength. He realizes that at tier 5, he is powerful enough to rival a fully grown giant mutant. A determined glint appears in his eyes as he clenches his fist, confident that tearing the beast apart with his bare hands is no longer impossible. Eager to test his new limits, he goes to the empty beach at night. The stat boost is immense. His 100-meter dash time has dropped to a mere 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump has increased to an incredible 6.98 meters. To test his strength, he finds a nearby car and discovers he can now lift the 16-kilogram vehicle with one hand. With this new progress, his life moves forward. The vacation ends, and he and Shun Xinghan begin high school at Shanghai High on their first day. They arrive early for class duty. Two new female classmates immediately recognize him, whispering excitedly about how handsome he is and how lucky they are to be on duty with him. While he is surprised his classmates know him, something even more unexpected happens. Simply performing class duty triggers a new system quest. The achievement requires completing 1,000 cooperative tasks for a new biological attribute, social animal. As he cleans the classroom with Shun Xinghan, he wonders what this new attribute will do. Since the school year has just begun, he takes the opportunity to visit the Mammoth supermarket after school. Now that he has unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex, he knows it's time to choose a new target for his ability. As he browses the expensive beast meat section, his eyes lock onto a new item. In one of the refrigerated cases is the packaged head of a savage giant eagle, priced at 1,998 yuan per gene. An eager grin spreads across his face as he picks up the package, making his decision. This will be his next target. The savage giant eagle is a higher tier, aberrant beast than the ghost shadow squid. It has incredibly powerful vision, 30 times stronger than a normal human's, making it a formidable hunter that can precisely capture even the fastest prey. Back in his room, Lincecum examines the eagle meat. He concludes that unlocking its guidebook is a worthy goal, as its enhanced vision would provide a massive combat advantage. He also notes its price of 1,998 yuan per gene makes it one of the more affordable options. He places his hand on the meat, and a blue energy surrounds him. as his system confirms. He has devoured a trace of the savage giant eagle's life essence, unlocking one of its guidebook. After some calculations, he realizes that, since one jin of meat provides only one progress, he would need to spend over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the guidebook. He understands that high school tournament prize money is much higher than in middle school. With renewed determination, he decides he must work harder in competitions to earn the money, to unlock the savage giant eagle's codex. Before his second year with the end of summer vacation, Linchen's high school life at Shanghai High begins. On the first day, the teachers introduce themselves: the martial arts and homeroom teacher, the mechanical modification teacher, the gene fusion teacher, and the wilderness survival teacher. After their introductions, they ask the students to introduce themselves. Several students go first. A girl with long purple hair, Chu Yutong, says her specialty is in the arts. She is followed by an energetic pink-haired girl, Zhong Yijia, who shares her love for anime, cosplay, and sports. Next, a boy named Pang Huang. Guang says he likes to play video games at home. Soon, it is Shun Xinghan's turn. Being the center of attention makes her extremely nervous. With a blushing face, she manages to say her name is Shun Xinghan, that she enjoys drawing, and asks everyone for their future guidance. Finally, it is Lin Zichen's turn. His introduction is the shortest and most direct. He simply stands and states his name, asking for everyone's support. After introductions, time passes quickly. A new female classmate with brown hair approaches Shun Xinghan, who looks surprised. The girl asks Shun Xinghan for her entrance exam score. Shun Xinghan nervously replies that she scored 709 points, and then asks the new girl, Chu Rui, for her score. Chu Rui is impressed, exclaiming that Shun Xinghan's score is more than 10 points higher than her own 698. Chu Rui then asks about the physical fitness portion, admitting she only scored 95 out of 100. This question makes Shun Xinghan extremely uncomfortable. She stammers that her score wasn't as good, internally panicking because her score of 79 was so low. She almost didn't make it into the elite class, and feels too embarrassed to say it out loud. Not getting the hint, the persistent Shurui continues to guess if Shun Cheng and scored 94, or 93 Shun Cheng, and looking down in shame, quietly tells her it was even lower. Shurui continues guessing scores in the low 90s, making Shun Xingyan even more flustered. Suddenly, a hand slams down on the desk between them. Startling Shurui, it's Lin Zichen. He smoothly leans in and asks the flustered girl if he can add her on WeChat, surprised and thrilled that a handsome boy is giving her attention. She eagerly agrees from her seat. Shun Exen and breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that Lin Zichen saved her from the awkward conversation. Lin Zichen then turns to another male classmate, Heiyu, and also asks to exchange contact information. After adding them, he creates a 4-person group chat. A system notification immediately confirms he has successfully created a group, completing another cooperative task. His progress for the social animal achievement is now at 2 out of 1,000. He reflects that this quest is surprisingly easy. After creating the group chat, the 4 new friends start to get to know each other. Heiyu reveals he is from the neighboring Nanyuan city and comes from a prestigious martial arts family that runs a dojo he even proudly mentions, placing 8th in the Nanyuan city youth martial arts competition. Shuhui shares that her family owns a chain of clothing stores, making her wealthy after Lin Zichen and Chun Xinghan also share their backgrounds. The 4 quickly become a close-knit group. Just as they are getting comfortable, Heiyu asks the others to guess who the strongest student in their class is. Chu Rui immediately points to Lin Zichen, guessing it must be him, since he was the top scorer on the entrance exam for their entire district. This shocks Heiyu, who had no idea his new friend was so accomplished. However, Lin Zichen humbly suggests that being the top scorer doesn't necessarily make someone the strongest. He reveals a surprising fact. The principal had spent a lot of money to recruit two exceptionally powerful students from Nanyang City for their class. He then points out the two students. The first is a boy with blonde hair, Wang Shuajie, the third-ranked student in Nanyang City, who can run the 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds. Second is a large muscular boy, Lu Gang, who has immense natural strength and can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell. With one hand, Shin Xinghan and Su Ryu are both visibly impressed and intimidated. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, remains completely calm internally. He scoffs at their achievements, knowing he had surpassed those numbers. Back in elementary school, soon the bell rings again, and the next class is for distributing textbooks. There are 4 main subjects for the semester: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Since Lin Zishan had already self-studied all the material, he decides to use the free time to find a secluded spot to train. As he trains, his thoughts turn to the larger threats. He remembers the dangerous rat god cult is still active. The police have only captured some lower-level heretics, but the powerful Rat King, their leader, remains at large. This grim reality fuels his determination. He clenches his fist, resolving to increase his power as quickly as possible and reach at least Tier 6, a level he believes will be strong enough to confront even the Rat King. The first practical class is wilderness survival. The teacher, Shi Chongbai, gathers the students in a wooded area and asks if any know how to make a fire. By drilling what he mutters, it's a useless skill. To everyone's surprise, both Wang Shoujie and Lu Gang step forward and successfully start fires using the primitive method. The teacher is impressed and asks how they learned. Lu Gang explains he learned at a summer camp, while Wang Shoujie says he taught himself by watching videos online. After they are done, Lin Zichen easily teaches the same technique to his own small group, and they quickly master it. Later in martial arts class, the teacher, Yao Yuanfang, announces he will teach them a special breathing and cultivation technique. Once again, Wang Shoujie and Lu Gang loudly declare they have already learned it, showing off for the class. Though their demonstration is a bit clumsy, they manage. Lin Zichen, who already knows these skills, decides to maintain his low profile. In this way, over a month passes uneventfully. One day in mechanical modification class, the teacher, Cai Yuanfei, announces a test to check their progress. To motivate them, he reveals cash prizes for the top 3, 888 yuan for first, 666 for second, and 333 for third. Lin Zichen's eyes light up when he hears about the prize money, realizing the first place reward is almost enough to buy half a gene of the expensive savage giant eagle meat. With everyone motivated, the class begins the exam. Coincidentally, the gene fusion teacher, Lu Diren, has the same idea and also springs a surprise exam with the same prize structure. After the 2 difficult exams, the students are drained. He collapses onto his desk, groaning. The other students complain about how difficult the questions were. One girl laments that she was hoping for a 90, but will be lucky to get a passing grade of 60, while everyone else complains. Wang Shoujie and Lu Gang begin to casually brag. Lu Gang asks Wang Shoujie how he did. Wang Shoujie confidently replies that he should score a 95, as he only struggled with the last part of the final question. Lu Gang nonchalantly agrees, stating he is in the same boat and also expects a 95. Listening to their arrogant exchange, he glares at them, clenching his fists in fury and thinking about how badly he wants to punch them. The teacher announces the results of the mechanical augmentation test. He reads the scores, revealing that Guai Yueling received 52 points, while Shin Xinghan passed with 61. Shin Xinghan excitedly tells Lin Zichen she passed, and he congratulates her on her hard work. The teacher continues, announcing he scored an impressive 88 points. His friends praise him, and he humbly replies he was just lucky, promising to treat them to a meal, with his third-place prize of 333 yuan. Next, the teacher confirms. Lu Gang and Wang Shou-jie both scored 95, just as they predicted, complimenting them for being only one question away from a perfect score. Wang Shou-jie confidently claims that, with 10 more minutes, he could have solved the final problem, and Lu Gang agrees, listening to them brag. He is frustrated but comforts himself with the thought that third place is still his. However, the teacher then reveals a shocking result. Despite the test's difficulty, one student achieved a perfect score, Lin Zichen. With 100 points, Wang Shou-jie and Lu Gang are stunned. Shouting the result is absurd. The rest of the class erupts in cheers. Even a defeated Hiyu joins in, recognizing Lin Zichen is on another level. Shen Xinghan and Su Ru always celebrate his victory as the glory of Shanghai, ignoring the praise. Lin Zichen's focus is on a prize. He raises his hand and asks Teacher Kai when an 888 yuan prize for first place will be distributed. The teacher promises to send it later. Internally, finding Lin Zichen's intense focus on money strange. An hour later, the gene fusion exam results are announced. The teacher, Ci Yuan Fei, reads the scores this time. The non-yuan duo did not perform as well. Lu Gang scored 81 and Wang Shou-jie 83. Though still good scores, they are clearly disappointed. In contrast, Shen Xinghan achieves an excellent 78, placing her in the top 5, and she celebrates with Chu Rui, to the shock of his classmates. Lin Zixin once again secures a perfect score, effortlessly winning another prize. This second crushing victory deals a huge blow to the confidence of Hiyu, Wang Shou-jie, and Lu Gang, who are left demoralized, unable to accept their defeat. Wang Shou-jie and Lu Gang question how anyone could get full marks on such a difficult test, openly suggesting Lin Zichen must have known the answers in advance. The teacher, Kai Yuan Fei, immediately shuts down their accusation, stating firmly that it is impossible. He explains that he personally designed every question, and the answers are not available online, making cheating impossible. The two are left speechless. Their classmates are not so kind. Hiyu and Chu Rui laugh, mocking Wang Shuxi and Lu Gang for being sore losers. Hiyu calls them a disgrace to Nan Yuan City, and Chu Rui adds that uncultured, ugly people always cause the most trouble. After lunch, the practical exam for wilderness survival begins. The teacher, Shi Cheng Bai, explains the rewards are the same, with cash prizes for the top 3. The exam has 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Having been beaten in the academic tests, Wang Shou-jie tells Lu Gang they must redeem themselves in the practical exams. Lu Gang agrees, and both glare at Lin Zichen, vowing to crush him and wash away their shame. The exam begins with climbing, where speed determines the winner. As expected, Lin Zichen's superior physical abilities allow him to easily dominate. He scales the rock wall with incredible speed, leaving the Nan Yuan duo far behind. To secure first place, the tree climbing event ends the same. Lin Zichen again takes first, while a defeated Wang Shou-jie complains. He couldn't even see his shadow. While Lin Zichen excels, he notes his real concern is for Shen Xinghan. As he expected, she struggles with the climbing and finishes last. However, he isn't worried, knowing her true talent is in the water, and confident she will regain her confidence during the swimming segment. Next is the fire starting segment. With his eyes on the prize money, Lian Zishan knows he must continue to crush the Nan Yuan duo. He starts the task with intense focus and speed, successfully creating a fire in just 58 seconds. Wang Shou-jie and Lu Gang watch in utter disbelief, wondering how he can be so fast at everything, bewildered by his insane hand speed. The final part of the wilderness survival exam was swimming this time. It was Shen Xinghan's turn to shine, tapping into her natural affinity for water. She swam with incredible speed, easily crushing the Nan-Yuan duo and delivering another heavy blow to their shattered confidence. Wang Shoujia was left in disbelief, unable to understand how Shen Qinghan could suddenly exhibit such explosive power. In the water, concluding he must be hallucinating. After the exam, a defeated Wang Shoujia and Lu Gang were completely silent for a long time. However, their silence only lasted through lunch. In the afternoon, the final exam for martial arts began. The teacher, Yao Yuan Feng, announced it was time to test their progress. With a sparring competition, the top 3 would receive prizes, motivating the class for Wang, Shuajia, and Lu Gang. This reignited their hope. Filled with determination, they resolved to reclaim their pride. They reasoned this was martial arts class, where physical fitness and combat technique truly mattered. They believed if Lin Zichen was weak in martial arts, his other scores were meaningless. Before sparring, the teacher had everyone do a physical test. As a warm-up, measuring their 100-meter sprint, one-hand barbell lift, and vertical jump. Lin Zichen, holding back to avoid being too flashy, still gave an incredible performance. He ran the 100-meter dash in 7.78 seconds and lifted a 330-kilogram barbell with one hand. His vertical jump was 2.18 meters, and he easily took first in all 3 events, making sure to only slightly beat the Nanyuan duo. They were once again left in utter shock. Wang Shuxi couldn't understand how Lin Zichen could be faster, while Lu Gang was baffled by how someone who didn't look muscular could be so strong. Trying to rally Wang Shuxi reminded Lu Gang that failing the physical test didn't mean they would lose in sparring, as real combat also required technique. They convinced themselves their superior technique gave them a chance. After the test, everyone moved to the dueling area for the sparring matches, eager to complete his survival of the fittest. Achievement Lin Zichen stepped into the ring first. However, after his overwhelming display, no one dared to challenge him. Even Wang Shuxi and Lu Gang held back to observe. First seeing the stalemate, the teacher intervened. He called out a student named Lu Wei and ordered him to spar with Lin Zichen. The two faced off, but the match was over before it began. To save time, Lin Zichen ended it instantly with a single, devastating punch that sent Lu Wei flying. He then speed ran through the rest of his opponents, taking down every student in the class with the same brutal efficiency. Watching this, Wang Shoujia and Lu Gang are left in utter despair. Wang Shoujia realizes with horror that Lin Zichen is far stronger than they imagined. Probably wasn't going all out during the physical test. He wonders how anyone could compete with such a monster. Just as their spirits are crushed, He suddenly leaps into the ring. Shouting Lu Gang's name, he points at Lu Gang, declaring he's warmed up and at his peak, and challenges him to a fight. Eager to vent his frustration, Lu Gang readily accepts. He reasons that, while he may not be confident against Lin Zichen, he can certainly defeat Hiyu, and vows to flatten him in 30 seconds. With a battle cry, Hiyu rushes forward, and the two clash in a fast exchange of blows. However, the fight is decided by the clear gap in their power. Lu Gang easily catches Hiyu's kick, uses his superior strength to swing him around, and then hurls him out of the ring. Hiyu crashes hard, defeated and vomiting. Standing victoriously, Lu Gang looks down at his defeated classmate. He offers a backhanded compliment, acknowledging Hiyu's physical technique is the best in their class, but smugly concluding that he is still better. After his victory, Lu Gang turns to see Lin Zichen approaching. Lin Zichen calmly issues a challenge for them to spar. Internally, he sees this as a perfect chance to make progress on his achievement quest. Fresh off his win and brimming with confidence, Lu Gang smirks and accepts, declaring he is not afraid. Lu Gang immediately goes on the offensive. With a powerful punch, however, the gap in their abilities is apparent. Lin Zichen moves with blinding speed, effortlessly dodging the attack and leaving after images. Before Lu Gong can register what happened, Lin Zichen counters with a swift kick. The powerful blow connects squarely with Lu Gong's back, and he is sent flying out of the ring, defeated in a single blow. With both Nanyuan duo members utterly defeated, the other students begin to taunt the last one standing. They shout at Wang Shuajia, asking if he's going to avenge his fallen bro, and telling him the pride of Nanyuan now rests entirely on his shoulders. They jeer, telling him not to chicken out. Annoyed, Wang Shuji snaps at the crowd to shut up, claiming he was already planning to fight. He rushes into the ring to face Lin Zichen. As he stands before his overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he steels his resolve, telling himself that what is meant to come will come, and he must find a way to defeat him. Determined to win, Wang Shuji shouts that he's going all out, and rushes at Lin Zichen with a furious attack. However, his effort is futile. Lin Zichen effortlessly stops the punch with one hand, and counters with a single, devastating blow that sends Wang Shuji flying upside down. He crashes hard onto the gym floor, knocked out and foaming at the mouth, defeated as easily as everyone else. With the Nanyuan duo taken care of, Lin Shan proceeds to systematically take down the rest of the boys in the class, one after another with the same effortless efficiency. After defeating all the male students, he checks his system. He notes that, according to the survival of the fittest achievement rules, defeating the same person multiple times only counts once. This means his only remaining opponents in the class are the girls. He wonders if any of them will even be willing to spar with him. To his complete surprise, the girls are more than willing. A crowd of his female classmates gathers, blushing and eagerly making heart gestures, all wanting a chance to fight him. The first to volunteer is Chu Yutong, who excitedly raises her hand and challenges him. She leaps into the ring and attacks with surprising speed and agility. However, Lin Zichen is still on another level. He easily dodges her attack, leaving her to comment on his incredible speed. She gracefully lands, disappointed that she came so close, but couldn't even grab him. Unexpectedly, after Chu Yutong's defeat, the other girls also volunteer to challenge him. One by one, of course. Lin Zichen holds back considerably. When facing the girls, his main goal isn't to hurt them, but simply to win the official matches and complete his achievement as quickly as possible. Soon Lin Zichen finishes sparring with all the girls in his class. While he has successfully defeated every student, he is still far from completing his achievement task. He is a bit disappointed, but his mood quickly changes when his teacher, Yao Yuan Feng, suddenly announces some good news. The teacher praises the class and tells them that as elite students, they must learn to challenge those above them. He then announces that in 1 month, their class will challenge the strongest regular class in the second year, and he expects them to be ready. Lin Zichen, who is just feeling frustrated about the lack of opponents to speed up his survival of the fittest achievement, is overjoyed. A new match has been delivered right to his door. A true blessing after the teacher dismisses the class. A newly humbled Lu Gang approaches Lin Zichen. He admits he had underestimated the school and declares that from now on, he will consider Lin Zichen his rival. For the next 3 years, Lin Zichen realizes that, with the teacher's plan to constantly challenge other classes, completing his achievement within a year might not be impossible. Wang Shuajia also confronts him, vowing to wash away the humiliation of his defeat. Before they graduate, Lin Zichen, however, is more focused on the practical benefits. He calculates that he has earned over 3,000 an from the exam prizes alone. This excites him, as he can now use this money to buy more beast meat. He clenches his fist, completely ignoring the non-Yuan duo, who are left fuming at his arrogant dismissal. That night, back in his room, he considers his financial situation. Although he earned some money from the rewards, it is still far from enough to buy all the beast meat. He needs to earn more money. He decides to follow in his parents' footsteps and registers as a web novel author, beginning his writing journey. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his writing is exceptional. The next morning, he finds a contract invitation from the UN platform. In his messages after signing the contract, a piece of news from that very day catches his eye. Report is about a terrifying incident. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutant rat had attacked a frozen meat cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city. The news report details the horrific attack. The mutant rat was over 5 meters long and so powerful that it bit a responding cyborg in half. In a final desperate act, the captured cyborg activated its hidden backup energy core to self-destruct, taking the enemy with it. The resulting explosion was massive, blowing the giant mutant rat to pieces on the spot. Reading the news, Lin Zichen is horrified. He stares at an image of a monstrous rat, wondering with growing dread how many more of these giant mutant rats are hidden in Shanghai City. He also questions where such enormous creatures could possibly be hiding. The day of the sparring session against the strongest regular class of the second year arrives, and the students gather at the Shanghai High Gymnasium. Before the match, the teacher, Yao Yufeng, holds a strategy meeting with his top fighters. He warns them that while their top fighters are strong, the opposing class is stronger overall and will likely use defensive tactics. To wear them down, he orders them to finish their fights as quickly as possible the moment the meeting is over. Lin Zichen rushes towards the ring, eager to defeat as many new opponents as possible to complete his survival of the fittest achievement. He volunteers to go first. His opponent, a tall girl with long, blonde hair from the second-year class, steps into the ring seeing who she's up against. She immediately complains to her teacher, pointing out that the elite class has sent their strongest fighter out first. She claims she is the weakest student in her own class and questions how she is supposed to fight him. Hearing this, teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, storms over to the opposing teacher, an older man he calls Brother Feng. He angrily accuses him of breaking the unspoken rules of class sparring, which dictate that the weakest students should fight. First, he demands to know why the other teacher sent his strongest student to fight in the first match. To settle the dispute, teacher Yao orders Lin Zichen down from the stage, telling him he can go later, and to let the weaker students go first. Lin Zichen reluctantly agrees and steps down. Teacher then points to Zhong Yijia and tells her to go first, but she's caught off guard and protests that she isn't ready. Seeing an opportunity, Shun Qinghan steps forward. She volunteers to fight, telling teacher Yao that since she is the weakest, she should be the one to go first. Shun Qinghan nervously enters the ring to face the tall blonde girl, clearly intimidated from the sidelines. Her classmates, including Chu Rue and Hiyu, begin to cheer loudly, shouting encouragement for their friend Han Han. However, the sudden pressure only makes Shun Qinghan even more nervous. The match begins, and the blonde girl immediately attacks with a powerful punch, which Shun Qinghan manages to block. Despite being outmatched, Shun Qinghan is determined. She knows she can't win, but resolves to hold on for as long as possible, adopting a purely defensive strategy to drain her opponent's stamina. Her plan proves surprisingly effective. 3 minutes later, the blonde girl is breathing heavily, surprised by Shun Qinghan's endurance. She realizes that if the fight continues, she will run out of stamina, and decides she must finish the match quickly. She rushes forward with a final, decisive punch. The blow lands, and Shun Qinghan is knocked to the ground defeated. As she gets back on her feet, she is visibly embarrassed. The teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, praises her performance. He gives her a thumbs up, telling her she did great, and that her defensive strategy was very smart. Lin Zichen also comforts her. Patting her head gently, he tells her she did well. lasting over 3 minutes against the senior, with an extra year of training, and that she has made big progress. Reassured, Shun Xinghan looks up at him with a happy smile. Following Shun Xinghan's defeat, another female classmate with brown hair from the elite class steps into the ring, seeing that her senior opponent is running out of stamina. After the previous match, she sees an opportunity and rushes in to attack. She throws a powerful kick, but the more experienced senior easily dodges the blow and counters with a swift punch to the face. The brown-haired girl is quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground, where she cries out in pain and is forced to surrender. Standing over her defeated opponent, the senior mockingly asks if she was looking down on the regular class. By charging in so recklessly, she continues to taunt the girl, telling her that while she may not have her talent, she is trained for a whole year longer. He dismisses her, telling her to come back and fight again after she's trained for another year. Just then, Chu Rue steps forward, filled with determination. She declares that she will avenge Shun Xinghan and crush the senior. Chu Rue proves to be a formidable fighter. She easily defeats her senior opponent with a single powerful punch from the sidelines. Shun Xinghan cheers enthusiastically, calling out how amazing Chu Rue was. Lin Zichen tells Shun Xinghan that she was amazing too, explaining that Chu Rue's victory was easy, only because Shun Xinghan had drained the senior's stamina first. Shun Xinghan smiles happily. 2 hours later, the sparring session continues, and the elite class has even the score. Teacher Yao Yuan Feng approaches the second-year teacher, Brother Feng, and taunts him, pointing out that his class only has 4 fighters left, and that he is confident his class will win the bet. However, he then turns to his students and warns them not to get complacent. He declares that the true strength of their class lies with their 4 top fighters, Lin Zichen, Wang Shuxi, Lu Gong, and He Yu. The real showdown is just beginning. Following his teacher's declaration, He Yu is ordered to go up next. He cracks his knuckles with a determined look and enters the ring with a dramatic, ground-pounding pose. He strikes a fighting stance and theatrically asks his senior opponent if he is prepared to face his fists, which he claims are thirsty for battle. The senior, a boy with brown hair, smirks and tells He Yu not to be so childish and overly dramatic. Annoyed, He Yu immediately attacks with a swift kick, sending the senior crashing to the ground in defeat. Standing over his fallen opponent, He Yu mocks him, questioning where he got the confidence to act so tough with such a low skill level, and calling him trash. Just as He Yu celebrates his victory, another more formidable senior with purple-tinged hair stomps into the ring. He glares at He Yu, calling him arrogant for his taunts. The senior immediately lunges with a powerful punch, vowing to teach his junior opponent some intensity. To the senior's shock, He Yu moves with incredible speed, effortlessly dodging the attack. He Yu then counters with a powerful kick that sends the senior flying, knocking him out. Seeing his impressive victory, Chu Rue and Shun Xinghan erupt in cheers, shouting encouragement for He Yu. Fueled by his success, He Yu goes on an incredible winning streak, defeating several more opponents in quick succession. After taking down 5 consecutive fighters, He Yu stands exhausted, breathing heavily. Despite his fatigue, he puts on a brave face and defiantly shouts for the next opponent, boasting he can still take on 10 more. However, it's clear he is running out of stamina. His impressive run ends when he is defeated by his 6th opponent, with He Yu eliminated. The situation looks dire for the elite class. They're now down to their last 3 fighters, while the second-year class still has 13 members remaining. With He Yu defeated, Wang Shuxi is next. He unleashes his full power, going on an incredible winning streak, and single-handedly defeating 10 opponents in a flurry of furious kicks and punches. However, the long series of battles takes its toll. During his 11th match, Wang Shuxi finally runs out of stamina and is defeated. Following him is Lu Gang, who quickly dispatches two more of the opposing team's top fighters in less than 10 minutes, with their opponents now down to their last fighter. Teacher Yao Yuan Fong smugly suggests that the second-year teacher, Brother Fong, should just surrender. Brother Fong, however, remains unfazed. He smirks and calls forth his final student, Wang Jinhei, telling him it is his turn. A new challenger steps forward, an enormous overweight student who towers over Liu Gang. Despite his opponent's intimidating size, Liu Gang is not impressed, dismissing him as just a slightly larger fatty. He rushes into attack confident he can beat him. He lands a powerful punch on Wang Jinhei's massive belly, but to his shock, the blow has no effect. He feels as if he just punched solid rubber. He tries again, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches, but all his attacks are harmlessly absorbed by his opponent's thick layer of fat. Soon Liu Gang is left panting and exhausted. Realizing his attacks are useless, his opponent, who has not moved an inch, looks down at him with a calm expression. He asks if Liu Gang is finished, because now it is his turn. Before Liu Gang can react, Wang Jinhei grabs him by the neck. With incredible strength, with a single effortless motion, he throws Liu Gang out of the ring, securing the victory and leaving the elite class with only one fighter remaining. Stunned by such a powerful fighter, Teacher Yao Yuan Fei exclaims that he doesn't remember the second-year class having such a strong student. The opposing teacher, Brother Fong, smirks and explains that Wang Jinhei is a new transfer student who just arrived this semester. He then smugly reminds Teacher Yao about their bet, telling him it looks like he is going to lose and will have to buy dinner for the entire opposing class. Realizing he has been tricked by his rival's secret weapon, Teacher Yao clenches his fist in frustration, worried that not even Lin Zichen can defeat this monster. Despite his doubts, he puts on a brave face for his last student. He places a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder and tells him it's his turn, encouraging him to just do his best and not worry too much about winning, as the experience will be valuable. Lin Zichen simply smiles and reassures his teacher that he will win, leaving the man speechless. As Lin Zichen steps into the ring, Wang Jinhei looks down at him unimpressed. He dismisses his opponent as looking rather weak to be his class's final ace. From the sidelines, Shen Qinghan, Chu Rui, and the other girls from the elite class shout insults at Wang Jinhei, calling him an arrogant fatty, and cheering for Lin Zichen to teach the dead pig a lesson. Annoyed by the taunts, Wang Jinhei decides to offer a handicap. He tells Lin Zichen he will stand still and allow him 10 free hits. He explains that he doesn't want Lin Zichen and his little fangirls to complain later that he was just bullying a smaller opponent. Lin Zichen happily accepts the offer. Wang Jinhei tells him to come at him with his full power without hesitation. Lin Zichen unleashes a single, devastating punch to his opponent's massive stomach. The force of the blow is so immense that it sends the enormous Wang Jinhei spinning through the air before he crashes hard onto the floor. Knocked out cold, both classes are left in stunned silence, which is quickly broken by a massive, tearful cheer from the elite class as they celebrate Lin Zichen's incredible victory. A few moments later, Wang Jinhei slowly begins to regain consciousness. Completely disoriented, he groggily wonders where he is and what just happened, muttering that the outcome was completely illogical and unscientific. After Lin Zichen's victory, the second-year teacher approaches Yao Yuanfeng, the elite class's teacher. He remarks on how powerful Lin Zichen was, comparing his one-punch victory over Wang Jinhei to a former prodigy named Wu Tiancheng. Yao Yuanfeng replies that while Lin Zichen is strong, he isn't at Wu Tiancheng's level yet, explaining that Wu Tiancheng was a monster who terrified the principal as a first year. Overhearing the name, Lin Zichen walks over and asks his teachers who Wu Tiancheng is. Yao Yuanfeng excitedly explains That Wu Tiansheng was a legendary student. From a few years ago, as a first year, he single-handedly defeated the entire third year. Elite class shocking the school leaders. The teacher continues by listing Wu Tiansheng's incredible stats. As a first year, a 100-meter dash in 6.12 seconds, a 3.96-meter vertical jump, and a 650-kilogram one-handed barbell lift. He asks Lin Zichen if he is impressed. Lin Zichen smiles nervously and admits he is a little impressed. However, he internally thinks Wu Tiansheng's feats were only on par with the strength he possessed. During his 6th grade summer vacation that night, the class celebrates their victory at a restaurant. Teacher Yao Yuanfang holds up a soda for a toast. He joyfully announces that because Lin Zichen secured their win, the second-year teacher had to honor their bet and pay for everyone's feast. The entire class raises their glasses, cheering for Lin Zichen's performance. During dinner, Lin Zichen is surrounded by his classmates, including He Yu and Su Ruo, now famous in school. They are all eager to know his training secrets and add him on WeChat. Lin Zichen finds this new attention a bit strange. Amidst the chaos, he observes that Shen Qinghan hasn't changed. Worried he won't be able to eat, she quietly puts food on his plate. During this celebration, Shen Qinghan suddenly gets a shocked expression. Looking flustered, she quickly tells Lin Zichen she needs to go to the restroom and rushes away as she leaves. Lin Zichen notes that while some things change, her urge to pee when nervous or excited has remained the same in the restroom. 2 of their female classmates are gossiping. One complains about how Shen Qinghan fawns over Lin Zixian like a maid, always pouring his drinks and peeling his shrimp. The other agrees, questioning how someone with Shen Qinghan's lack of strength could have gotten into the elite class, if not for being his sycophant. She cruelly adds that their relationship won't last, as the difference in their abilities is destined to drive them apart unseen. Shen Qinghan overhears their entire conversation and is visibly hurt, however. Instead of hiding, she confronts them with newfound determination. She firmly tells the startled girls that she's not a sycophant. She is a childhood friend. Later that evening, as they walk home, Lin Zichen notices she seems dejected and asks if something is wrong. Looking down sadly, Shen Qinghan confides in him. She explains her mother always said she would grow out of wetting her pants. However, she reveals with frustration that even now, she still has to wear diapers to bed every night. Looking up at him, she says she feels disabled, like she can't even control her own bladder. Lin Zichen looks at a distraught Shen Qinghan and firmly tells her she is not disabled. He gently places his hands on her shoulders to comfort her, explaining that her inability to control her bladder is actually a superpower that hasn't fully developed yet. Shen Qinghan looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, questioning if it's really a superpower. Lin Zichen confirms it, telling her that her natural talent in the water is a manifestation of this power. Intrigued, Shen Qinghan asks if his own amazing abilities are also because he has a superpower. Lin Zichen confidently replies that yes. Just like her, he also has a superpower. Excited by the idea, Shen Qinghan wonders what kind of power she might have. Lin Zichen reassures her. It will definitely be a very powerful one, however. Their path is blocked a special team. In protective gear is cordoning off a building, and an officer with a megaphone instructs the public to stay back while they exterminate rats. Their attention is drawn to the chaos inside. A man in an apron frantically swings a broom at a swarm of large rats, trying to fend off the exterminators. He screams at the officers to stop, pleading with them not to kill his brothers. His face twists in agony and rage as he continues to scream. Consumed by fury, the man charges at the officers, yelling that he will fight them to the death. Watching the scene, Shen Qinghan asks Lin Zichen if the man has gone crazy. Lin Zichen agrees, suggesting he might be mentally ill, though he finds the situation pitiful. He tells her that's just how some people are, and that they should go home. Later that night, at Lin Zichen's house, he and his parents are watching a troubling news report. The anchor announces that a young female teacher went missing last week and has still not found his mother. Zhang Wangshen expresses her alarm, noting, "This is the fourth young woman to disappear this month." His father, Lin Yenshen, corrects her, stating it is the fifth. The report continues, showing photos of the missing women. All young and attractive, it issues a public warning for young women to avoid going out alone at night. Worried Zhang Wang, Xin tells her son, "You must not let Shun Xin Han go anywhere by herself." Lin Xin smiles and promises to look after her. Meanwhile, at a public security office in Shanghai City, the man from the market has been taken into custody. A doctor in a lab coat is speaking with a police officer. The officer asks for the doctor's opinion, wondering if the man is mentally ill. The doctor replies he isn't certain, explaining that he has tried to communicate with the suspect, but the man has remained completely silent. The officer finds this strange, saying, the man was screaming non-stop at the market earlier. Suddenly, the officer's eyes widen with a terrifying realization. Both he and the doctor whipped their heads around to look at the man who is now hunched over, surrounded by a dark, menacing aura. Before their horrified eyes, the man begins to transform, mutating into a monstrous, giant, aberrant rat. As the creature grows, the terrified officer screams into his radio, frantically, calling for backup and requesting a cyborg team, yelling that the person in the interrogation room is turning into a giant, aberrant beast. The giant, aberrant rat rampages. A police squad opens fire, but the bullets barely slow it down. As the officers retreat, a female officer reports that headquarters confirmed all cyborgs are deployed on other missions. The director adds grimly, that support won't arrive for 10 minutes, and their ammunition won't last that long. Realizing they can't fight it head-on, the director orders his team to their car. Their new plan is to lure the monster into the suburbs. To buy time, the female officer jumps into a police van and starts the engine, while another officer braces himself inside. They speed through the city, with a giant rat in hot pursuit, leaping between buildings. The female officer urges them to go faster, to give the cyborgs more time. The van races up a mountain road and into a tunnel. But the beast is relentless. It closes the distance with a terrifying roar. Its massive tooth fill maw open. The monster slams into the back of the van, causing it to lose control, flip violently through the air, and crash inside the overturned van. The female officer hangs upside down injured. With a look of despair, she thinks that in the end, they still couldn't make it. Just as the giant, aberrant rat roars in triumph over the wrecked van, a massive explosion engulfs it. Help has arrived. A female cyborg with short purple hair and sleek armor. Hovering in the air, she locks on and unleashes a barrage of powerful purple missiles. The projectiles slam into the monster, creating a series of fiery explosions. As she gives the command to kill, after the smoke clears, the cyborg lands on the crater-filled road. She finds a large tunnel and realizes the rat escaped by digging its way out, noting the beast seemed to be getting smarter. However, she sees shredded flesh and blood on the ground and concludes the creature is seriously injured and couldn't have gotten far. She decides she has a good chance to track it down. The scene shifts to the city skyline at 3 a.m. In his room, Lin Zicchen is at his computer, not training but writing. He reflects on his progress as a web novel author. He has written daily for over half a month, and his novel is now nearly 200,000 words. More importantly, his paid income has already surpassed 10,001. He thinks about the novel's future potential, noting it is still in the new book period. He eagerly wonders how much money he will make once it is officially launched, too excited about his novel's income to sleep. Lin Zikin decides to train. He finds a deserted, unsurveyed alley to test his recent efforts. As he practices, he is pleased with his progress. His 100-meter sprint time has dropped to an incredible 3.43 seconds, and his vertical jump has reached 7.22 meters. He feels that if he continues improving at this rate, he will eventually achieve a saintly body. His training is interrupted by an unsettling, gnawing sound. He turns and sees a shadowy figure hunched in a dark corner. The figure is a grotesque, rat-like creature. A mouse man, it is chewing on a human arm. Noticing Lin Zichen, the creature begs for its life, pleading for forgiveness, and explaining it was just too hungry. It strangely promises that once full, it will come and pay its respects every year. Lin Zichen stares in horror, recognizing the creature as a mouse man. He immediately connects this sight to the news report about the giant mutant rat that escaped. He wonders, with dawning dread, if this creature is that same beast, now in a more humanoid but no less monstrous form. Realizing the extreme danger, Lin Zichen decides he must inform the police. However, as he turns to leave, the mouse man panics, thinking he is its next meal. It stammers that it doesn't have to eat him, and can go find others to devour instead. Before Lin Zichen can react, the creature springs into action. It leaps off the alley walls with blinding speed, ricocheting from side to side in a series of lightning-fast jumps. The mouse man lunges at him, screaming it wants to eat human meat. As hunger overrides its fear, the attack is so fast that Lin Zichen realizes there is no time to dodge. With no other option, he faces the monster head-on. As the creature closes in, Lin Jian meets its charge with a single, devastating kick to its jaw. The impact sends a mouse man spinning through the air before it crashes hard to the ground. The beast struggles to its feet, clutching its bleeding chest. It stares at Lin Jian in disbelief, wondering how a weak-looking student could possess such overwhelming strength. Stunned and injured, the mouse man stares back at Lin Zichen, shocked by his unexpected power. Before it can recover, a rock suddenly flies through the air and slams into its head, seizing the advantage. Lin Zichen gives the monster no chance to retaliate. He unleashes a furious storm of rocks, throwing them with incredible speed and precision. The Musman is completely overwhelmed by the relentless assault, unable to defend itself as the rocks pummel its body. After a few moments, the onslaught stops. Lin Zichen stands at the end of the alley, breathing heavily. He watches the spot where the creature fell, noticing it is no longer moving. He approaches cautiously and finds his attack was more devastating than he imagined. The mouse man is obliterated, reduced to a steaming pile of skeletal remains. Wondering if the creature was truly dead, Lin Zichen touches the pile of bones. A surge of blue energy flows into him, and a system notification confirms he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life source, increasing his codex progress to 7. He is disappointed to only absorb 2 this time, compared to the 5 from the scorched corpse. He theorizes the difference is due to the varying amount of rat King Jean each heretic had consumed. Realizing it was nearly morning and unsafe to stay, he heads home moments after he leaves. The purple-haired female cyborg lands in the empty alley. She stands over the steaming bones, wondering who could have killed the rat man. The scene shifts to a dark building, where a sinister ritual is happening. A hooded cultist carries an unconscious woman to a large, glowing red summoning circle. He places her in the center and kneels, offering her to his Lord Rat God to enjoy. From the darkness menacing, multi-lensed red eyes glare back. A deep, angry voice questions why there is only one woman, accusing the cultist of trying to starve it. The voice complains the offering isn't even a mouthful, and threatens to make the cultist part of the sacrifice. The cultist prostrates himself in terror, desperately begging to explain. Still on the floor, the terrified cultist explains that young women have become cautious lately, rarely going out at night, and always traveling in groups, making them hard to capture. The massive shadowy rat god looms over him, its deep voice commanding that, if women are too difficult, he should catch young men instead. The cultist immediately agrees. Suddenly a large, bloody chunk of raw meat is thrown onto the floor. The cultist greedily grabs it and begins to devour it raw, thanking his lord rat god for the blessing. As he eats, the ritual reaches its gruesome climax. Massive red tentacles emerge from the summoning circle, wrapping around the unconscious woman and lifting her into the air. The monstrous multi-eyed maw of the rat god opens wide and devours her. Whole sounds of chewing and crunching echo through the building. After its meal, the Lord Rat God gives one final, chilling order. It tells the cultist not to capture ordinary people. Next time, complaining their meat is too bitter. The entity declares it wants to eat nobles, who live in luxury, believing their meat will be more tender. To help Shin Chang-han improve her martial arts grades, Lin Zichun holds special training sessions with her. At her house, during one session, he acts as her personal coach. Correcting her form, he adjusts her arm, stance, and shoulders, explaining how to generate more power and maintain better balance. Once her posture is corrected, he tells her to attack him with her full strength. She lunges at him with a determined punch. Lin Zichun easily catches her fist, praising her for the precise angle and improved power. He also catches her follow-up kick, pointing out a flaw in her form and demonstrating the correct technique by physically moving her leg into the proper position. After the intense session, an exhausted and sweaty Shin Chang-han collapses onto the floor. She catches her breath, telling him that even though she is exhausted, she can feel her martial arts strength has genuinely improved. Still kneeling on the floor, a motivated Shun Xinghan tells Lin Zichun that training 3 times a week isn't enough, and asks if they can do it every day. Lin Zichun tells her that isn't necessary, explaining her body couldn't handle a daily, high-intensity regimen. Shun Xinghan agrees, and decides to stick with their current schedule. Just then, Lin Zichun's phone buzzes as he takes it out. Shin Xinghan leans in curiously, asking if it's a special news report. He looks at the screen and sees 2 major headlines. The first announces that the Gishin Corporation will provide free treatment for former mechanical prodigy girls left disabled by early mechanical modifications. The second, more shocking, report reveals a genius from Beijing University has successfully fused with 1,000-threaded spider beast gene, breaking the record for the youngest person to undergo a dual gene fusion. Lin Zichun's eyes widen as he reads the second story, immediately realizing this genius must be the same prodigy from the capital he has been competing with for years. Most people cannot undergo gene fusion until adulthood. As a younger body can't withstand the backlash from beast genes and risks severe mutation. However, this prodigy has now successfully undergone a second gene fusion. At the young age of 18, Lin Zichun is left to ponder the prodigy's incredible physical talent and wonder if gene fusion is indeed the best path to power. At his house, Lin Zichun is busy with his new career as a web novel author. Thanks to his incredible writing speed, his novel is an instant hit. The comment section is filled with readers amazed by his output, with one calling him a tentacle monster for posting 50,000 words on the first day. Lin Zichun reflects that, with his use in advance and celestial root of wisdom, attributes a month of practice, allows him to type at 10,000 words per hour. This efficiency means writing takes only about an hour a day, leaving him plenty of time for training. His father, Lin Yenshen, enters and praises his success. He estimates that if Lin Zichun maintains a stable plot and a 10,000-word daily pace, he could earn around 50,000 won in his first month. He adds that once the novel's word count grows, making 100,000 yuan a month would not be a problem. Lin Zai-kun is thrilled. With an income of 50 to 100,000 yuan a month, he will no longer have to worry about funding his quest to unlock the exotic beast codex. He sets a firm goal. He will use his first 2 months' fees to finally unlock the savage, giant eagle codex. The scene shifts to his martial arts class, where the teacher, Yao Yuan Feng, announces a sparring session to assess progress. Lin Zichen's overwhelming power is on full display. He completely crushes the field, effortlessly defeating every opponent. With powerful kicks and punches, no one lands a single hit on him. After the session, his teacher presents him with his prize money. Lin Zichen reflects on the successful day, pleased that he not only earned another 888 yuan, but also gained crucial experience points toward his survival of the fittest achievement. While Lin Zichen dominated, Qin Xinghan's results were not as stellar as usual. She ranked last. Her friend Su Ruwei tries to comfort the dejected girl. However, her training with Lin Zichen has clearly paid off. She now has the ability to fight back. A flashback shows her previous match against Wen Yintong, the second worst student in the class, where she was defeated in under 3 seconds. This time, Qin Xinghan held her ground for nearly 3 minutes. More impressively, she actively traded blows, landing several punches and kicks. Her martial arts teacher, Yao Yuan Feng, was very impressed by her progress. He praised her hard work and encouraged her to keep it up. With the sparring session concluded, the teacher gathered the class and made a new announcement. He declared that in 1 month, their class would challenge the elite class of the second years, setting an ambitious goal for them to take down every student, except for their top 3 fighters. Class roared back in confident agreement. The teacher was pleased with their fighting spirit. A month passes quickly. Lin Zichen's web novel has been a massive success, and he checks his bank account to see a balance of 89,000 won. With his new funds, he immediately heads to the supermarket to finally buy the beast meat he needs. He tells the female employee at the counter he would like to purchase some savage giant eagle meat. The employee informs him of a special promotion. If he buys 100 jin all at once, he will receive a 5 discount. After a moment of thought, Lin Zichen decides to hold off on the purchase for now. He concludes it would be more strategic to wait until he has saved up enough to buy all 100 jin at once to take advantage of a discount, figuring he will likely have enough by the following month. The next day at school, Qin Xinghan excitedly tells Lin Zichen the cafeteria has a new stir-fry counter, and she has heard the chef's dishes are delicious. He agrees to go with her. They arrive at the counter where several chefs are busy, and both are impressed by the amazing aroma. After getting their food, they sit down at a table. Lin Zichen comments that it was a good thing they arrived early, as a long line has already formed. Their meal is interrupted by a loud argument. In the line, one student accuses another of cutting, but the second claims his desk mate was saving his spot. The argument escalates with the first student insisting saving a spot is still cutting, and the second becoming defiant. Qin Zihan recognizes one of the voices and points out to Lin Zihan that their friend, Hey Yu, is the one arguing. She asks if they should check on him. Lin Zichen glances over and calmly tells her it probably isn't necessary, observing that Hey Yu has an aggressive presence and seems to have already scared the other guy off. Lin Zichen's assumption is incorrect. The student He Yu is arguing with stands his ground, looking down at He Yu with a condescending expression, and calling him a punk. He Yu finds himself surrounded, as the student is joined by his friends. The leader of the group asks He Yu what his deal is. One of the other bullies smugly states they have no deal, they are simply cutting in line. Enraged, He Yu yells at them to get to the back of the line. He is shocked by their audacity and realizes he is outnumbered. Despite this, He Yu tries to hold them back, spreading his arms to block them. He wonders why no one in the crowded cafeteria is stepping in from their table. Shen Qinghan watches with concern, pointing out to Lin Zichen that their friend Hiyu is being bullied. Just as the bullies are about to push past Hiyu, a hand clamps down on the leader's shoulder. It is Lin Zichen, his face shadowed and intimidating. He calmly tells the student to please line up properly. The bully turns around and confronts Lin Zichen with a smirk, defiantly asking what he can possibly do about it. If he refuses, instead of escalating the fight physically, Lin Zichen responds with a sly grin. He pulls out his phone and coolly informs the bully that he will report him. The bully leader scoffs at the threat, calling reporting shameful. With Hiyu smirking beside him, Lin Zichen coolly retorts that he finds cutting in line even more shameful, unwilling to be reported. The group of bullies gives up and walks away in frustration. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa in a wealthy district of Shanghai City, where the rat god cult is holding a secret meeting. Their leader, a man in a black hooded robe, sits on a throne-like chair and addresses his followers. He announces that one of their members, Xiaocheng, is dead, explaining that he went crazy at the market and was killed after provoking the security squad. Another cultist mutters that it is good riddance. The leader then introduces a new young man who will be taking Shakyang's place. He relays a new chilling order from their lord. Rat God, from now on, they must only capture and sacrifice noble elites, as their god finds ordinary people to be too bitter. This new directive causes concern. Two members speak up, arguing that capturing nobles is too risky. A reason that, while a missing ordinary person might be overlooked, a missing noble would cause serious trouble. The cult leaders suggest they target the sons of rich, but powerless merchants to lower the risk. He then turns his attention back to the newcomer. He instructs him that as he is new, he should not go after nobles yet. Instead, he is to practice by capturing a handsome young man as a sacrifice to one of the rat god's subordinates. The newcomer, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood, confidently accepts the mission, promising he will not just find any handsome man, but will offer the most handsome man in the entire city. To the divine child in the classroom, Hiyu is still fuming about the cafeteria. He tells Lin Zichen he investigated the students who cut in line and discovered they are from class 3 of the second year, the same top honors class. They are scheduled to challenge. Hiyu can't believe students from an elite class could be so rude, leaning against the lockers. Lin Zichen looks at his phone and remarks that good grades don't mean a person has good manners. His expression shifts as a news alert catches his eye. He reads that another wealthy heir has gone missing, the 5th recently. Knowing the kidnappers haven't asked for ransom, and remembering the rat god cult's order to capture nobles, Lin Zichen grimly concludes the cult is behind these disappearances. The day of the competition arrives, and students gather in a large gym with 2 fighting rings. Tension between the classes is high, as the students who bullied Hiyu glare at him, and Hiyu makes a defiant gesture in return. After both classes warm up, the sparring matches begin, just as she did last time. Shen Qinghan takes the first fight. Her opponent, a senior from the honors class, immediately attacks with a fierce kick. Shen Qinghan blocks the strike, but the senior's power is too great. Her defense is broken and she is knocked to the ground. Defeated, the senior is formidable, as other first-year girls, including Chu Rui, are also swiftly defeated one by one, without landing a single hit. The first year's losing streak is broken when a muscular short-haired girl defeats the senior with a powerful kick. However, this victory is short-lived. The next senior girl with long red hair immediately seizes control. She is an overwhelming opponent, defeating 9 first-year students in a row in less than 10 minutes, including 3 boys. The first-year class is now down to its last 4 fighters: Lin Zichen, Wang Xiuye, Lu Gang, and Hiyu. The situation is bleak as the second year honors class has only lost 5 students, all girls, a staggering 36 of their students. None of them boys have yet to fight. Their teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, clenches his fist, feeling the gap in strength is hopeless. With limited options, Yao Yunfeng tells Yu it is his turn, asking if he can take out the 6 remaining girls on the opposing team. Yu confidently agrees, declaring it will be easy, particularly motivated by fighting more attractive female seniors. True to his word, Yu handles the matches with ease and successfully knocks all 6 remaining girls out of the ring, with the female fighters defeated. The second-year class's first male student enters the ring with a threatening stomp. He strikes a menacing pose and asks Yu if he is ready to die. Yu retorts that his opponent has no manners, recognizing the student as a bully from the cafeteria. Yu believes he's a pushover and sees a perfect chance for revenge. Yu's confidence is misplaced as the bully rushes him with surprising speed. Before Yu can react, the senior lands a powerful punch to his stomach. Yu collapses to his knees stunned. The bully taunts him for being weak and tells him to admit defeat. Enraged, Yu struggles to his feet and throws a punch, but his opponent easily dodges and counters with a swift kick that sends Yu flying out of the ring defeated. Lying on the ground, Yu realizes with pain that his opponent's strength is far from the lowest among the boys, and curses himself for letting his guard down. Having defeated Yu, the senior bully turns to Lin Zichen, who is standing by the ring. He mockingly asks if Lin Zichen still wants to medal, and challenges him to a fight. Lin Zichen gracefully leaps into the ring, internally noting that he was hoping for this chance. His classmates erupt in cheers, shouting for their brother Chun to crush his opponent and avenge Yu for his shameful behavior. The match begins, and the bully Chi Wei rushes at Lin Zichen with a high kick. Lin Zichen, however, is unfazed. He effortlessly blocks the kick with one hand, then grabs Chi Wei's leg and slams him head first into the ring floor. With incredible force, the impact knocks Chi Yu out cold. Lin Zichen stands over him for a moment, before casually kicking his unconscious body out of the ring. The second-year students are in stunned disbelief. One points out that Xiu Yue is one of the top 5 strongest fighters in their class, yet he was taken out instantly. They can't comprehend how a junior could be so powerful. Watching from the sidelines, their teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, concludes that Lin Zichen must be hiding a great deal of his true power. Lu Gong and Wang Shuajie are equally horrified, wondering if he is even human. Lin Zichen turns to the remaining second-year male students and calmly asks, whose next their faces contort in fear. Terrified by the display 30 minutes later, the outcome is decided. All 29 remaining students from the second-year class lie defeated, standing over the last opponent. Lin Zichen wonders about his progress toward his survival of the fittest achievement. A system notification informs him his total count of opponents eliminated is now 119. Out of 1,000, he looks at the number with disappointment, realizing the progress is far too slow. He reflects that in every class sparring session, he is always the last to fight, and he decides this slow pace cannot continue. Concluding, his strength has far surpassed the high school level. He sees no reason to follow their rules anymore, and resolves to make the rules himself. The following Monday, a shocked shout is heard from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High stares at Lin Zichen in disbelief, asking if he truly wants to hold a personal challenge. Match with rewards. Lin Zichen confirms his request boldly, stating that he wants to challenge the entire school. In her office, the principal of Shanghai High presses her hand to her forehead, bewildered. She asks Lin Chen if he is serious about challenging the entire student body. As a first year, he confirms his intentions and asks her to come to the gym, promising to prove he has the necessary strength. Later they arrive at the empty gym. The principal crosses her arms and asks why he brought her there so late as he removes his school jacket, revealing his muscular build. He confidently tells her he is there to show his true power. The principal, flustered momentarily, misinterprets his intentions and tries to stop him. However, Lin Zichen walks over to a heavy barbell and grips it. To her astonishment, he lifts the massive 700-kilogram barbell into the air, with one hand holding it effortlessly. The principal stands frozen in shock. It dawns on her what he meant by showing his power. She realizes his strength already surpasses that of the school's most legendary student, Wu Tiancheng, during his first year. Completely convinced, the principal gives Lin Zichen a thumbs up. She agrees to his request, promising to arrange an event for him to challenge the entire school. With a sheepish grin, he reminds her they must set up rewards, explaining that without prize money, no one would be motivated to challenge him. He then lays out his clever plan for the prizes. He suggests 2 types of rewards: a participation prize to encourage everyone, and a larger, cumulative prize pool that grows with each challenger. Whoever defeats him wins the entire pool. If no one can beat him within the time limit, all the money will be his. The principal, intrigued, smiles and agrees. Lin Zichen makes one final request: keep his true strength a secret for now. Otherwise, students might be too intimidated. She playfully pats his shoulder and agrees. Later in her office, she shows Lin Zichen the finalized plan. He confirms it is perfect, thanking her for her hard work. As they speak, 2 teachers, Yao Yuanfeng and Lu Diren, walk by. They are shocked to see the principal's unusually cheerful demeanor towards Lin Zichen, wondering what is going on. Yao Yuanfeng is bewildered, remarking internally how the principal, usually a stern-faced she-devil, is now smiling so pleasantly, completely misinterpreting the situation. At 2 in the afternoon, the student body gathers in the gym, surrounding 2 large fighting rings, where Lin Zichen and the principal stand. The principal takes the microphone and begins the announcement. She introduces Lin Zichen, details his recent victories, and explains the rules and prizes for his personal challenge against the entire school. The announcement causes an uproar. The crowd erupts in disbelief and mockery, with many shouting that the principal must have gone crazy. They are insulted by a first year's arrogance, questioning his confidence. One student angrily points out that defeating the second year's strongest class doesn't mean he can take on the third year's, while another calls him arrogant. Facing the hostile crowd, Lin Zichen calmly announces that starting the next day, he will be in the gym for 2 hours every afternoon, welcoming challengers internally. He is pleased by their anger, thinking that with so many eager to fight, he has a good chance of completing his survival of the fittest quest early. The scene shifts to a bustling city street at night. A young man with blonde hair walks alone, sipping a drink. His walk is interrupted when 2 attractive women step in front of him and invite him to a bar. The blonde man looks at them with a cold expression and bluntly tells them to get lost. As they walk away, they mutter that he has no charm. The young man watches them go, annoyed, wondering if Shanghai City is always this lame. The blonde young man is a new member of the rat god cult, struggling with his first mission, looking down at the people. He complains that after searching for days, he still hasn't found a single man attractive enough to be a worthy sacrifice. He is consumed by anxiety, picturing his cult leader and worrying how he will be perceived if he fails. He fears failure will lead to being ostracized. He had considered kidnapping a male celebrity, but realized it was impossible, as they're constantly surrounded by bodyguards, and he lacks the power to overcome them. As he walks, the pressure mounts. His deadline is fast approaching, and he is growing desperate, just as he is lost in thought. Lin Zichen, out for a run in a tank top and shorts, sprints past him. The blonde man turns, and his eyes widen. He is immediately struck by Lin Zichen's appearance, thinking he has finally found an incredibly handsome man. He has found his target. The blonde cultist watches Lin Zichen run, feeling triumphant relief. After searching for so long, he has found the perfect target without even trying. A wide, sinister grin spreads across his face as he confirms his decision. Lin Zaichun will be his sacrifice. He begins to follow his target, watching as Lin Zaichun turns down a deserted industrial alleyway, seeing the secluded area. The cultist's face twists into a horrifying, black-eyed grin. He knows this is the perfect opportunity. Deciding it is time to strike, he unleashes his power and undergoes a grotesque transformation, his body contorting into a monstrous beast with a massive tooth-filled maw. However, just as the transformed cultist is about to attack, a brick comes flying out of nowhere and smashes directly into its head with a sickening, bloody impact. The transformed cultist stumbles, clutching its head in pain and confusion. After being struck by the brick, from the shadows Lin Zaichun emerges, holding the brick he just threw. He calmly remarks to himself that he didn't expect to find a rat person while out for a run, seeing it as a fortunate chance to increase the unlocked progress for his guidebook. The monster trembles in terror, thinking that this human is horrifying and is speaking words it cannot comprehend. It feels incredibly unlucky to have run into him. Before it can react further, the monster collapses to the ground dead. Lin Zaichun looks on in surprise, finding it hard to believe that he killed the creature just by picking up and throwing a single brick. He wonders how a follower of the rat god cult could possibly be so weak. Deciding not to dwell on it, he quickly kneels beside the dead monster to absorb its life essence. Before anyone else arrives, a system notification appears, confirming he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, and that his guidebook progress has increased to 8. He looks at the result with disappointment, noting that it only went up by 1. He concludes that the pathetically low amount of essence is why this particular rat person was so weak. Thinking about his safety, Lin Zaichun decides that he won't be coming out for night runs. For while he knows that, not all of the cult's followers are this weak. Some of the more powerful members have incredibly strong bodies, after transforming, durable enough to even withstand firearms. The next morning, Lin Zaichun is at home when he sees a shocking news report on television. He learns that at 3 o'clock that morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in cooperation with a chemical tutor from Shanghai University, successfully wiped out the rat god cult. The report explains that the tutor is a high-level gene fuser who single-handedly defeated the monstrous Rat King. The broadcast shows footage of the incredible battle, with a massive multi-eyed beast unleashes a terrifying barrage of sharp spikes at the winged red-haired gene fuser. The tutor endures the powerful attack, but ultimately emerges victorious. The entire fight lasted only 30 seconds, ending with the colossal Rat King collapsing in defeat as the gene fuser lands, securing a swift and decisive victory. Watching the display, Lin Zaichun is left in deep thought, his expression grim. He contemplates the immense power he just witnessed, wondering if this is the true strength of a high-level being, and acknowledging how truly formidable it is. In a modern, well-lit room, 2 men in tactical gear are having a conversation. A blue-haired man, sipping from a cup, asks his companion, a man with spiky orange hair named Tian Cheng, if he has been able to contact their teacher yet. Tian Cheng confirms that their teacher is still out of contact. He adds that the entire group of powerful individuals who went to suppress a riot at a place called Source, Site 36, remain missing. The blue-haired man then asks about the current situation at the site. Tian Cheng replies that it is relatively stable, explaining that if it weren't, he wouldn't have been free to come and clean up the little shrimp that escaped during the initial chaos. The blue-haired man seems to question his dismissive term. The blue-haired man reflects on the immense power of the Rat King, a monster that the entire Public Security Bureau was helpless against. He then internally acknowledges that, in the face of a genius, high-level being like Tian Chung. The monstrous Rat King was indeed just a little shrimp. Changing the subject, the blue-haired man playfully puts his arm around Tianxing's shoulders, suggesting that since he is already there, he should visit their old school to give a lecture. Tianxing resists, stating that he isn't an idle person and has a real job to do. A blue-haired man playfully insists, telling him that, providing some ideological guidance to their cute junior students is also a form of work. Deep within a dark cavern, under the light of the full moon, it is revealed that the Rat King survived its battle with Wu Tiansheng. The creature explains its recent actions, stating that at first it only ate beggars, then it moved on to eating young people. Now it kneels in submission, admitting that it eventually developed a taste. For the pampered elite, the Rat King is not alone. It prostrates itself before a new, far more terrifying monster, a colossal green-skinned being, with glowing red eyes and immense power. This new monster scolds the Rat King angrily, telling it that it went to great trouble to bring the Rat King there, to have its clan dig tunnels in. Instead, the Rat King went around eating people and caused a huge commotion that drew unwanted attention. The giant monster glares down and menacingly asks the Rat King if it believes it deserves to die for its failure. Terrified, the Rat King begs its master for another chance. The giant monster considers the plea and agrees that it can give the Rat King another chance, but it clarifies that there will be a price to pay. Without another word, the monster's clawed hand strikes the Rat King, and a spray of blood fills the air. Deep in the cavern, the giant green monster continues punishing the Rat King, having ripped out one of its eyes. The monster holds the bloody orb and remarks that while the sewer rat's eyes smell foul, they taste delicious. The monster then grabs the cowering Rat King, acknowledging its cleverness for hiding, and sending a subordinate to pose as the Rat King, to be defeated by the authorities. This reveals the creature Wu Tiancheng fought was merely a decoy. However, the monster delivers a final, chilling warning. If the Rat King fails to dig tunnels as commanded, it will still die. Meanwhile, back at Shanghai High, the day of Lin Zichen's personal challenge has arrived. As he walks toward the gym, he is the subject of intense gossip. Students point him out as the arrogant first year, who dare to challenge the entire school. With many eager to watch, Lin Zishan, however, is focused on his phone, where he is looking at a wanted notice for the 9 fugitive members of the Rat God cult, noting the 500,000 yuan reward for their capture. He thinks of them as a walking fortune, but his practical nature takes over, and he reminds himself that if he ever encounters one, his first priority is to stay safe. Before thinking about the bounty, he arrives at the gym to find it packed with students, surrounding the fighting rings. Just as he had hoped, looking at the sea of potential opponents, he knows the large turnout is not just due to his challenge, but also because of the final part of his plan, the participation prize to motivate the crowd. Shunqing Han stands on the sidelines with a megaphone, announcing that every participant will receive a lottery ticket for a chance to win generous prizes. The announcement works perfectly, and the male students erupt in excitement. They shout about the amazing prizes, including the latest game consoles and smartphones. Though one boy is more interested in the possibility of touching Shun Xinghan's hand during the lottery, this same boy eagerly reaches forward to be the first volunteer. However, before he can finish speaking, a female student leaps over him, stepping on his head as she declares she will go first. This opens the floodgates. A massive, chaotic crowd of female students rushes forward, trampling the boys, as they all clamor for a chance to fight Lin Zichen. Soon, the fighting ring is filled with a large group of girls who have surrounded Lin Zichen, eagerly declaring they want to challenge him. The challenge, however, quickly becomes his female classmates fawning over him. One girl touches his arm excitedly, exclaiming how strong he feels, while another caresses his face, admiring how handsome he is. Completely surrounded Lin. Zaixian thinks the situation has taken a strange turn. He feels reluctant to fight girls, but steels his resolve, knowing that to complete his achievement, he has no other choice. He begins to concentrate his power. The series of gentle but firm pushes. He sends the girls flying out of the ring one by one. Finally, he unleashes a wave of energy that repels them, all at once, apologizing as they are cleared from the ring. After the chaos has settled, Lin Zichen checks his system. A notification shows his progress for the survival of the fittest. Achievement has now reached 309 out of 1,000 despite being defeated. The female students are undeterred. One girl with pinkish hair eagerly raises her hand, shouting she wants to challenge him again. However, Lin Zichen stands firm and coldly announces that, according to the rules, defeated challengers may not re-challenge. The girls are crestfallen, with one complaining about the unfair rule. A large muscular student and his friend step forward, and their leader cracks his knuckles angrily, declaring it is now his turn to teach the arrogant junior a lesson. This proves to be an empty threat. Lin Zichen effortlessly defeats opponent after opponent, with single punches, and his system shows his survival of the fittest progress has climbed to 419 out of 1,000. Soon he stands triumphantly atop a massive pile of unconscious students and calmly asks who is next. Just then a new, more formidable challenger steps forward, declaring he is still there to fight. He leaps into the ring, and the other students immediately recognize him as Yan Shaoxian, the overlord of the second year's top honors class. They begin to murmur, wondering who will win. The consensus is that Yin Shaoxuan has the advantage, recalling his legendary reputation for once defeating an entire class. Single-handedly, though, he was eventually put in his place by a third-year instructor. Yin Shaoxian lands in the ring and addresses Lin Zichen, telling him he was once arrogant just like him, but was taught a valuable lesson. He explains that he learned there is always someone stronger. He then launches into a condescending monologue, offering to teach Lin Zichen a life lesson, completely ignoring the speech. Lin Zichen turns to the teacher and simply asks if he can begin. The flustered teacher quickly declares the start of the match. Before Yin Shaoxuan can finish his advice, Lin Zichen interrupts him with a single, devastating kick that sends him flying across the ring. As Yin Shaoxuan crashes into the far wall, Lin Zichen casually put a finger in his ear, remarking with relief that it is finally quiet. The students are left in stunned silence. They shout in disbelief, questioning how their school's formidable overlord could have been defeated so instantly, and wondering just how powerful Lin Zihan truly is. The stunned silence is broken by slow, deliberate clapping. A new challenger, a muscular student with spiky red hair, makes his way through the crowd. The students immediately recognize him as Chun Wuxing, the #1 student in the entire school, and they erupt in excitement. Assuming the real show is about to begin, Lin Zichen watches the newcomer approach, thinking this is a classic case of beating. The young one brings out the old one. Chun Wuxing lands in the ring with a confident smirk, remarking that he never expected Yin Shaoquan to lose to a junior. However, just as he is about to start his own speech, Lin Zichen again cuts him off, turning to the teacher and asking to begin. Over Chun Wuxing's protests, the teacher starts the match. Enraged at being ignored, Chun Wuxing charges forward, surrounded by a blue aura, declaring it seems he will have to beat his opponent. To make him listen, Lin Zichen meets the charge, his own fist glowing with a yellow aura. Their powerful blows collide in a massive shockwave. Chun Wuxing apologizes, but Lin Zichen simply states that he is in a hurry and unleashes a powerful punch. The blow is too much for Chun Wuxing. It sends him flying backward, his shirt torn, his face a mask of disbelief, as he questions how this is possible. The entire student body watches in absolute shock. their jaws hanging open, as they witness the instantaneous defeat of their school's strongest fighter. With the school's strongest fighters defeated, Lin Zichen turns to the still stunned crowd. He points to a random student and tells him to get in the ring to fight. The student points to himself in disbelief, and Lin Zichen confirms it, stating they haven't fought yet. The student nervously asks him to be gentle, but Lin Zichen smiles and reminds him that if he participates, he will get a lottery ticket. Motivated, the student rushes into the ring, and Lin Zichen promises to go easy. His promise is short-lived, as he immediately knocks the student out with a single punch. A system notification confirms that his achievement, progress for survival of the fittest, has increased by one. Seeing this, the rest of the student body realizes there is no shame in losing to someone so overwhelmingly powerful, and they still have a chance to win the lottery prizes. Renewed enthusiasm sweeps through the crowd as they all surge forward, motivated by the prospect of winning a new smartphone. What follows is a systematic, an effortless series of victories for Lin Zichen. He stands his ground easily, dispatching every student who challenges him, with his systems counter ticking up by one with each defeated opponent. After the final student is defeated, a large system notification appears, announcing that, by eliminating 1,000 different competitors, he has successfully completed the achievement. Another notification immediately follows, confirming he has finally acquired the new biological attribute survival of the fittest. Lin Xin clenches his fist, a look of pure triumph on his face, ecstatic that his long and arduous challenge has finally paid off with his quest complete. A system notification details Lin Zichen's new reward. He has acquired the biological attribute, survival of the fittest, which increases the damage he inflicts on other living beings. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, concluding that while it is a simple and practical damage-boosting ability, he is slightly annoyed. The system doesn't specify the exact value of the increase his objective achieved. Lincecum leaps down from the ring and announces, "The challenge is over." The female students are disappointed, complaining it ended too quickly, and they wanted to watch him more. Wasting no time, Lincecum grabs Shun Xinghan's hand, leads her through the parting crowd, and they quickly leave the emptying gym. Later, a hearty laugh is heard from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High sits on her desk, congratulating Lin Zichen for officially earning the title of the school's no. One fighter leaning in close, she playfully questions him, suggesting that, since he defeated even Chen Wuxing in an instant, he must surely be hiding his true strength. Sitting on the couch with Shun Xinghan, Lin Zichen sips his drink and modestly replies that he only hid a little of his power. The principal gives him a knowing look, clearly not believing him. She brings up Chen Wuxing's recent special entrance exam for Kyoto University, where he lifted a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. Based on that, she confidently estimates that Lin Zichen's own one-handed lift must be at least 800 kilograms. Internally, Lin Zichen knows he cannot let her find out his true, much higher strength. He plays along, telling her that her guess is nearly perfect, and his official data shows a lift of 795 kilograms. The principal laughs triumphantly, pleased she was right as she celebrates. Lin Zichen tries to get her attention. Having established himself as the school's strongest, Lin Zichen immediately turns to his true priority. With an eager expression, he raises his hand and asks the principal when he can expect the 8,810 yuan prize money. Amused by his focus on money, the principal playfully calls him a little rascal, but agrees and immediately transfers the funds. Just as the principal begins to discuss his new asking if there is anything else he can do for her, he then makes a special request. Since both he and Shun Xinghan enjoy swimming, he asks for use of the gym's swimming pool. He clarifies that he wants exclusive access, meaning the pool should be closed to everyone else whenever they use it. The principal smiles and readily agrees, internally surprised at how easily she consented. Lin Zichen adds one more condition. He explains that he dislikes being watched in his swim trunks, so he will be covering the security cameras during their private sessions. This statement causes Shun Qinghan to blush furiously. The principal's mind immediately jumps to a suggestive conclusion, thinking about the implications of a boy and girl being alone in a pool. With the cameras covered, her imagination runs wild, picturing a romantic and steamy encounter between the two of them, playing along with her own misunderstanding. The principal retrieves a key from her desk, telling Lin Zichen that she will, of course, satisfy all of his requests. She hands him the key, officially designating the pool as their exclusive private swimming area as he takes it. She leans in close and whispers a final teasing warning, telling him to just be careful not to create a new life. While they are in there, her suggestive comment leaves Lin Zichen completely baffled, as he wonders what she could possibly mean by a new life as they walk down the school hallway. Lin Zichen looks at the key to the swimming pool. He thinks to himself that with exclusive access, he can finally begin to properly explore the true nature of Shun Qinghan's mysterious abilities. His thoughts are interrupted when Shun Qinghan stops him, saying she has a favor to ask. With a nervous expression, she explains she signed up for a singing competition. While she has practiced her solo parts, she still needs someone to help her with the duet section. She shyly asks if he can practice with her that evening, and Lin Zichen readily agrees. Overjoyed, Shun Qinghan throws her fist in the air and happily skips away. Lin Zichen watches her go, thinking about how much this competition means to her. He smiles, hoping she will be able to find her confidence through it later that night at Shun Qinghan's apartment. The two are in her room practicing. She sings into a microphone, while Lin Zichen sits and listens, providing the other part of the duet from his phone. Meanwhile, in the living room, Shun Qinghan's parents, Shan Jinya and Shu Ming, are watching her father express his concern, asking his wife if it is appropriate for them to be alone in a room together now that they are older. His wife quickly scolds him, retorting that they are childhood friends, and questioning what right he has to object. She angrily tells him not to meddle, causing him to quickly back down. After overhearing her parents' conversation, Lin Zichen decides it's a good time to wrap up. He tells Shun Qinghan they've been at it for half an hour, and it is time to focus on their studies. As he gets ready to leave, he reminds her about their plan for the next day, to go to the school's private pool, so she can get more comfortable with her water abilities. He tells her not to forget her swimsuit, and she happily agrees. They say their goodbyes, and Lin Zichen heads home. Once alone, Shun Qinghan's thoughts are consumed by the upcoming trip to the pool, and a deep blush spreads across her face. She nervously goes to her closet, wondering what swimsuit to wear. She lays out two options on her bed, a modest blue one-piece and a more revealing black bikini. She picks up the black bikini, her blush deepening, as she worries it might be too revealing. Her imagination runs wild for a moment, as she pictures a scene of her and Lindsay Can splashing each other playfully in the water. After a moment of hesitation, she makes up her mind, reasoning that since it will only be him at the pool, it should be fine. She resolutely shoves the bikini into her school bag. The next day after school, Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan head to the empty gym swimming pool, already changed into his swim trunks. Lin Zichen waits by the poolside, his impressive physique on display. He looks up at a security camera, remembering his promise to the principal, and confidently thinking he will handle it. Just then, Shun Qinghan's voice calls his name. He turns to see her standing in the doorway, wearing the revealing black bikini, with a bright smile and a slight blush. She walks toward him, apologizing for making him wait. Outwardly, Lin Zichen appears calm, simply telling her to slow down and be careful. Internally, however, he is completely flustered, thinking how incredibly cute she looks. After regaining his composure, he tells her it is time to get in the water and begin their training, to which she happily agrees. The two enter the water and begin to swim gracefully. Underwater, Lin Zixuan takes Shun Qinghan's hand, and they continue to swim together. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she feels something strange. She quickly gets Lin Zixuan's attention. Looking startled, she frantically points towards the surface, indicating they need to go up, immediately understanding. Lin Zixuan grabs her and pulls her swiftly towards the air. They break the surface with a splash, and a concerned Lin Zixuan holds her close, asking what happened. With a look of utter astonishment and excitement, Shun Qinghan exclaims that the water can pass directly through her body. To demonstrate, she holds out her hands just below the surface and tells him to watch, just as she described. The water flows straight through her palms, as if they were intangible, before splashing back into the pool. At the school pool, Shun Qinghan looked at her hands in amazement, as water flowed right through them. Confused, she asked Lin Zixuan why her body seemed to be leaking water. He observed her, realizing he was witnessing her latent superpower. He seriously asked to see her hand to examine it. Upon touching her palm, he noted that aside from the strange ability, there seemed to be nothing abnormal. To investigate further, he suggested they get out of the pool so he could check the rest of her body. Unnoticeably blushing and nervous, Shun Qinghan shyly agreed. Shortly after, Shun Qinghan was lying on a lounger by the pool, covered in water from Lin Zixuan's tests. He poured water over her. She asked how much longer the examination would take. After checking her 3 times, Lin Zixuan thoughtfully concluded there were no other abnormalities. Helping her sit up, he told her that for now, it seemed only her hands had this ability, and she nodded in understanding. Sitting on the edge of the pool, Shun Qinghan asked if her lifelong problem of bedwetting could be related to this power, speculating that perhaps another part of her body also let water pass through. Lin Zixuan admitted it was a possibility, and told her that the next time she felt the urge to pee, she should let him know, visibly blushing. He added that she should try to feel if any other part of her body had the same sensation as her palms. He immediately felt embarrassed, thinking he had almost sounded like a pervert. Suddenly, Shun Qinghan's face lit up. She exclaimed with joy that this meant she wasn't a useless girl, but a superpower user with water-related abilities. With newfound determination, she thought that maybe, if she managed to fully develop her power, she could finally stand by Lin Zixuan's side. As a worthy partner, the story continues in a bustling city at night, with large holographic ads for cyborgs. Lin Zixuan enters a supermarket, where a friendly female clerk welcomes him. He confidently walks to the counter, slides a card across it, and makes an astonishing request: 100 jin of expensive savage giant eagle meat. The clerk is shocked by the massive order. She nervously takes his payment card and a note with a delivery address, stammering her agreement as Lin Zixuan leaves. The clerk watches him go, wondering which wealthy young master could be so extravagant. Despite her surprise, she professionally completes the order form, even asking for a good review with a smile. Later, in a secluded industrial area, Lin Zixuan receives his delivery. He reflects on his finances, noting he had just received 120,000 yuan from his web novel, bringing his total funds to 210,000 yuan. He thinks this is more than enough to cover the cost. Looking at the large box of beast remains, he prepares to unlock its power, telling himself it's time to see what surprise the Codex will give him. As he places his hand on the meat, immediately a powerful vortex of white energy erupts and surrounds him. A blue system notification confirms he is devouring the savage giant eagle's life source, and the Codex unlock progress has reached 100. He then receives a vision of the eagle's power. The magnificent white bird soaring high, diving into the water and hunting a massive, purple squid-like creature with its powerful talons. As the vision fades, Lindsay Chun stands in a radiant blue light. A final system notification announces he has successfully unlocked the savage giant eagle codex and acquired a new biological attribute, Eye of the Sky. A system notification explains his new ability. Eye of the Sky, it informs him that his field of vision and ability to track moving objects are greatly enhanced as the power activates. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden light, the pupils becoming intricate and eagle-like, putting his new skill to the test. Lin Zikhan's perspective expands dramatically, giving him a panoramic bird's eye view of the city. The power is incredibly precise, allowing him to zoom in on a single man in a crowd, and even read the text on his phone from an immense distance. He marvels at how powerful an eagle's vision truly is. Afterward, Lin Zichen returns home. He is surprised to find his parents, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wangxin, watching a grim news report about a high-level gene fuser who mutated in public, resulting in hundreds of casualties. The footage shows a horrific winged monster holding a truck above a scene of destruction. The broadcast then cuts to a heated debate. A man argues that gene fusion is a flawed path, claiming humans should be able to unlock their own latent potential and evolve. This is immediately challenged by another man, who calls the idea a fantasy, angrily questioning how they could fight aberrant beasts without gene fusers, pointing out that traditional martial artists can't even stop bullets. Watching the debate, Lindsay Chen's parents discuss the issue. Lin Yinsheng remarks that gene fusers are like uncontrollable bombs. Zhang Wangxin dismisses his concerns, explaining that government regulations are very strict, and the probability of such an incident is incredibly small. She adds that a more pressing issue is that gene fusers often lose their ability to have children. Lin Yinsheng agrees, suggesting it's best to save their genetic material or have a child before the fusion process. As they were talking, Zhang Wangxin suddenly noticed her son had returned. She became flustered, realizing they had been having a conversation not meant for his ears, and greeted him with an embarrassed blush. Seeing their awkwardness, Lin Zichen suggested they all have dinner. While the family ate, Lin Zichen announced that his school would hold a campus singing competition the next day, and Shen Xinghan had signed up. His parents were thrilled. Lin Yinsheng declared the entire family had to go cheer her on, and Zhang Wangxin enthusiastically agreed, adding that Shen Xinghan was like a daughter to her. Lin Zichen calmly agreed. The night of the competition was a massive event, with a large, brightly lit stage and an energetic crowd. True to their word, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wangxin were in the audience, shading Mugudli for Shen Xinghan, with supportive headbands and a large, glowing sign before the show. In an empty classroom, Lin Zichen was helping Shun sing and prepare. He gently applied makeup to her face. When she opened her eyes, she noticed he was staring intently at her. Blushing, she shyly asked why he was looking at her like that. Lin Zichen simply smiled and told her she looked beautiful. His sincere compliment made Shun Chenghan, dressed in an elegant black gown, blush even more deeply. Their intimate moment was interrupted by their friend, Chu Rui, who peeked in. She teasingly asked if they were finished with their affectionate display. A flustered Shun Xinghan frantically explained she had only asked for his help because of his excellent makeup skills. Chu Rui playfully dismissed her excuses, teasing them for acting like an old married couple. Lin Zichen is holding multiple makeup brushes, reinforcing his makeup master reputation. Shu Roy explained she only came to remind them they were on stage. After the next two performers, with a final wave, she left. After she was gone, Lin Zichen told Shen Xinghan he would walk with her. To prepare, however, Shen Xinghan remained seated, looking extremely nervous and trembling. with a deeply flustered expression. She shyly tugged on his jacket. Struggling for words a moment later, she blurted out that she had lost control of her bladder again, revealing her nervousness had triggered her unusual condition, leaving a wet stain running down her elegant dress and onto the floor, overwhelmed with despair. Shun Xinghan cries hysterically. She tells Lin Zichun their performance is about to start and worries she has ruined everything. She fears everyone will hate her if they find out she wet her pants. Lin Zichun calmly approaches her, holds her face, and tells her to stop crying, or her makeup will be ruined. As they stand alone in the empty classroom, an idea strikes him. His gaze falls on the large white curtains. Wasting no time, he grabs scissors and rips a curtain from the wall. He spreads it on a table and skillfully begins cutting the fabric. Shun Qinghan watches in amazement, her tears stopping in a moment. He transforms the curtain into an elegant, multi-layered white dress. Moved by his ingenuity, she whispers his name. Lin Zichun presents his creation and tells her to hurry to the bathroom to change. Blushing Shun Qinghan says that's not necessary and asks him to turn around so she can change right there. Lin's itching is visibly flustered by her request, a deep blush spreading across his face. Despite his embarrassment, he agrees and turns his back so she can have some privacy. Behind him, Shin Qinghan sensually removes her ruined black dress. Although he isn't looking, Lin Zichun can hear everything, and he remains flustered as she stretches playfully in her underwear behind him before putting on the new dress. Once changed, Shun Qinghan tells Lin Zichun he can turn around. He sees her looking stunning in the impromptu gown. She thanks him, smiling brightly and explaining that after her cry, she's no longer nervous. Lin Xian wishes her luck affectionately, patting her head as she beams at him. Soon an announcer calls Li Chuxin and Shun Xinghan to the stage. They deliver a vibrant, energetic performance, captivating the crowd after. The announcer builds suspense before declaring them the winners. The two friends embrace joyfully as the audience cheers wildly. In the crowd, Lindsay can stand with his father, applauding proudly with a satisfied smile. The next day, a teacher enters the classroom and is shocked to see the window, angrily demanding to know who cut up the curtain. As punishment, Lin Zichun and Shun Xinghan must clean the entire classroom. While mopping, Lin Zichun thinks it's a fitting atonement. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing he completed an achievement for cooperating 1,000 times. His reward is the gregarious animal attribute, which increases his combat power based on nearby allies. A small satisfied smile crosses his face at this unexpected gain. Meanwhile, Shin Xinghan's life has improved after her victory. She becomes much more popular. Other girls praise her singing and invite her to karaoke. Beaming with newfound confidence, she happily agrees. Her confidence also helps her martial arts skills improve steadily. Lin Zichun also progresses, winning a major martial arts tournament, the first for Shanghai High in 5 years. He is celebrated by his parents, a joyful Shun Qinghan and his teammates. Soon his room is filled with trophies. His fame leads to an endorsement deal, making him the spokesperson for the He family's martial arts gym. All his hard work pays off. Between his endorsement deal and his web novel income, Lin Zichun has amassed over 900,000 yuan. Looking at his bank balance, he concludes it's more than enough to unlock the next codex. Lin Zichun goes to a secluded area to pick up his next order from the friendly supermarket clerk. Inside the large box are the remains of a hidden dragon, a large lizard-like creature known for stealth. Placing his hand on the meat, Lin Zichun begins the absorption process, and a powerful blue aura erupts around him. A system notification confirms he is devouring the hidden dragon's life source, and the codex unlock progress reaches 100. A moment later, another notification announces He has unlocked the Hidden Dragon Codex and acquired the new attribute. Natural camouflage. The system explains his new power. The ability allows him to reduce his presence by lowering his internal life signs and lets him hide his true biological level. Lin Zichen immediately understands his skills. Dual applications. He can become stealthy for ambushes or hide his true strength to lull enemies into a false sense of security. With his main objective complete, he remembers he needs to buy a cake for his mother and walks through the city. His thoughts are interrupted by a shout. He turns to see a startling scene. A beautiful red-haired woman being forcefully escorted by two guards in tactical gear. Suddenly, a young man involved in the arrest calls his name. In surprise, Lin Zichen recognizes him as Zhang Kai, a senior from his school. His attention is drawn to Zhang Kai's powerful cybernetic legs yon que implants. Nonchalantly, that after failing to get into high school, he became a biker and broke his legs so badly in an accident they had to be amputated. Jun Kai explains. He was lucky enough to join a mechanical modification experiment run by the Mechanical God Group, which unexpectedly transformed him from a disabled person into a cyborg. Curious, Lin Zichen asks about the arrested woman. A guard explains she is a remnant of the Rat God cult, the only female among 9 fugitives. Just then, Zhang Kai's colleague calls for him to leave. As he hurries off, he waves goodbye, promising to talk later, and Lin Zichen waves back. Watching them go, Lin Zichen becomes suspicious. The Public Security Department searched for the Rat God cult fugitives with all its resources and found nothing. Yet the Mechanical God Group captured one with ease. He concludes this group is not to be underestimated. His thoughts are interrupted by a call from his mother, Zhang Wanshan. She asks if he bought the cake and when he'll be home. He says he's on his way and will be back soon, and she reminds him to be careful. The scene shifts to a lively birthday celebration. Since their birthdays are a day apart, their families always celebrate together. Their parents are gathered singing happy birthday. For their 18th birthday, they stand side by side and blow out the candle on their cake after their mothers tell them to exchange presents. As they happily give each other gifts, their happy moment is shattered. As the room begins to tremble violently, the families are thrown off balance. Someone shouting if it's an earthquake. Lin Zichen instinctively grabs Shun Qinghan to steady her. But Lin Zichen immediately senses this is no ordinary earthquake. Something feels terribly wrong. Deep beneath the city, the true cause is revealed. A massive cavern teeming with an endless swarm of rats, their red eyes glowing as they surge upwards. The next morning, a TV news report dismisses the previous night's event. An anchor explains that Shanghai City is not on a tectonic plate boundary, so a major earthquake is unlikely, and advises citizens not to panic. At breakfast, Lin Zichen finishes his meal and tells his parents he is leaving for school. His father tells him to be careful outside. Shen Xinghan is waiting and cheerfully asks to walk to school together, to which he agrees as they walk. She happily remarks that, since they have celebrated their 18th birthday, they are officially adults. Lin Zichen adds that the college entrance exams are also approaching. Shun Qinghan admits she gets nervous. Just thinking about it, some time passes, and Lin Zichen finally saves up enough money to unlock his next codex. He begins the absorption process, and a powerful purple energy swirls around him as he targets the void crocodile. System notification confirms he is devouring the creature's life source, and the codex unlock progress reaches 100. He receives a vision of a large crocodilian beast, with fish-like fins swimming powerfully, trying to escape from the savage giant eagle. A final notification announces he has successfully unlocked the Void Crocodile Codex and acquired a new biological attribute. Danger perception, the system explains. This ability allows him to sense hostility from other creatures within a certain range. It makes it easier to judge their biological level. Lin Zai-chun thoughtfully concludes, this will be a useful skill for preventing sneak attacks. To test his new power, he goes to a busy shopping mall. As he walks through the crowd, he uses his danger perception and can now see the power levels of everyone. He observes most people are ordinary, Tier 1 or Tier 2, confirming the vast majority are normal people. While browsing the supermarket, he decides on his next target for the codex. He sees packages of life and death toad meat, which he speculates could grant a self-healing ability. However, his enthusiasm fades when he sees the price. Astagering 100,000 yuan per jin. He realizes his monthly income from his web novel isn't enough to afford it. With a determined look, he concludes he must find a way to increase his income. After the exams, the story moves to the Nanjiang Provincial Education Department inside the minister's office. A striking woman, with light purple hair and antler-like horns. Mo Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University and Minister of Education for Nanjiang Province, sits listening to a report. A male subordinate is finishing a presentation on the educational situation across the province. Mo Dongji calmly sips her drink and thanks him. She then asks about the status of Origin Site number 36. Her assistant replies, the situation has finally stabilized. Expressing great relief, he explains that if it hadn't, the entire province would have been doomed, with nothing else to discuss. Mo Dongji tells him he can go. After he leaves, Mo Dongji is alone with her thoughts. She muses to herself that it has been many years since she last accepted a disciple. She walks to the large window, which looks out onto a beautiful tropical beach, and stares at her own reflection. The martial arts college entrance exam is an intense 9-day ordeal. The first day consists of a written exam in the morning and a physical fitness assessment in the afternoon. From the 2nd to the 8th day, students are sent into a forest for a week long. Practical combat and survival test. The final 9th day is dedicated to an aptitude test for gene fusion and mechanical modification. The story picks up on June 7th, the first day of the exam. Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan walk together, but she is clearly on edge. She nervously tugs on his sleeve, confessing how tense she is, her primary fear being that she might lose control of her bladder again. Lin Zichen looks at her with a warm smile. He pulls her into a comforting hug, telling her not to be nervous. Holding her close, he reminds her that her theoretical knowledge is solid, and she has already taken precautions by wearing a diaper, so she just needs to do her best. His closeness makes her blush, flustered but comforted. She promises she will do her best, and tells him he needs to do his best as well. He agrees during the written exam. Lin Zichen sits with a confident expression, easily filling out the test paper. He finishes long before time is up. With nothing else to do, he rests his head on his hand and brainstorms new plot ideas for his web novel. After the exam, he notices Shun Qinghan walking with her head down. Looking upset, he worries she might not have done well. He approaches to comfort her, putting a hand on her shoulder and reminding her they only need to pass the written portion. However, Shun Qinghan quickly tells him she did very well and doesn't need his comfort. Confused, Lin Zichen asks why she looks so unwell. Blushing furiously, Shun Qinghan quietly confesses she had an accident and wet her pants again. She quickly tells him to wait. While she runs to the restroom, Lin Zichen reminds her to be quick, as the physical fitness assessment is about to begin. Later, during the weightlifting portion, Lin Zichuan demonstrates his overwhelming power. An announcer declares his final score, as he effortlessly lifts a massive 950 kilograms barbell with one hand, leaving the other students speechless. His classmates erupt in shouts of disbelief, calling his other incredible results a 5.12-second 100-meter dash and a 4.91-meter vertical jump after completing her own tests. A tired Shun Qinghan in her gym clothes Approaches Lin Zichen, he asks how she did, with a weary but proud smile. She reports her impressive scores: a 9.32-second 100-meter dash, a 1.62-meter vertical jump, and a 125-kilogram lift. She adds with a small sigh that her results are still nothing compared to his. Lin Zichen praises her, telling her that with scores like that, she is a top-tier female student. He gives her an affectionate pat on the head, and she looks up at him with a happy expression. Some time after, their classmate Hey Yu runs up excitedly, announcing their written exam scores are available. He tells them he heard Wang Shoujia and Liu Gang scored in the high 80s, and he himself got an 80. As he asks about their scores, a nervous Shun Xinghan checks her phone. Her face lights up with joy as she exclaims, "She got an 82." Hu Yu is stunned. They both turn to Lin Zichen. He calmly holds up his phone, showing a perfect score of 100. Shun Xinghan cheers for him, while a dumbfounded He Yu mutters that Lin Zichen is as freakishly talented as ever. Later, as they walk home, Shun Xinghan expresses her nervousness about the next phase, the week-long practical test in the forest. Lin Zichen takes her hand and reassures her, telling her not to worry, because he will stay by her side and protect her. Comforted, she agrees to stick close to him. Meanwhile, in a private room, two mysterious figures discuss the exam. One man, in a formal suit and a sinister-plagued doctor mask, hands a small wooden box to a younger man. The masked man instructs his subordinate to make good use of his position as a safety officer. The young man takes the box. Inside are 10 dark seed-like objects, which the masked man calls demon seeds, that will aid him in his mission. The masked man promises that if the young man succeeds, he will be recommended to become a full member of their organization. The young man seems more interested in a different reward, stating he would prefer a rare, different fruit. The masked man scoffs, calling him short-sighted. He explains a single fruit could only help him evolve to a mid-tier rank, whereas joining their organization opens the door to evolving into a truly advanced being. After a moment, the young man is convinced, agreeing that becoming an official member is the more valuable prize. A convoy of buses travels through a dense, foggy forest. An announcement informs students they are about to arrive at the practical exam location. Inside a bus, Shun Xinghan is sleeping on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He gently wakes her, letting her know they have arrived. An automated voice directs students from Entrance 9 to get off the bus and proceed to the assembly point. The students gather at a large staging area, where the rules of the week-long exam are explained. Numerous score tokens are hidden throughout the forest, some in hard-to-reach places, and others carried by beasts. Safety officers are stationed near dangerous creatures, but calling for their help results in immediate disqualification. The most powerful beasts and the highest scores are located deep within the forest. A student's final grade is determined by the points from tokens and a performance review based on camera footage, with 100,000 students competing for 50,000 tokens. At least half will fail to score any points. The exam encourages both cooperation and competition. Students can team up to share tokens or steal them. An official announces they have 1 hour to prepare. Immediately, students begin trying to form alliances. One student loudly tries to recruit teammates by boasting about his father. Their attempt is quickly shut down by a strict female instructor, who warns them against such open recruiting. Nearby, Lin Zichen and Shun Xinghan are snacking when a group of female students asks Lin Zichen to team up. He bluntly refuses. Just then, another student, a young man with brownish-red hair, walks up and asks if he could buy some of their food. Instead, Lin Zichen tosses him a package of toast as a gift. Impressed, the student suggests they team up, introducing himself as Hong Junping from a top high school. While eating his snack, Lin Zichen politely rejects the offer. A bit dejected, Hong Junping thanks him for the food and walks away. Watching him leave, Shin Jinghan comments on how strange the guy was. Lin Zichun gives her a knowing smile and explains that the man's true intention was not about the food, but about the great beauty with him, realizing he was trying to hit on her. Shin Chenghan blushes with their breakover. Lin Zichun takes Shin Chenghan's hand, and they set off into the forest. As they enter the vast wilderness, Lin Zichun decides on a cautious strategy to help Shin Chenghan acclimate. They begin by searching for score tokens in the safer outer regions to aid their search. Lin Zichun activates his Eye of the Sky ability, his eyes glowing with golden light. His enhanced vision lets him instantly spot a target. He tells Shin Chenghan he has found a token at the top of a nearby tree and instructs her to get it. Eagerly, Shin Chenghan leaps high into the air. With incredible agility, a moment later, she triumphantly holds up a token with the number 1 on it, happily shouting to Lin Zichun that she got it. With his Eye of the Sky active, Lin Zichun systematically scans the area, directing Shin Chenghan from one hidden token to the next. Soon, she has collected a small handful of 1-point tokens. Overjoyed, Shin Chenghan throws her arms around Lin Zichun in an excited hug, exclaiming how amazing he is. Their celebration is cut short, as they are surprised by an unexpected arrival. Is Hong Junping, who greets them with a smile. He holds up a large score token, stating he has already gathered 28 points. He claims he wants to repay Lin Zichun, but internally, his motive is to get to know the incredibly cute Shin Chenghan. He formally offers to team up, suggesting they split all points evenly. Among the three of them, Lin Zichun flatly rejects the offer. He tells Hong Junping that, if he is serious about repaying them, he can simply hand over all his score tokens. Hong Junping is visibly shocked and angered by this outrageous demand. His friendly demeanor vanishes, and surrounded by a surging aura, he charges forward, shouting that they have chosen the wrong path. As Hong Junping charges, yelling they have chosen the wrong path, Lin Zichun calmly smirks, agreeing that Hong Junping is the one who is chosen. Wrongly, the fight is over in an instant. Lin Zichun lands a single, devastating punch to Hong Junping's stomach, causing him to double over in agony and spit up blood. With their opponent defeated, Lin Zichun and Shin Chenghan walk away arm in arm, with Lin Zichun now casually holding Hong Junping's score token. Behind him, their attacker lies unconscious. A concerned Shin Chenghan asks if he will be all right, but Lin Zichun nonchalantly reassures her that he didn't even use any real force. Over the next few days, Lin Zichun continues to guide and train Shin Chenghan. He helps her find more score tokens, pushes her to improve her strength by having her lift massive boulders, and teaches her practical survival skills. Like hunting wild boars, their time is not all work. They also enjoy simpler moments, like gathering fresh fruit. They work as a perfect team, easily fending off other students who try to ambush them and tired. They rest together under a makeshift roof. As Shin Chenghan sleeps on his shoulder, Lin Zichun looks at her fondly, wishing the peaceful moment could last longer. Finally, they arrive at the central area of the forest. Shin Chenghan points out a wooden sign that ominously reads danger. Aberrant beast zone, however. As they venture deeper, they find it eerily quiet. Shin Chenghan observes that they might have arrived too late, as there are no aberrant beasts in sight. The only evidence that anything was ever there are large, unsettling blood stains splattered across the path. As they walk through the forest, Shin Chenghan is disappointed, lamenting that if they'd arrived earlier, she could have earned the genius title by killing aberrant beasts. Lin Zichun comforts her with a pat on the head, telling her the title doesn't mean much, and it's time to go back. He reflects that with cameras everywhere, hunting beasts is impossible, so it's more practical to focus on training Shin Chenghan's survival skills. After the combat assessment, the students are taken to the next phase, The Gene Fusion Compatibility Test. They are bused to a high-security facility on an island, the Island Gene Research Institute, where they are told to get in line for the test. Inside the lab, the students wait to have their blood drawn. Shen Qing'an asks Lin Ziqin if the reagents in the test tubes are for the test. He confirms they are flowing cloud jellyfish. Genetic reagents, this jellyfish's genes, have a high affinity with the human body and easily cause a special chemical reaction with human blood, making them the ideal reagent. The procedure involves injecting the students' fresh blood into the jellyfish reagent to observe the chemical reaction, which determines if a student is suitable for gene fusion. While waiting, a nervous Hio expresses his hope to pass the gene fusion test, not wanting to go through the mechanical modification. Test Chu Rue adds that the mechanical test is rumored to be painful, like being burned, as it involves implanting special metal alloys into the body. This thought terrifies Hio, who begins praying after their blood is drawn. The students wait about an hour for the results. As scores come in, a girl celebrates her 8 compatibility, which qualifies her to be a gene fuser, while another is dejected over a 4 score. Another classmate is relieved to have barely passed. With 6, the students discuss the grading scale. 6 is passing, 8 is excellent, and 10 is required for top universities. They also mention the famous Kyoto prodigy has a compatibility of 16. Hearing this, Lin Ziqin silently wonders what his own score will be, thinking that, since his physical attributes are superior, perhaps he could reach 20. Shen Chenghan, growing anxious, grabs Lin Ziqin's arm for support. He calmly takes her hand, telling her it's normal to be nervous, while thinking she might not be able to continue with him if her compatibility is too low. Suddenly their friend, Chu Rue, exclaims in joy that she scored 10, high enough for the top universities. Hiyu, however, seems slightly disappointed with his 11 score, feeling it should have been higher. Seeing that others have results, Lin Ziqin turns to check his phone. Chen Qinghan, too scared to look at her own score, asks him to check his first and then hers. He agrees and looks at his phone. The result is an impressive 15, overjoyed. Chen Qinghan immediately throws her arms around Lin Ziqin in a celebratory hug, exclaiming that with a score like that, he is surely the top scholar in the province. Despite Chen Qinghan's joy, Lin Ziqin is internally disappointed. His 15 compatibility is lower than the Kyoto prodigies, leading him to conclude that physical strength isn't the only factor determining aptitude for gene fusion. He then gently tells Shun Qianhan it's her turn to check her results, and she nervously agrees. He tries to reassure her, saying that if someone like him can get a good score, she certainly can too. However, as he brings up her results, his expression turns to shock. Shen Qianhan and Zhu Rue, looking over his shoulder, mirror his astonishment. The phone screen displays an unbelievable result. Shen Qinghan has a gene fusion compatibility of 21. The scene shifts to the Nanjing Provincial Ministry of Education headquarters, where Mo Dongji is in a meeting with other officials, including the principal of Shanghai High. Montak Dongji announces the gene fusion compatibility results are in. First, they see Lin Ziqin's profile, noting his impressive 15 score, making him the provincial top scholar. The other officials congratulate the principal of Shanghai High, and while she acts modest, she is inwardly proud, just as everyone believes. The top student has been identified. Shen Qinghan's results are displayed. Her 21 compatibility score sent a shock wave through the room. The officials exclaim in disbelief, questioning if such a high number is possible. The principal is just as surprised, recalling Shen Qinghan as Lin Ziqin's seemingly ordinary childhood friend. The extraordinary result piques Mo Dongji's interest, who asks for more information on Shen Qinghan. The principal of Shanghai High nervously suggests to Mo Dongji that Shin Han's result must be a mistake, as her school performance has always been ordinary. With a sigh, Mo Dongji decides there's no other way, and that she must go see for herself. Back at the testing facility, students are in an uproar over the 21 result, questioning if the test was wrong. Shun Xinghan herself turns to Lin Zichen in disbelief, asking if there was a mistake. Lin Zichen calmly tells her he doesn't think it's an error. He leans in close, explaining she has a natural high affinity for water, and since the test used a reagent from a water attribute beast, like the flowing cloud jellyfish, her result makes sense. Shun Xinghan's eyes light up with understanding. She excitedly realizes this means her body is highly compatible with water attribute beast genes, making her a natural genius. With newfound confidence, she looks at Lin Zichen, thinking she is finally worthy of standing by his side. Lin Zichen smiles, warmly happy for her. Their moment is suddenly interrupted when someone shouts for everyone to look outside. As they turn, they witness a massive whirlpool of water rising from the ocean, standing atop. It is Mo Dongji. The students watch in awe as she stands powerfully on the surging wave. The other students panic, wondering if she is a heretic, and fearing she is about to destroy the entire facility. Montak Dongji lands gracefully, the water receding around her. The Research Institute staff immediately recognize her, bowing and calling her name. They identify her as Mo Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University, from a prestigious martial arts family with a 1,000-year history. Staff members whisper rumors that her family once tamed dragons and fused with their genes, which would explain her incredible ability to manipulate water, ignoring the staff. Mo Dongji walks directly to Shun Xinghan and asks if she is the one. To verify the extraordinary test result, she orders a scientist to draw Shun Xinghan's blood and retest it 3 more times. Afterward, a drained Shun Xinghan sits with her friends. Hiyu expresses his concern, and she admits her arm is a bit numb after the repeated blood draws. Soon a scientist calls for Shun Xinghan to follow him, and she complies. She is led to a private office, where Mo Dongji is waiting. Madongji smiles, announcing the results are in. She leans close to the nervous girl, exclaiming that all 3 tests consistently showed 21 compatibility. Getting straight to the point, Mo Dongji makes a life-changing offer. She wants to take Shun Xinghan as her disciple. Shun Xinghan is completely stunned, stammering at the sudden request. To demonstrate the power she could learn, Montak Dongji effortlessly levitates water from a glass on her desk, swirling it in a controlled vortex. He tells Shun Xinghan that, as her student, she will easily be able to perform such feats. Overwhelmed, Shun Xinghan asks for time to think, wanting to consult Lin Zichen first. Madongji dismisses her hesitation, stating there is nothing to consider, as becoming her disciple offers only advantages, while continuing her impressive display of water manipulation. Mo Dongji asserts her authority, stating that as provincial minister of education and vice principal of Shanghai University, she has decided Shun Xinghan will attend her university. Now that they have a master-disciple relationship, she leans in close, asking the nervous Shun Xinghan if she has anything to say. Overwhelmed and intimidated, Shun Xinghan meekly replies that she has nothing to add. Feeling completely railroaded, she nervously adds Mo Dongji's contact info to her phone. Ma Dongji then informs her that she has another disciple, who will be Shun Xinghan's senior sister. She explains this student is of similar age, but began her training over 10 years ago. Ma Dongji sends a photo to her phone, saying she'll introduce them when the time is right. Shun Xinghan is shocked when she sees the picture of a white-haired girl with a spear surrounded by skeletal remains and standing over a monstrous carnivorous plant. She immediately recognizes her as her old friend, By Shuai. She asks Madongji for her senior sister's name. Madongji reveals it is Luo Qin Shuai and asks if Shun Xinghan knows her. Shun Tinghan explains that she had a friend in elementary school named by Shuai who looked just like her, but she transferred away suddenly. She wonders if they could be the same person. Mo Dongzi dismisses the idea as impossible. Still puzzled by Shun Xinghan's score, Mo Dongji tells her that her gene fusion compatibility is beyond anything she has ever seen. She decides to conduct a physical examination to see if there is anything special about her body. As she places a glowing hand on Shun Changhan's chest, she becomes visibly surprised, muttering that something is strange. Aguedid Sin Chingan asks if something is wrong with her body. Mo Dongji explains that on the contrary, her body is too normal, which is odd for someone with a 21 compatibility score, to protect her from unwanted attention and potential harm from those with malicious intent. Mo Dongji decides to publicly report Shun Xinghan's score as 16. Shun Xinghan quietly agrees to the arrangement. With their business concluded, Montak Dongji dismisses Shen Xinghan, telling her it is getting late and she can go home. Shun Xinghan nervously says goodbye to her new master and leaves the office once alone. Madongji makes a phone call. The man on the other, and her father, tells her the new disciple is extraordinary and destined for greatness, which will bring them unimaginable rewards. He sternly warns her that her student's incredible talent must be kept a secret from everyone. Madongji agrees, telling her father she understands. Later, as Lin Zichen gives Shun Qinghan a ride home, on his bicycle he remarks, "How strange it is that she so suddenly acquired a master." She agrees the situation feels very abrupt. Lin Zichen decides they should adopt a wait-and-see approach. He tells her, if Mo Dongji proves to have no malicious intent, then it is fine to accept her as a master. However, he adds, if she turns out to be a bad person, they will end the relationship once Shun Xinghan is strong enough. Shun Xinghan agrees with his plan as she gets off the bike as they arrive. Their mothers Zhang Wang, Xian, and Su Meng greet them with great excitement. They announce they're all going to a restaurant to celebrate their children's success. They are overjoyed that Shun Xinghan is the provincial top scholar, and that she and Lin Zichen can attend the same university together. At the restaurant, both families raise their glasses in a toast, celebrating Shun Changhan and Lin Zichen for achieving the top 2 scores in the province. After the joyful dinner, the families part ways, wishing each other a safe trip home. That night, under a full moon, there is a knock at Lin Zichen's door. His mother, Zhong Wangshan, opens it to find Shun Qinghan standing there in her pink pajamas. Looking flustered, Zhong Wangshan smiles and teasingly asks if she has come to sleep with Lin Zichen again. Flustered by Zhong Wangshan's teasing, Shun Qinghan quickly denies any romantic intentions, insisting she has something very important to discuss with Lin Zichen in person. She tells Zhong Wangshan she's going to find him and rushes into his room amused. Zhong Wangshan watches her, go wondering to herself if the important matter is a love confession. Shun Xinghan knocks on Lin Zhikuan's door, telling him she has something important to say. When he opens the door and asks what's wrong, she explains it is about the matter with her new master. From earlier that day, inside his room, she sits on his bed, hugging a pillow for comfort. She tells him that her master, Mo Dongji, performed a full physical examination on her, but found nothing out of the ordinary, concluding that her body was no different from a normal person's. Shun Xinghan reveals the crucial detail. Even with her power, Mo Dongzi was unable to detect her strange ability to let water pass through her body. Lin Zichen is internally stunned by this revelation. He reflects on Mo Dongzi's immense power, capable of controlling massive waves. Yet she was unable to uncover the secret of Shun Xinghan's body. He concludes that her physical constitution is far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, advising her that they must keep this ability a secret from everyone for now, as they cannot predict the consequences if it were to be revealed. He suggests they can slowly study it later, when they are stronger and more experienced. Shun Xinghan agrees, telling him she will follow his lead. She then brings up another topic, remembering that her master mentioned she has a senior sister. Shun Xinghan explains that she saw a photo of this senior sister and was shocked by how much she looks like her old friend, Bai Shuai. She then shows the picture on her phone to Lin Zichen. He takes the phone and examines the photo of Luo Qinshu. He acknowledges the resemblance, but notes that her aura is completely different from the Bai Shuai he remembers. His attention, however, is drawn to the strange, forested background of the image. He asks Shun Xinghan if she has any idea where the photo was taken. Shun Xinghan tells Lin Zichen she doesn't know where the photo was taken, but she will ask her master. She sends a text to Mo Dongji, asking about the location. Mo Dongji gives a one-word reply source site. When Shun Xinghan asks for more details, her master cryptically responds that she will find out when she becomes stronger. Shun Xinghan relays this information to Lin Zichen, telling him she couldn't get any more details. Lin Zichen decides they should put the matter aside for now and revisit it in the future. Later, as they lie on his bed, both looking at their phones, Shun Xinghan quietly watches him for a moment. She then asks him if men like women who wear cheongsams. The question catches Lin Zichen off guard, and he internally wonders if she was influenced by her master, Mo Dongji, who wears a similar traditional dress. He blushes as he imagines Shun Chenghan in a qipao, thinking to himself that it would look very good on her, and admitting that it depends on the person. Sensing his response, Shun Chenghan leans in closer, pressing him on whether he likes them. A completely flustered Lin Zichen stammers that he supposes he does. She continues her questioning, asking about stockings and whether he prefers black, white, or nude-colored ones. He wonders why she is asking such strange questions. Pinned down on the bed, he finally relents, admitting that if he had to choose, he would pick black or white stockings. Satisfied with his answers, Shun Cheng immediately sits up and starts ordering a cheong, sam, and stockings on her phone, leaving a bewildered Lin Zichen to wonder what just happened. Their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the door. It is Zhang Wang Xian, who has brought a bag for Shun Xinghan. She explains that Shun Xinghan's mother sent over some toiletries and told her to just sleep over for the night. A completely flustered Shun Xinghan takes the bag, stammering that she never asked her mother to send anything, and wondering why she would act on her own. As she leaves, Jiang Wangxin cheerfully tells them not to worry, as they are both adults now, so it is perfectly fine for them to sleep over together. Before closing the door, an awkward silence fills the room, as both Shun Chenghan and Lin Zichen blush, unsure of what to do next. Resigning herself to the situation, Shun Xinghan sits on the bed and opens the bag, stating that she will just change her diaper and go to sleep. However, as she looks inside, she pulls out an object with a surprised expression, asking what it is. To her absolute horror, she realizes she is holding a box of those things. For safety, utterly mortified, she wonders what on earth her mother was thinking by packing such an item in her bag. In a complete panic, she stammers that she's going to change her diaper and scrambles off the bed, tripping over her own feet and falling face first onto the floor. In her haste to escape, Lin Zichen is left sitting on the bed, completely bewildered by the chaotic scene and wondering what is going on. Lin Zichen and Shun Xinghan have been accepted into the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University. Lin Seitian tells Hien Senhung, who is sitting on the back of his bicycle, to hold on tight because they're about to get going. She obliges, wrapping her arms around his waist. They have both also signed up for the He family's martial arts gym, and are on their way to a promotional event today. As they ride through the bustling city streets, Lin Zichun suddenly notices that a strange group of people is blocking their path. A man in black and gold robes, accompanied by several men in white karate uniforms, stand before them and asks if he is Lin Zichun. Surprised, Lin Zichun stops the bike and asks them who they are. The man introduces himself as Lu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. However, he clarifies that he is not there in his official capacity, but as a representative of an organization called Tianrenj is a conservative organization that opposes gene fusion and mechanical modification, preferring to fight threats with traditional martial arts. Lindsay Chan recalls hearing about them, but internally dismisses them, thinking their ideology is misguided, and deludes its followers. Lu Chuanwu formally invites Lin Zichun to join Tian Renji. Ignoring him, Lin Zichun simply asks them to get out of his way. As Lin Zichun tries to pass, Lu Chuanwu places a hand on his shoulder to stop him, asking for a moment to talk. Attempting to persuade him, Lu Chuanwu offers him a new phone as a gift. But Lin Zichun is clearly made uncomfortable by the insistence. Later, Lin Zichun, Shun Xinghan, and Lu Chuanwu are sitting in a cafe. Lu Chuanwu explains that his organization, Tianrenge, researches how to unlock the potential of pure blue humans without gene fusion or mechanical modifications. He passionately claims that their goal is to help humans break through the ordinary biological barriers and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic beings. To prove his point, he tells Lin Zichun that they have already achieved some results, and shows him a video on his phone. In the video, Lu Chuanwu, who states his own biological level is ordinary tier 9, is seen facing a formidable opponent. He explains that the video shows him defeating a high-level gene fuser. Lin Zichun is shocked to recognize the winged man in the video as Wu Tiancheng, the powerful prodigy, who had single-handedly taken down the rat god cult. The fight in the video unfolds, showing Wu Tiancheng leaping high into the air and unleashing a deadly shower of sharp feathers down on Lu Chuanwu. The feathers pierce Lu Chuanwu's body, leaving him bloodied, while Wu Tiancheng lands gracefully back on the fighting stage. Despite his injuries, Lu Chuanwu charges forward with incredible force and lands a devastating punch on Wu Tiancheng, sending the powerful gene fuser flying out of the ring. As the video ends, Lu Chuanwu passionately argues that the human lineage is already invincible and does not need to borrow power from other species, proclaiming that pure-blooded humans who follow their path of cultivation are the true future. Lin Zichun looks at the phone, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He wonders if the video could be fake, questioning if it was edited, or if Wu Tiancheng was paid to lose on purpose. Lu Chuanwu dismisses his doubts, stating firmly that the video is completely unedited. He adds that he will continue to challenge other high-level gene fusers and invites Lin Zichun to come and watch anytime. Lin Zichun then asks why they don't just post the video online to better promote Tianrenji. Lu Chuanwu explains that they would like to, but those in power do not allow it. With a surge of anger, he elaborates that the authorities believe that, as long as a method doesn't raise a person's biological level, it has no future and is not worth promoting. He slams his fists on the table in frustration, arguing that without wider promotion, they cannot attract more people to their research, which makes achieving a breakthrough incredibly difficult. After all, he says qualitative change requires quantitative change. He then looks at Lin Zichun with hope, telling him that if a genius like him joined them, he wouldn't get stuck at ordinary tier 9 for 50 years. Like he has, Lu Chuanwu is certain that Lin Zichun would be able to evolve into a high-level being. Lin Zichun is taken aback by this information. Internally, noting that Lu Chuanwu has been stuck for 50 years, but only looks about 50 years old himself. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Lu Chuanwu reveals a startling secret. He tells Lin Zichen not to be fooled by his appearance, as he is actually almost 100 years old. He explains that he has been able to maintain his youthful appearance thanks to their special cultivation methods. Skeptical Lin Zichen searches online for the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. The results confirm Lu Chuanwu's story. In an encyclopedia entry, lists his birth date as March 1929. Lin Zichen is surprised. Their cultivation method can grant such longevity, and briefly wonders if his parents could learn it. He continues to scroll and learns that in his youth, Lu Chuanwu was the young master of the Lu family, a top martial arts clan. When the era of gene fusion began, his family's refusal to adapt LED to their decline, with their dojo falling into ruin. The information also reveals a personal tragedy. Lu Chuanwu's insistence on the traditional path resulted in his wife and children leaving him, as they chose to embrace gene fusion. Looking at the article, Lin Zichen thinks about his relationship with Shun Chang'an, confident she would never leave him. His research is interrupted when he scrolls further and sees something that shocks him. Under the relationships section, it lists his ex-wife as Yuan Dongji, which Lin Zichen recognizes as another name for Shun Qinghan's new master, Montak Dongji. He also sees that the profile pictures for his son, Yuan Xuxing, and daughter, Yuan Xiaoyu, are grayed out, making him wonder if they have both died. Lin Zichen looks up from his phone at Lu Chuanwu, concluding this man should not be underestimated. Noticing the intense stare, Lu Chuanwu smirks. He proudly states that, maintaining his youthful appearance at nearly 100 years old is proof of the great potential of pure-blooded humans. And it is for this reason that Tianren Ge exists. He passionately declares that Tianren means humanity will conquer the heavens. He argues that those who rely on gene fusion will never surpass the beasts they take their power from, and will eventually be destroyed by them. He makes the same argument for mechanical modification, stating that, because many materials come from aberrant beasts, it is also a path that can never truly surpass its origins. He slams his fist on the table, clarifying that Tianren is not completely against these methods, but is against humanity, betting its entire future on them. He believes they should be used as an early-stage solution, while they research a better, long-term path with great passion. Lu Chuanwu extends his hand, sincerely inviting Lin Zichen to join Tianren and work for the future of humanity. However, Lin Zichen holds up a hand, silently declining undeterred. Lu Chuanwu expresses his firm belief that Lin Zichen has the potential to become the first pure-blooded human to break through the ordinary biological barrier. Lin Zichen, however, remains practical and asks what exactly this cultivation method is. Lu Chuanwu proudly explains, their technique is the blood tempering art, a method from ancient ruins. He describes it as a way to use one's own qi and blood to temper and strengthen the body, increasing combat power. He boasts that ancient records claim, at its highest level, this art allows a practitioner to become a saint, in the flesh capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart giant steel beasts. With their bare hands, however, Lu Chuanwu reveals a critical limitation. The art can only be practiced by pure-blooded humans. He explains that gene fusers have impure blood, while mechanically modified individuals have incomplete bodies that prevent the necessary circulation of qi and blood. This, he argues, is why he believes humanity's future lies with pure-blooded individuals. He once again formally asks Lin Zichen to join Tianren Ge. Lin Zichen thoughtfully replies that he feels he knows too little about this path and would prefer to just observe for now. Becoming more insistent, Lu Chuanwu leans forward, telling Lin Zichen he can take his time learning, but it would be a great shame to waste his incredible physical talent. Leaning in close, Lu Chuanwu tells him that. From Tianren Ge's perspective, the supposed top scholar, with 16 gene fusion compatibility, is nothing compared to him. He goes so far as to say, she can't even compare to a single hair on Lin Zichen's head, causing a shocked Shun Qinghan to spit out her drink. Surrounded by a fiery aura of conviction, Lu Chuanwu declares, they have always believed that Lin Zichen, with his #1 physical test data, is the true top talent in the province. He tells Lin Zichen that if he chooses their path, he will undoubtedly be able to crush Shun Qinghan in the future. This leaves Shun Qinghan looking dejected, wondering why she's being dragged into the conversation. Lin Zichen raises his hand to interrupt Lu Chuanwu's speech. He points directly at the downcast Shun Qinghan, clarifying that she is the top scholar, with the 16 gene fusion compatibility he was just talking about. Shun Qinghan gives an awkward wave as Lu Chuanwu begins to sweat nervously, deciding to end the conversation. Lin Zichen announces it is getting late. He picks up the phone Lu Chuanwu had offered him earlier. Standing up, he takes Shun Qinghan's hand, thanks Lu Chuanwu for the phone and drinks, and informs him they are leaving. In a panic, Lu Chuanwu reaches out desperately, pleading with them to wait, and offering a trial period of half a year. As they walk away hand in hand, he shouts after them, offering to double whatever benefits the Evolution Academy gives him. When that doesn't stop them, he becomes even more desperate and raises his offer to triple the benefits. The word triple makes Lin Zichen stop. His eyes wide with shock. The scene changes abruptly, as Lin Zichen is suddenly back at the table, telling Lu Chuanwu he has always agreed with Tianren Gai's philosophy. With a fiery look of determination, Lin Zichen clenches his fist and declares he has decided to bring his talent to Tianren Gai and contribute to the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu is left stunned and speechless, while a small chibi version of him cries over the vast amount of money he has just promised, having made his decision. Lin Zichen tells Lu Chuanwu he has a question. He asks if he knows what the source site is. Lu Chuanwu is visibly surprised, wondering how a young student could know about such a place. His expression turns solemn as he explains that the source site is believed to be the origin of all life. He elaborates that all the aberrant beasts in the world originate from there. Lin Zichen reflects on the information, realizing the source site is the origin of all aberrant beasts. He asks Lu Chuanwu if the beast meat sold in markets also comes from there. Lu Chuanwu confirms this, explaining the meat on Earth isn't enough to feed the general population. Lin Zichen then asks about videos of the place. Lu Chuanwu shakes his head, explaining that no electronic devices function there, so the only way to record anything is through realistic drawings. This triggers a memory for Lin Zichen. He recalls the image of Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qinxue, and realizes what he thought was a photograph was a highly detailed painting. Their conversation is interrupted by Lindsay Chen's phone ringing. It is their friend Heiyu, asking where they are, as the promotional event at the gym is about to start. Lindsay Chen assures him they are on their way. He puts on his backpack, and tells Lu Chuanwu they have matters to attend to and must leave before they go. Lu Chuanwu hands Lin Zichen a blue book titled Blood Tempering Art, explaining it contains the detailed cultivation methods. However, he offers a caution, stating there's a threshold for practicing it. One must reach ordinary tier 4 and have sufficient qi and blood. He suggests that since Lin Zichen's physical test data is close to tier 4, he should study the book over the summer and begin practicing once. He advances. Lin Zichen takes the book and casually stuffs it into his bag. To Lu Chuanwu's surprise, Lin Zichen reveals that he has already reached ordinary, tier 6, so he plans to start practicing as soon as he gets back. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, A young woman with a ponytail is training intensely, delivering a powerful kick to a heavy bag. That sent it swinging. She stops when she hears someone whistling happily. Turning, she sees Lu Chuanwu walking in, with a spring in his step. Curious, she asks the dean what has made him so happy. Lu Chuanwu bows to the young woman. With a proud expression, he claims that thanks to his charisma, he recruited the student, with the top physical test scores in the province, into Tianrenge. The young woman is shocked and asks if it is true. Lu Chuanwu shows her his phone, with Lin Zichen's contact information, claiming it was all his personality. But she demands the truth. Under pressure, Lu Chuanwu nervously admits he had to offer Lin Zichen triple the benefits the Evolution Academy was offering. Young woman screams in horror, reminding him their organization is already heavily in debt. Lu Chuanwu tries to calm her by massaging her shoulders, reassuring her he has set up dates with 3 wealthy women to cover the costs while she looks annoyed. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asks how long it took her to sense her qi and blood when she first practiced the blood-tempering art. She recalls it was 10 years ago and says it took about a week. He then asks how long it took to master blood control, and she replies 2 months. Lu Chuanwu strokes his chin, praising her talent. As expected of the former Kyoto exam runner-up, he admits that even he is self-proclaimed genius. Took 2 weeks to sense his qi and blood. The young woman looks sad, asking him not to mention her past title. She laments that, since giving up gene fusion to join Tianrenjai, she hasn't evolved into a high-level being in years, and feels people mock her for fading into obscurity. Lu Chuanwu places a comforting hand on her shoulder, telling her to let them laugh. He assures her that in a few years when she evolves, she will be the one beating them up. The young woman sighs, noting she has tempered her body twice, but still hasn't opened an ACU point. She asks about Lin Zichen, wondering how long it will take him to sense his qi and blood. Lu Chuanwu estimates that, since Lin Zichen's physical data is exceptional, it should take him about 10 days. Hearing this, the young woman gets a mischievous look, declaring she will have to properly teach this new genius junior. Later that night, the city is quiet. In his room, Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating with a blood-tempering art book open. He thinks to himself that sensing qi and blood was simple, noting he did it in just 3 seconds. Reading the book, he decides the next step is to control the qi and blood. To temper his body, starting with his right arm, he focuses his energy, and his right arm becomes engulfed in a flame. Like Aura's system, notification confirms he is using qi and blood to temper his skin, increasing his skin strength and proficiency. Half an hour later, Lin Zichen tests the results. He takes a knife and swings it forcefully against his arm. To his satisfaction, the blade bounces off without a scratch. He realizes 1 session of tempering has made his skin impervious to blades. Understanding now how Lu Chuanwu withstood Wu Tiancheng's attacks, wondering how strong he will become after 5 sessions, he continues his cultivation. 3 hours later, an exhausted Lin Zichen sits on his bed sweating. He calculates that at this speed, he can finish tempering all the skin on his body within a week, noting that while his arms are done, it consumed 1/3 of his qi and blood. His rest is interrupted by a phone notification. Late at night, he checks it and sees a message from Shun Chenghan. She asks if he is asleep and says she has a surprise, inviting him to her room curious. He agrees to go over immediately. As he leaves, he wonders what kind of surprise this could be. In the hallway, he runs into his mother, Zhang Wangshan. She knowingly asks if he's going to see Shen Xinghan, explaining the girl had messaged her about the surprise. With a teasing smile, she tells him to hurry up, so Shen Xinghan doesn't get anxious. Lin Zichen knocks on Shen Xinghan's door and announces his arrival. She invites him, and he opens the door, and is stunned to find Shen Xinghan on her bed, completely wrapped in a thick duvet. Her face flushed red when he asked what is going on. She shyly replies that this is the surprise. His imagination runs wild, and he wonders if the surprise is that she intends to offer herself to him, visualizing a scandalous scene involved. With caution tape shaking off inappropriate thoughts, he nervously jokes to himself that she surely just wants to show him a glow in the dark watch. However, Shen Qinghan insists he just needs to come over and look. Still blushing, Lin Zikin walks over and sits on the edge of the bed. She softly tells him to lift the cover and see. He looks down and sees her face is a deep red, her eyes looking up at him with a shy, almost seductive expression. Lin Zikin feels his heart racing, his face equally hot, as the atmosphere becomes tense and ambiguous. Unable to wait, he reaches out and lifts the white duvet to reveal the surprise underneath. When he lifts the quilt, Lin Zichen is left completely stunned by the surprise. Waiting for him, Shen Changhan is lying on the bed, blushing, wearing the tight, white Chong Sam she bought online. Lin Zichen's face turns bright red at the sight of her. Utterly shocked, Shirley, Fin Xinghan asks him if the outfit looks good on her. Nervous and unable to look away, he manages to nod and say she looks great. Encouraged by his reaction, she admits that she also bought black stockings and asks if he'd like to see how they look on her. Sweating nervously, he agrees with excitement, telling her to put them on so he can see. As Lin Zichen watches, Shen Chenghan slowly begins putting on the black stockings, which makes him blush even more. Once she's done, she asks again if she looks good. He assures her she looks stunning and that the outfit suits her perfectly. Playfully, she tells him the stockings feel very nice and invites him to touch them. He approaches and gently touches her leg, agreeing that they feel very comfortable. Lying down on the bed, Shen Xinghan moves closer to him and asks which feels better to the touch, her legs or the stockings. Blushing but smiling, Lin Zichen replies that her legs definitely feel better, something she seems to agree with. Suddenly, their intimate moment is interrupted by Zhang Wangshan's voice. From the other side of the door, she shouts that Shen Chenghan's mother just brought her some toiletries and hung them on the doorknob for her to pick up later, startling a confused Lin Zichen. Startled by her sudden appearance, Lin Zichen stands up and heads to the door to answer her. With a puzzled expression, Lin Zichen picks up the bag her mother left at the door. When he looks inside, he blushes upon seeing a box of those things for safety that Shen Xingyan's mother prepared for him, confirming his suspicions. Embarrassed and a bit annoyed, he puts the box back in the bag, thinking to himself that they haven't even kissed yet, and wondering why the rush. Shen Zihan tells him it's already late, and that he should stay the night. Then shyly, she asks him to turn around so he doesn't see her, while she puts on her diaper. Blushing, Lin Zichen turns around, while she changes clothes at the back of the room. Once she's done, she approaches him and says she's ready. They can turn off the light and sleep. Both of them are visibly nervous later. The two lie in bed side by side under the same quilt. Unable to sleep, Lin Zichen asks Shen Xinghan if she used any perfume, since he notices a pleasant scent in the bed. With her eyes closed and a playful smile, she replies that it's her natural scent that perfumed the bed, and invites him to smell if he doesn't believe her. Skeptical, he murmurs that that's impossible. Opening her eyes, Shen Xinghan gives him a seductive smile. Leaving him speechless, he blushes intensely. Captivated by the moment, slowly, she moves closer to him and kisses him passionately. During the kiss, Shen Xinghan's eyes suddenly open. Showing surprise, she immediately pulls away gently, asking him in a breathless voice to wait a moment. Shocked, Shen Xinghan gets out of bed and puts on her slippers, while a confused Lin Zichen asks what's wrong. Her face burning with shame, she turns around and confesses that she just wet herself again. She stands next to the bed mortified, while Lin Zichen watches from the mattress. Suddenly an idea occurs to Lin Zichen, and he asks her to wait. He asks how she felt right before it happened, and whether she experienced a strong mental fluctuation. Embarrassed, she explains that her heart was racing. She felt a jolt in her chest. Her body grew warm, and as a result, she lost control of her bladder. Hearing this, Lin Zichen confirms that her mental fluctuations were extremely intense, and that everything fits what he suspected. He explains his theory to her, recalling her innate water ability, and tells her he suspects her unknown superpower is linked to her mental power and is controlled by it. Chun Xinhan listens in amazement, realizing that if her mental strength is high enough, she might be able to fully develop and control her ability with a new idea to test his theory. Lin Zichen takes her hand and suggests they keep kissing to see if her mental fluctuations trigger the same effect again. Chen Xinghan asks Lin Zichen to wait so she can change her diaper, but he tells her not to worry, arguing that she'll end up wetting herself again in a moment anyway, so they might as well continue their experiment. She agrees, and they resume kissing passionately on the bed. After the kiss, Lin Zichen gently holds her face and asks how she felt, this time completely red. She confirms that it was exactly like before. An intense surge of mental fluctuation, followed immediately by the loss of bladder control. Having tested it several times, Lin Zichen tells her he's now convinced that her superpower is activated through her mental power. Chen Xinghan, drenched and embarrassed, says she has sweated a lot and is going to take a shower. As she gets out of the bed from the bathroom, she shouts that she forgot her pajamas and asks him to bring her a set. He agrees without hesitation. Lin Zichen goes to Shun Xinghan's wardrobe and opens it, looking through her neatly folded clothes. While searching, he finds a cute pair of underwear with a pink bow, and is surprised, thinking to himself how pretty it is. He quickly puts it back, blushing, and reasoning that she probably doesn't wear underwear when she sleeps with a diaper. Finally, he grabs a light blue pajama set and decides it will do. Later, the two are in bed ready to sleep. Lin Zichen lies awake with a thoughtful expression and turns to look at Shun Xinghan, who is already fast asleep, even drooling a little. He smiles tenderly and gently strokes her cheek. The next morning, Lin Zichen quietly leaves her room, closing the door carefully so as not to wake her. Just as he's about to leave, he runs into her mother, Su Meng, in the kitchen. She tells him that breakfast is almost ready and suggests he stay and eat before going home, and he gladly agrees. Lin Zichen has breakfast with Shun Qinghan's parents, Shun Jianyan and Su Meng. Her father asks if Shun Xinghan is awake yet, and Lin Zichen replies that she is not, and that they should let her sleep a little longer. Su Meng comments that she wishes her daughter were as disciplined as Lin Zichen, but Shun Jianyan defends her, saying that, after becoming the top student in the province, he deserves to rest during the holidays. After breakfast, Lin Zichen says goodbye to Su Meng at the door, telling her there's no need to walk him out. Once he leaves, she closes the door with a sly and a satisfied smile. Su Meng goes to her husband and tells him that last night she got up to use the bathroom and heard the shower running upstairs, hinting that their daughter and Lin Zichen were together. Chun Jinya, thoughtful, agrees with her conclusion. Excited by this major progress in their relationship, Su Meng grabs her phone to immediately share the good news with Zhang Wang, XIN. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen arrives home and gets ready to wash the clothes he wore the previous day. Just as he's changing, his mother Zhang Wang, XIN, appears. Seeing him, she gives him a knowing smile and a thumbs up, telling him he's very capable, leaving Lin Zichen completely confused by her sudden praise. The scene shifts to a building that appears to be a university. A muscular man with sunglasses and long hair, followed by a group of equally strong men, bursts into a dojo shouting Lu Chuanwu's name and demanding an explanation regarding Lin Zichen. Calmly, Lu Chuanwu pretends not to know what he's talking about, furious. The man yells that Lin Zichen had already enrolled in his Evolution Academy and accuses Lu Chuan-Wu of using dirty tactics to steal the student for his martial academy. Lu Chuan-Wu angrily retorts, asking why only the Evolution Academy should have the right to recruit students. The argument intensifies with both deans shouting at each other about recruitment principles and prior agreements, which Lu Chuan-Wu brazenly disregards. With an air of superiority, Lu Chuan-Wu states that his recruitment method was completely reasonable and part of fair competition. He challenges the other dean, telling him that if he's dissatisfied, he's free to try recruiting Lin Zichen back. Enraged, the Evolution Academy dean shouts at him, questioning how someone as contemptible as him can talk about fair competition, and challenges him to a fight on the spot as the true measure of justice. Lu Chuan-Wu scoffs at the idea, asking if he thinks he's an idiot. The argument escalates further. Lu Chuan-Wu points out the massive difference in their power levels, explaining that the dean is a level 5 advanced, while he is only a level 9 ordinary, which would make the fight unfair. The dean counters that he is 48 years old, while Lu Chuan-Wu is 95, accusing him of taking advantage of his youth. Lu Chuan-Wu fires back, accusing him of trying to bully an old man, leaving the dean speechless with rage. Defeated in the argument, the dean turns around and leaves with his group, shouting that, as long as Lu Chuan-Wu refuses genetic fusion, he'll remain weak forever, and can continue playing with his pure-blood humans, who are no better than insects. Later, the dean is in an office speaking with Mo Dongji. She advises him not to worry, assuring him that in time, Lin Zichen will see how his classmates surpass him through genetic fusion and mechanical modification, and then he will naturally want to switch majors. He insists the real problem isn't that, but that Lu Chuan-Wu broke the rules and must be punished for it. Calmly, Ma Dongji suggests that if he feels so wronged, he should repay him in kind by stealing his best student. Nervous but convinced, the dean agrees to follow her advice. Once the dean leaves, Mo Dongji closes the office door. Holding her cup, she reflects that, although Ma Jinhei is usually a calm person, he always loses his composure and becomes irrational when dealing with Lu Chuan-Wu. As she takes a sip, she thinks about Lu Chuan-Wu, noting that after so many years, he hasn't changed at all, and his mouth is still as sharp as ever. She regrets that he chose the wrong path in his youth, believing his body was as formidable as his tongue, and that if not for his choices, he could have been at least a school principal by now. The scene shifts to an outdoor scene, where Lin Zichen and Shun Xinghan are running together, along a street beside a canal. After a while, Shun Xinghan stops, completely exhausted and out of breath, saying she can't keep running anymore. Lin Zichen approaches and hands her a bottle of water to rehydrate. As she drinks, he suggests they finish training for the day and go to a nearby bench to relax their muscles. Soon after, Shun Xinghan is lying face down on a wooden bench, and Lin Zichen sits beside her to massage her legs and relieve the muscle tension. Grateful, she turns to look at him and thanks him. He smiles and tells her that given how close they are, she doesn't need to thank him. His words make Shun Xinghan blush deeply. She sits up and timidly asks him directly what their relationship is. At that moment, she wonders aloud whether they are simply friends, childhood friends, or if she is his girlfriend. Lin Zichen smiles at Shun Xinghan and confirms that he considers her family. Blushing, Shun Xinghan asks what kind of family he has in mind, and then asks him what kind of family he would like them to be. Surely, she suggests that they could be fiancés, to which he agrees, filling her with joy. Happily, she sits closer to him on the bench. Shun Xinghan then proposes that they get married right after they graduate from university. Lin Zichen happily agrees to her plan, and they both seal their agreement with a pinky promise. Later that night, at Lin Zichen's house, he is sitting on the living room sofa with his parents, Lin Yinsheng and Zhang Wang Xin. Suddenly someone knocks on the door. Lin Yinsheng goes to open it, and is surprised to see who it is. It is Dean Mei Jin-hee, who greets him and apologizes for the late visit, explaining that he wanted to talk about Lin Zichen's choice of academy. Lin Yansheng is confused, wondering why the dean would come and talk about that so late when the matter was already decided. Mei Jin-hee handed him a gift, 2 fish, explaining they were a present from a student. Lin Yansheng invites him in, telling him they can talk in the living room, where Lin Zichen is in the living room. Mei Jin-hee tries to persuade Lin Zichen, pointing out that his 15-gene fusion compatibility promises an incredible future, and it would be a waste of his talent to pursue the path of a pure-blooded human. He continues arguing that, while Tianren-Ji's intentions may be good, their theories have shown no real progress and are a trap that will only harm Lin Zichen in the long run. He urges Lin Zichen to listen to his advice. Forget the pure blood path. That will only lead to mediocrity, and choose the Evolution Academy instead. Lin Zichen listens to the dean's plea with a serious and unreadable expression. His mother, Zhang Wangshan, is confused by the conversation and asks for clarification, stating that she thought her son had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy. At this point, Lin Zichen addresses his parents, admitting he forgot to tell them that he joined Tianren a few days prior. He explains that he is already transferred to the Budo Academy to follow the path of a pure-blooded human, leaving his parents utterly shocked by the news. His mother anxiously asks him what is going on. Lin Zichen explains his reasoning, stating that he agrees with Tianren-Ji's philosophy. He says that because the dean of the Budo Academy, Lu Chuanwu, showed great sincerity by offering him triple the benefits, he agreed to join for a 6-month trial period. He clarifies that, if he doesn't see any progress after half a year, he will return to the Evolution Academy and the gene fusion path. His parents seem to be processing his logical plan. Mount Jinhei, however, is furious, silently questioning how the poor old Lu Chuanwu could possibly afford such an offer. He turns to Lin Zichen and says he has some advice for him as a young man. He argues that triple the benefits is a small, short-term gain that will result in a huge long-term loss. He warns that in those 6 months, Lin Zichen will miss out on precious knowledge, an experience that he can never get back, pleading with him not to waste his time. Lin Zichen remains firm, thanking the dean for his advice, but reiterating that he truly believes in Tianren-Ji's ideals. He explains that if he doesn't at least try this path, he knows he will regret it for the rest of his life. Internally, however, he admits to himself that the triple benefits are just too good to refuse, seeing that Lin Zichen's decision is final. Ma Jin-hei lets out a sigh of resignation. He stands up, stating that since Lin Zichen is so insistent, there's no point in talking further. He announces he has other matters to attend to and prepares to leave. Lin Yansheng quickly offers to see him out as he walks toward the door. The next morning, Lin Zichen is at home, sipping a drink while checking the news on his phone. He is shocked by what he sees. A news headline claims that the provincial top scholar, Lin Zichen, has been brainwashed by Tianren-Ji and has chosen the pure blood human path, effectively wasting his talent. The article even mentions a female genius from a decade ago who supposedly ruined her future. After joining the same group, he scrolls through the comments and finds a wave of negativity, with people mocking his intelligence and calling for Tianren-Ji to be shut down. Lin Zichen is deeply concerned, realizing his personal information has been leaked. He worries that this publicity could attract the dangerous attention of heretics. He wonders if Ma Jin-hei or another group hostile to Tianren-Ji could be behind the leak. Deciding that the immediate priority is damage control, he makes a phone call to report a news outlet for leaking a student's private information. 2 hours later, Lin Zichen is sitting on his couch, relieved that the article has been taken down. However, his phone starts buzzing with notifications. He sees messages from a group chat where his classmates are questioning why he joined the misleading TNRNJ. They also mention that his photos have been leaked online, and the internet is buzzing with discussions about him. He looks stressed, realizing that with his face now public, his situation has become even more complicated and dangerous. That night, Shun Xinghan appears at Lin Zichen's door in a pink nightgown, cheerfully announcing she will be sleeping there later. As they lie in bed, she sees him reading the negative news about himself and remarks on how awful people are. Lin Zichen calmly explains that in power struggles, those who follow the rules are at a disadvantage, while those who ignore them gain the upper hand. Shun Xinghan suggests asking her powerful master, Mo Dongji, for help. Lin Zichen dismisses the idea, pointing out the conflict is between the Jin, fusion, and pure blood factions, so her master would have no reason to help him. Undeterred, Shun Xinghan insists on trying and messages her master. A short while later, she shows her phone to Lin Zichen. Mo Dongji has replied that the problem is solved. Shun Xinghan is amazed. It was handled in just half an hour, and Lin Zichen is equally shocked. A quick online search confirms all news related to him has been completely erased. Lin Zichen is left wondering why Mo Dongji would help him, speculating if it's because she's doting on her new disciple, or due to some sentiment for her ex-husband. Regardless, he acknowledges he has benefited. He asks Shun Xinghan to thank her master for him. Playfully, she leans in close and asks how he plans to thank her. When he asks what she wants, she tells him to kiss her. The two lean in for a kiss, both blushing later. Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating as a white, misty energy swirls around him. He takes a deep control breath. A system notification announces his biological level has increased to ordinary. Tier 7, he opens his eyes, powerful and covered in sweat, exclaiming, he has finally finished tempering his entire skin. After his training, Lin Zichen checks his updated status. It confirms he is 18 and at ordinary Tier 7, with a long list of 9 biological attributes. The screen also notes he has completed the first stage of body tempering. For his skin, he feels confident, thinking that having 9 attributes must be equivalent to 10 gene fusions. With a confident smirk, he believes he is now strong enough to overpower the famous Kyoto prodigy. His thoughts are interrupted by a message from Shun Xinghan, asking him to accompany her and their friend Su Ruo to retrieve their eggs next Monday. He understands that, since she plans to follow the gene fusion path, which often leads to infertility, she is preserving her eggs so they can have a test tube baby in the future. He quickly replies, agreeing to go the following Monday. They arrive at a large modern hospital. Inside a room, Shun Xinghan lies on a hospital bed in her underwear, school shirt, and stockings. A nurse gives her an ovulation induction shot and tells her to return the next day for the retrieval procedure. Shun Xinghan thanks her later. As they walk down the hospital corridor, Lin Zichen comments on how troublesome the process is. Shun Xinghan admits she still feels a bit nervous. Hearing this, Su Ruo puts an arm around her shoulder and suggests they go shopping to take her mind off things. Shun Xinghan happily agrees. The girls ask Lin Zichen if he wants to join them, but he declines, explaining he has other things to do. Chu Rue is thrilled to have a fun day, alone with Shun Xinghan. The two girls wave goodbye and walk off happily. Back in his room, Lin Zichen decides it's time for the next stage of his training, tempering his muscles as he meditates. System notifications confirm his muscle strength, and blood tempering art proficiency are increasing. He notes the burning sensation is more intense than when he tempered his skin, but it's a pain he can endure. After an entire afternoon focused on tempering just his right arm, he lies on his bed exhausted. To recover, he eats a large amount of bread to replenish the qi and blood he consumed. Afterward, he tests his new strength with a hand gripper and is amazed to find tempering. Just one arm increased his power by 50. Suddenly, there's a knock on his door. Shun Xinghan enters and explains that Su Rui suggested they all hang out with Haeyu before school starts, and she is already accepted on his behalf. Lin Zixin takes her hand and assures her that if she is going, he will definitely go too. However, Shun Xinghan looks worried and explains that Su Rui wants to go to the beach. She doesn't want to go, but feels bad for wanting to refuse. She reminds him of her past trauma, recalling the terrifying, mysterious voice she heard in the ocean, and admits she is scared. Lin Zixin comforts her, promising to protect her. He suggests that if she's too afraid, they won't go in the water. Reassured, she agrees. The scene shifts to a dark, fiery cavern with a large, circular platform covered in glowing runes. Floating above lava on this platform, a secret meeting is taking place. The giant, green monster is reporting to an enigmatic figure, a man in a fine suit and a sinister plague Dr. Mask. The monster informs him he has successfully made his stinky rats dig all 108 required tunnels. The monster instructs the man in the plague, Dr. Mask, to set a biological coordinate in that spot. The masked man agrees. He then raises a strange, powerful staff with a single glowing red eye and slams it into the ground, releasing a surge of dark energy to complete the ritual. The masked man slices his own wrist and lets his blood pour onto the staff, or it is absorbed by the red eye as tendrils of red and black energy erupt from the ground. The masked man explains the coordinate has been set. He states his next step is to find a corresponding point at the source site and place another coordinate there. He concludes that once the two coordinates resonate, the tunnels will be fully connected to the source site. Completing their plan, the friends are on their way to the beach, driving along a beautiful coastal road. Inside the car, Chu Rui asks Haeyu when he got his driver's license. He explains that his father pulled some strings to get him into a crash course right after summer break started. When he offers to get the others into the same program, they enthusiastically agree, much to Haeyu's delight. Soon they arrive at the beach parking lot. Haeyu is ecstatic, running onto the sand and shouting about his love for the sea breeze, the ocean, and most of all, the women in bikinis frolicking in the water. Annoyed by his perverted comment, Chu Rui hits him on the back of the head. She then grabs Chun Qinghan's arm and announces they're going to change. Ignoring Haeyu's protests left behind, Haeyu puts his arm around Lin Zixin and suggests they should get changed as well, saying he can't wait to go diving as they walk away. A group of guys on the beach recognize Lin Zixin, identifying him as the runner-up in the Nanjing provinces. Gaokao exam, they begin to gossip, mentioning that he is the one who joined Tianrengei. They speculate that he must have been brainwashed or was brain damaged to begin with, concluding that he has completely ruined his future. Haeyu overhears their conversation and becomes furious. He confronts the gossips angrily, demanding to know who they think they are, to judge the provincial runner-up, and yelling at them to keep talking. The group is left speechless and terrified by his sudden outburst. Just as Haeyu is about to escalate the confrontation, Lin Zixin calmly grabs his arm, telling him to forget it and not waste his breath on them. Haeyu expresses his frustration, saying that Lin Zixin has a good temper and that he would have punched the guys. Lin Zixin explains that he simply doesn't care about their opinions, but if they had said something he truly cared about, he would have definitely gotten physical. When Haeyu asks what he cares about, Lin Zixin just gives him a look and glances to the side as if the answer is obvious. Just then, Chu Rui and Shun Chenghan return, now changed into their beach attire. Chu Rui cheerfully points out that obviously, the person Lin Zixin cares most about is Shun Chenghan, who is holding a tube of sunscreen. He scratches his head, admitting it was a pointless question, while Chu Rui tells the boys to hurry up and get changed a short time later. Lin Zixin and Haeyu reappear in their swim trunks, showing off impressive muscular physiques. Li Nitzi Kun Titingli offers to apply sunscreen for Shun Zihan from their lounge chairs. Shun Zihan happily accepts the offer, as Lindsay Kuhn rubs sunscreen onto her back. She confirms that he is doing a good job. He watches with a jealous blush, thinking to himself, that Lin Zichen has some serious moves. Inspired, he tries the same line on Chu Rui, who bluntly tells him to get lost, as Lin Zichen continues to apply sunscreen, now on Shun Xinghan's lower back and buttocks. She thinks about how amazing he is. Suddenly, she hears a mysterious, powerful voice in her mind. Her eyes snap open in shock, and she quickly sits up, muttering about a revival and the source of the sea. She turns her head toward the ocean, a look of fear on her face, and exclaims that she hears that voice again. Catching Lin Zichen's immediate attention, Lin Zichen holds a frightened Shun Chenghan. Asking what's wrong, she explains, with a terrified expression, that she heard the creepy voice again, talking about a great god, revival, and the source of the sea. Lin Zichen listens intently, speculating that the voice might be connected to the origin lands. Sources cite, he concludes that they don't know enough to understand what's happening and must learn more first. He suggests that once they start university, she should try to indirectly ask her master, Mo Dongji, about it, and Shun Xinghan agrees to the plan. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is back in his room continuing his training, having finished tempering his muscles. He has now begun the arduous process of bone tempering. The training is incredibly painful, far more so than muscle tempering, as he focuses his energy on strengthening his bones. After a grueling session, he lies on his bed, completely exhausted and covered in a strange residue, but triumphant, having successfully tempered all 206 bones in his body. His hard work is rewarded with a system notification, congratulating him on evolving to ordinary creature. Rank 9, leaving him just one step away from becoming an advanced creature. Lying on his bed, he studies the blood-tempering art book, understanding that he now needs to open the apertures in his body to achieve the next evolution. However, he finds the instructions in the book to be vague. With a determined look, he closes the book, resolving to figure out the method on his own. The scene shifts to the impressive campus of Shanghai University, where Lin Zichen and Shun Xinghan have finally arrived to begin their college life. One of their parents calls out to them, announcing they are here, as they walk through the campus with Lin Zichen's parents. Shun Xinghan, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, excitedly points out an old ice cream shop that is still there. As they walk through the bustling university town, Lin Zichen confirms Shun Zihan's nostalgic observation that the ice cream shop is indeed the same one they used to visit when they were children. His mother, Zhan Wanxin, suggests they stop for a treat since it's still early, and Shun Chenghan happily agrees. Inside, Shun Chenghan enjoys a large bowl of strawberry, milk-flavored ice cream, delighting in how delicious it is. She then sweetly offers a spoonful to Lin Zichen, who takes a bite, while his parents watch the tender moment with smiles. Their peaceful outing is interrupted by a commotion from a nearby bar, which catches Lin Zichen's attention. He looks through the window and overhears a man complaining to a woman named Jacqueline that her skirt is too long, making it difficult for him to grope her. Inside, the bar brother Yang has GI action, sitting flirtatiously on his lap. She suggests he can just slide his hand underneath her skirt, as she wouldn't mind another man at their table. Urges brother Yang to stop touching the woman and focus on their game outside the ice cream shop. Two other men are talking about a girl named Huang. GI action, one of them mentions that she acts like a goddess at the art academy, but is now letting men from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other man comments that students from the Evolution Academy have bright futures, making them attractive to women. This conversation makes Lin Zichen think about the university structure. Shanghai University is divided into two distinct areas: an outer campus for arts and culture students, and a heavily guarded inner campus for those studying evolution, mechanical modification, and martial arts. The inner campus is a high-security zone, closed to the public, and even students from the outer campus. Due to the sensitive nature of gene fusion and mechanical modification research, it is constantly patrolled by armed guards and surveillance drones back at the table. Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wangxin, advises him and Shun Qinghan that even though university life offers more freedom, they must remain focused on their studies and not get distracted. Her husband, Lin Yansheng, reassures her that their children are responsible. He tells Lin Zichen and Shun Qinghan it is time for them to head to the inner campus. Since the parents cannot enter the restricted area, Lin Yansheng reminds his son to take good care of Shun Qinghan, and Lin Zichen promises he will. At the heavily guarded entrance to the inner campus, a guard asks them to present their admission notices. Lin Zichen hands his over, but as Shun Qinghan searches for hers, the guard stops her. He recognizes Lin Zichen as the top student from the provincial exams, who recently made news for joining Tian Renji, and allows them to pass without further checks inside. The campus is bustling with gene fusers and cyborgs, a common sight in this specialized area. After they both complete their registration paperwork, it is time to go to their separate dormitories. Shun Qinghan waves goodbye to Lin Zichen, promising to see him that evening, before heading to her dorm in the Evolution Academy. Upon arriving at the Budo Academy, Lin Zichen is immediately swarmed by a group of enthusiastic female upperclassmen. They shower him with compliments about his good looks, offer to carry his bags, and eagerly ask for his contact information. Just then a confident blonde senior steps forward, telling the others to back off, and volunteering to personally escort Lin Zichen to his dormitory. He gratefully accepts her offer. As they walk, the senior asks if he'd like to see the school's combat power rankings. She leads him to a display with two lists: the peak ranking for the top 500 students school-wide, and the new student ranking for the top 100 freshmen. She explains that the top 3 students on the peak ranking are all powerful fourth years from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. In contrast, only 3 students from the Buddha Academy are on the list, and their ranks are much lower. The senior then tells him about a former star student from their academy who, like him, was a top scorer on the entrance exams, and even made it to 6th place on the peak ranking. However, because she was a pure-blooded human, her progress eventually stalled, and she was surpassed by gene fusers and cyborgs. The senior reveals this person's name is Song Yuyan, and she is now an instructor at the academy and a key researcher for Tian Renji, working as an assistant to Dean Lu Chuan Wu. Soon they arrive at his room. The senior leads him inside, revealing a spacious, private apartment instead of a standard dorm room. She remarks with envy that being the top scorer comes with amazing benefits. Fanning herself, she then comments on how hot it was walking outside, and suggestively asks if she can use his shower. Lin Zichen, however, seems to miss the hint. He thanks her for her help and offers to buy her a milk tea from a shop across the way. The senior is left completely confused by his response, but agrees, wondering to herself why he didn't take the bait. After the senior student leaves, Lin Jian stands alone in his new room, thinking to himself that by treating her to a drink, he has repaid the favor of her showing him the way. He then receives a text message from Shun Qinghan, who asks to see pictures of his dormitory. She has already sent him photos of her own accommodations, which are incredibly luxurious, and even include a private gym, comparing her lavish apartment to his simple, single-room Lin's each, and feels a pang of envy, realizing how much wealthier the Evolution Academy is. He reluctantly takes a few pictures of his own modest room to send her upon seeing them. Shun Qinghan is surprised by how small his dorm is, and immediately suggests he move in with her, telling him her bed is even bigger than the one she has at home. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase and phone, declaring that he is on his way over immediately. As he leaves the Budo Academy dorms, he grumbles to himself about the stark difference in funding between the academies, feeling that his room, the best his school had to offer, is nothing compared to the student housing. At the Evolution Academy, as he walks, he lets out a sigh momentarily, wondering if Dean Lu Chuanwu will truly be able to deliver on his promise of triple the benefits. When the elevator doors open at her floor, Shen Xinghan is there to greet him. With a bright smile, she happily welcomes him into her spacious, air-conditioned apartment. Looking around the clean, luxurious space, Lin Zichen comments that her master, Montak Dongji, must care for her a great deal to provide such a place. Shen Xinghan agrees, saying her master treats her very well. Shen Xinghan stretches her arms out wide, joyfully declaring that this is now their little home, a place where they can be free, without their parents around. A blushing Lin Zichen quickly tells her not to get too carried away with the idea, announcing that she is sweaty from the move. She says she will shower first and begins to undress on the spot, leaving her clothes in a pile on the floor. Lin Zichen can only watch, asking her not to leave a mess. As she showers, a flustered Lin Zichen picks up her clothes. He decides to use the free time to check out the new University Campus app he discovers in an app store, where students can use school credits to purchase resources for gene fusion and mechanical modification. He learns that there are 3 ways to earn these credits: placing on the school's power rankings, completing official school tasks, or achieving outstanding results in competitions. He realizes that for him, this will be even easier than earning money. His exploration is interrupted when Shen Xinghan calls out from the bathroom, asking him to bring her clothes in. He walks into the bathroom to give them to her, only to find her relaxing in the large bathtub. With a blush, she comments on how comfortable the water is, and invitingly asks if he wants to join her. A blushing Lin Zichen hesitates, then decides it would be a waste of so much hot water. For one person, he agrees to join her and takes off his clothes in the tub. He offers to wash her back, and she happily accepts, promising him it will be her turn to wash his back. Later, after their bath and a meal, Lin Zichen meditates on the bed, while Shen Xinghan lies beside him. He begins the second stage of tempering his skin, using the blood-tempering art. The process is grueling. He finds it much harder than the first time, taking 2 full hours just to temper his right hand. Curious, he asks Shen Xinghan for a sewing needle to test his skin's new strength. To her amazement, he presses the sharp needle against the back of his hand, but it cannot pierce the skin. A system notification confirms his skin's toughness is increasing. When he applies more pressure, the needle shatters against his hand. Shen Xinghan is in awe, exclaiming, "The blood-tempering art is so incredible." It makes her want to pursue the pure blood path too. Lin Zikuan then announces the next test: heat resistance. He calmly holds his hand over a lit stove top flame. A system notification confirms his heat resistance is increasing. He reflects that it took over a minute before he felt a slight burning sensation, and concludes that with the blood-tempering art and his system's attributes, he is on his way to achieving a saintly body. Just as Lin Zichen is relaxing, his phone buzzes with a new message from Lu Chuanwu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean asks if he has settled in, and invites him to visit the Tianren-Gay headquarters to familiarize himself with the environment and meet the other members. Lin Zichen agrees, and the dean instructs him to wait downstairs for someone to pick him up, since he is not at his own dorm. Lin Zichen replies with Shun Xinghan's address. After receiving confirmation, he sighs and decides to head downstairs. He informs Shun Xinghan he has to go out for a while, explaining the dean invited him to the organization's headquarters. She encourages him to go ahead. Outside, he finds a shady spot under some trees. While leaning against a tree, he is noticed by a young man with spiky, orange-brown hair. The young man approaches and recognizes him as Lin Zishuan, the top provincial exam scorer who joined Tian Renji. Lin Zixuan greets him, thinking to himself that he has become well known. The young man expresses his admiration for Lin Zixuan's decision to forego gene fusion for the pure blood path. He shares that he is also a freshman and grew up near Kyoto, where a similar research institute for pure-blooded humans once existed, but was shut down after 20 years of little progress. He passionately expresses his hope that the research at Shanghai University will succeed. Lin Zixuan finds the guy a bit too talkative. The young man gives him a final thumbs up and an encouraging good luck before walking away shortly after. Lin Zixuan hears the roar of an engine. He turns to see a woman in a helmet, pulling up on a sleek red motorcycle. She asks if he is Lin Zixuan, and after he confirms, she dismounts, removing her helmet. She introduces herself as Song Yuyan, an instructor from the Budo Academy and a researcher for Tianren-ge, explaining she has come to take him to their headquarters. As they shake hands, Lin Zixuan internally recalls her story as the former top student who chose the pure blood path. He gets on the back of her motorcycle, and she playfully advises him to hold on tighter. As they speed off, she asks if he is happy that a beautiful senior came to pick him up, to which he replies that it is an honor curious. She then asked why a student from the Buddha Academy was waiting outside the luxurious dorms of the Evolution Academy. Lin Zixuan casually explains that his girlfriend lives there, and he has moved in with her. Hearing this song, Yuyun laments her own love life, complaining that she has never even lived with a boy. Soon they arrive at a large modern building. Song Yuyun leads Lin Zixuan to a building with a sign that reads, Pure Human Research Institute. She beckons him inside, and he asks if it's an abbreviation for the Pure Blooded Human Research Institute. She shows him a common area for researchers to relax and offers him free drinks from a stocked refrigerator. As they walk through an empty hallway, Lin Zixuan asks why no one else is around. Song Yuyun explains with a sigh that Tianren-ge is not well regarded by the university, so their funding is limited, and they can't afford a large staff. She reveals the entire organization consists of only Dean Lu Chuanwu herself, Lin Zixuan, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. This shocks Lin Zixuan, who now understands the large group of men in karate uniforms with the dean when they first met were just hired actors feeling a bit let down. He thinks that, as long as he gets the promised triple benefits, nothing else matters. Song Yuyun then calls out to the dean, announcing she has brought Lin Zixuan. A disheveled and exhausted-looking Lu Chuanwu appears and invites them into his cluttered office. Lin Zixuan comments on the dean's haggard state. The dean explains he has been there for almost half a month, struggling to make a breakthrough in his research on the aperture opening chapter of the blood-tempering art, with no progress despite his research struggles. Dean Lu Chuanwu gives Lin Zixuan an encouraging thumbs up, confident that Lin Zixuan's involvement will lead to great progress for the pure blood path. He then playfully boasts that his senior, Song Yuyun, was once the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that his own physical test scores from his youth were even higher. Song Yuyun casually chides him to stop bragging. The dean's tone turns serious as he explains that with Song Yuyun's help, he finally broke through a decades-long plateau and completed his third body tempering. This breakthrough gave him the power, as an ordinary Tier 9 human, to defeat a high-level gene fuser. Putting his hands on both their shoulders, he assures Lin Zixuan that with time, he has the potential to surpass even Song Yuyun. Changing the subject, Lu Chuanwu asks about Lin Zixuan's progress with the blood-tempering art. He questions if Lin Zixuan has managed to learn blood control and reach the required ordinary Tier 4 to begin skin tempering. Lin Zixuan calmly confirms he has. Pleased, the dean assigns Song Yuyun as his mentor, explaining that with her guidance, he should be able to complete his first skin tempering by the end of the semester. He notes that she herself accomplish this in just 3 months. Song Yuyun confidently accepts. However, Lin Shan interrupts, plainly stating a mentor won't be necessary. He reveals that he already completed the first round of skin tempering during his summer vacation. This shocking announcement leaves both Lu Chuan-Wu and Song Yuan completely stunned and speechless, wondering if they heard him correctly. Song Yuyun finds it impossible that Lin Zichen could have mastered the complex art of skin tempering on his own over the summer. Lin Zichen casually explains that the book had detailed instructions, and he just studied it for a few days. Though he internally admits it only took him half an hour. Still skeptical, Dean Lu Chuanwu asks to examine his hand to confirm. Before presenting his arm, Lin Zichen discreetly activates his natural camouflage ability, deciding to mask his true power. He sets his visible biological level to ordinary tier 5, just high enough to be consistent with having completed 1 round of skin tempering. He then allows the dean to inspect his arm. The moment Lu Chuan-Wu touches him, both he and Song Yu-Yen are left speechless. The dean confirms, in amazement, that Lin Zichen has indeed completed a full skin tempering. Still shocked, Lu Chuan-Wu asks what his current biological level is. Fainting nervousness, Lin Zichen tells him is ordinary tier 5. This revelation sends the dean into pure ecstasy. He throws his hands in the air and shouts that Lin Zichen is a peerless genius, and the future of the pure blood path is secure. Overjoyed, he pulls a surprised Lin Zichen into a tight hug, declaring that with such a talent, they will surely break through the limits of ordinary beings. Watching them, Song Yuyen reflects that there is always someone more talented. She smiles, thinking, it is good to have a more capable person leading their cause filled with renewed hope. She excitedly suggests to the dean that they should immediately publicize Lin Zichen's potential to attract more talented individuals and secure more funding. However, Lu Chuan-Wu immediately rejects the idea. He sternly explains that Lin Zichen's abilities must be kept a secret for now, as suddenly revealing his progress on the pure blood path could expose him to danger. The dean elaborates that their strategy should be quality, not quantity. Now that they have a prodigy like Lin Zichen, they must concentrate all their resources on helping him break through the ordinary biological barrier. When Song Yuyuan raises concerns about finances, the dean reassures her. He promises to use all his connections to gather the necessary evolution resources. His plan is to wait until Lin Zichen's power is undeniable, find him a powerful backer, and only then begin to promote the ideals of Tianrongye. Song Yuyun praises the dean's thoughtful planning, and he proudly accepts the compliment. Lin Zichen listens quietly, thinking how shocked they would be if they knew his true power, that he is already at ordinary tier 9, has completed tempering his flesh and bones, and is in the middle of his second tempering cycle. The dean then informs Lin Zichen that he no longer needs to attend basic classes at the Budo Academy. Instead, he will work directly at the Research Institute, with Song Yuyun as his assistant. An annoyed Song Yuyun clenches her fist, protesting that making her an assistant to a junior is an insult. The dean dismisses her concerns, telling her pride is worthless in their research. Changing the subject, he announces that the following afternoon, the university will hold a freshman trial to determine the new king, the strongest first year. He confidently tells Lin Zichen that with his abilities, the title is practically his. He encourages him to participate, to bring honor to the Budo Academy, offering a reward of 10 chi and blood pills when this fails to elicit a reaction. He adds that the winner will also receive 10 school credits. The mention of credits immediately grabs Lin Zhi'an's full attention. Soon the day of the freshman assembly arrives, and a large crowd of students gathers in the university auditorium. As Lin Zichen and Shun Singen sit together, they become the subject of gossip among other students, who recognize Lin Zichen as the top scorer, who joined Tian Renge, and wonder about his relationship with their goddess, Shun Singen. Their conversation is interrupted by a familiar face. The talkative, spiky-haired freshman from before approaches and asks if Lin Zichen remembers him. Lin Zichen confirms he does, leaning in. The freshman points at both of them and bluntly asks what their relationship is. Holding a blushing Shun Changhan's hand, Lin Zichen plainly tells him they are engaged, childhood sweethearts, who plan to marry after graduation. This news seems to disappoint the freshman, who can only manage a forced smile. As the assembly continues, the auditorium fills with other first-year students. In a crowd, a girl with dark hair, purple tips and cat-like ears sits quietly. She turns and gives Lin Shiken an intense, somber stare. He notices her gaze, feeling a slight sense of unease. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman has returned to his seat and is chatting animatedly with his neighbors. Soon, a man at a podium announces the start of the ceremony and calls for the freshman representative to come to the stage. To everyone's surprise, it is the talkative, spiky-haired freshman who stands up. As he confidently walks toward the stage, other students murmur in disbelief. They question why he, with his dyed hair and chatty personality, was chosen as the representative, a role usually reserved for the strongest student, whom they had assumed would be a gene fuser. The freshman is pleased by their reaction. He thinks this is the perfect opportunity to make a big impression. Taking the microphone, he begins his speech by asking the crowd if they have heard of Li Jin. Lin Zichen internally scoffs, thinking that everyone knows about the famous genius from Kyoto. Continuing his speech, the freshman reveals that the famous prodigy Li Yijin has an equally talented younger brother. He explains this brother was the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, boasting a 16 gene fusion compatibility and the highest national physical test scores, trying with the top scorer from Nanjing province. With a confident smile, he then dramatically reveals that he is that very brother, Li Moyu. He goes on to declare that he and his older brother made a pact to dominate the records at Shanghai and Kyoto universities. To demonstrate his power, Li Moyu unleashes the full force of his biological pressure, announcing that this is the power of an ordinary Tier 5 being. The entire auditorium is overwhelmed by the immense aura, and the other students gasp in shock, realizing the vast gap between their own abilities and those of a true genius. Pleased with their reaction, Li Moyu smugly tells everyone to remember his name. Back in the audience, Shun Xinghan whispers to Lin Shichen, mocking Li Moyu's arrogancia, and commenting that he has no idea Lin Shichen could defeat him with a single finger. Lin Shichen simply tells her to keep a low profile, and she playfully agrees. After Li Moyu's speech, the announcer invites the next speaker to the stage. Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, a young man with dark blue hair, walks to the podium, where the announcer hands him a script. Addressing the crowd, Zhou Hong introduces himself and states he has 3 important things to share. First, he explains that student discipline is managed by the student council, which holds significant authority. Second, he announces the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshman class next semester, with the sole requirement being strength. He advises them to use the next few months to prove their abilities. Finally, he issues a stark warning. Shanghai University's inner campus is a ruthless environment where strength is everything. Bullying of lower-classmen by upperclassmen is common. He tells everyone to be mentally prepared. After delivering his main points, Zhou Hong's expression darkens. He declares that before he leaves the stage, he wants to give everyone a taste of the power of an advanced being. He then unleashes an overwhelming wave of biological pressure that crushes the entire auditorium. The freshmen are immediately overwhelmed, gasping for air. and crying out in pain under the immense force. Lin Zichen sits beside Shun Qinghan. As the oppressive pressure from the student council, President Zhou Hong lifts. Lin Zichen notes that, while the pressure from an advanced being is powerful, from this distance it's no threat to him, as he has reached ordinary Tier 9. Meanwhile, the other freshmen recover, expressing relief that the display only lasted for 5 seconds and remarking on how terrifying the strength of an advanced being is. Once Zhou Huang leaves the stage, Mo Dong Ji addresses the students. She announces, a freshman trial will begin after the assembly. The rules are simple. In the center of the gym is a large stage, and the first student to remain on it, alone for over 1 minute, will be crowned this year's new king. The reward is 100 school credits, 10 times more than the previous year. In the stands, a couple of upperclassmen arrogantly comment that the top 10 spots are always taken by their genius class, and this year will be no different. This sparks a murmur among the ordinary class students. A special rule is then revealed. If a single student from outside the genius class places in the top 10, all non-genius freshmen will receive 1 school credit. The students get excited as they calculate that 1 credit is worth 10,000 on. Realizing if they work together, they all stand to gain, seizing the moment. He gets on stage and takes the microphone. He introduces himself and reminds everyone that his classmate, Lin Zikuan, is the province's top scorer and the strongest among the ordinary students. He proposes that all ordinary students join forces to attack the genius class, clearing a path to help Lin Zichen secure a top 10 spot. All eyes turn to Lin Zichen, who remains seated and composed, inspired. The ordinary students rise with determination, shouting their support and vowing to clear a path for him. Meanwhile, a group of faculty, including Lu Chuan, Wu Mo Dongji, and Ma Jin, he watched from a distance. Lu Chuan Wu remarks to Zhou Hong that he was being too petty with his earlier display. Monantai ngin he intericts asking Liu Tiwan Wu if it was necessary to take his anger out on Li Moyu's younger brother, just because Wu Tian Cheng defeated him. He adds sarcastically that when it comes to being petty, no one at the university can compare to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu calmly replies that his pettiness is directed only at the person involved, never their family. Lu Chuanwu taunts Dean Ma Jinhei, asking if he heard his daughter performed exceptionally well on her entrance exams. Ma Jinhei replies she was the 3rd highest scorer in Kyoto. Standing beside them, Zhou Hong suggests Ma Jinhei's daughter should join the student council, promising to personally cultivate her as a future leader. Ma Jinhei agrees, asking Zhou Hong to look after his daughter, to which Zhou Hong replies he takes care of any student with genius potential. Down in the arena, students speculate on who will become the new king, with most considering the 2 top freshmen, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, as the main contenders. One student argues Li Moyu is the clear favorite, as his biological level is already ordinary Tier 5. However, another points out that, while Ma Weiwei's scores were slightly lower, she successfully fused with Shadow Cat genes. During the summer so, her actual combat strength might not be less than Li Moyu's. A 3rd student dismisses this, believing her fusion was only partial, and her power increase is limited. Their debate is cut short when Lu Chuanwu's voice booms, declaring that neither Li Moyu nor Ma Weiwei will become the new king. As the others look on in shock, Lu Chuanwu continues with a confident grin, proclaiming that the true new king will be a member of his Tianrenge. Lin Zichen Ma Gunha immediately fires back in anger, questioning how that could be possible. He points out that Lin Zichen's physical test data didn't even place him in the top 10. He scoffs at the idea, accusing Lu Chuanwu of making baseless boasts. Lu Chuanwu calmly asks if Ma Gunha does not believe him and challenges him to a bet. Furious, Ma Genfei immediately accepts. shouting that he's not afraid. They agree to wager 100 school credits, with Ma Jinhei warning Lu Chuan Wu not to go back on his word. Hearing the challenge, Lu Chuan Wu invites the other staff to place bets. A powerful-looking Gene Fuser asks a senior professor, School Director Chin, if he's willing to wager 1,000 credits. And the director agrees, watching this Majin. He grows suspicious. He wonders how the old man can be so confident, speculating if he's trying to get Li Moyu to throw the match. He quickly dismisses the thought, remembering his own daughter is also competing. His face contorts in fury as he tries to understand Lu Chuanwu's strategy. A final unsettling thought crosses his mind. Could Lin Zichen actually become the new king? He immediately dismisses the notion as impossible. A figure in a sleek red and black cyborg suit, the dean of the Mechanical Academy, approaches Dean Ma Yanhei. She remarks that the provincial top scorer, Lin Zichen, was originally his student in the Evolution Academy, and asks if he isn't upset that Dean Lu Chuanwu poached him. Ma Jin replies dismissively, stating his academy has many students like that. The cyborg dean smiles knowingly. She points out that she heard Ma Jinhei also poached the only 3 senior students from Tian Renji, suggesting his claim of not caring is just a front for his planned revenge. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Lu Chuanwu thinks with glee about the bets. He calculates that, with 9 people betting 100 credits and 1 betting 1,000, he is about to make a massive profit. As the faculty watches the trial begins, a huge crowd of ordinary students rushes onto the main stage, shouting their intent to defeat the genius class. The floor erupts into a chaotic brawl. Lin Zishan stands apart, calmly observing. He internally notes, many genius class students rely on their hygiene, fusion compatibility scores, rather than actual skill. Suddenly, Lin Zishan is surprised, as his danger perception attribute activates, allowing him to see the students' power levels. He assesses that the strongest 2, Li Moyu and Mao Weiwei, are both at ordinary tier 5, while the other top 10 members of the genius class are at least ordinary tier 4. After the initial clash, the ordinary students cheer, having defeated several members of the genius class, who now lie on the floor. One student shouts that the genius class wasn't so tough, after all, fueled by their success. The remaining ordinary students charge forward, shouting at the genius class members, still in the stands, to come down and fight. In response, a very large and muscular student with white hair leaps down. He lands powerfully on the stage, arrogantly telling the mob to come at him, so he can make them understand how weak they are. The ordinary students don't hesitate and charge at him as a group, shouting that with their numbers, they can overwhelm him if they each land 1 punch. However, the muscular student meets their charge with a single, powerful sweeping kick. The attack sends a wave of students flying backward, in shock, knocking them all out. As they crash onto the floor, the muscular student remarks that ants will always be ants, and no matter how many, they can't harm an elephant. The remaining ordinary students are stunned. They turn to Lin Zichen, exclaiming that their opponent is too arrogant for calling them ants, and urging Lin Zichen to defeat him. Hearing this, Lin Zichen calmly walks towards the stage, stating that since things have come to this, he will accept. He steps onto the stage with his hands in his pockets, looking unfazed. His opponent lands powerfully in front of him, cracking the ground, and expresses excitement, stating he has been waiting to fight. The top physical test scorer from Nanjing Province. The student introduces himself with great enthusiasm as Lu Qiji, the top scorer from Yintian Province. He proudly lists his own impressive stats: a 5.69 second 100-meter dash, a 4.52-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. He then smugly asks Lin Shichen to announce his own physical test data. Lin Shichen calmly tells his opponent Lu Qiji There's no need to report his stats, saying he will feel it himself soon enough. Before Lu Siji can react, Lin Zichen unleashes a single, fast kick that sends a muscular student flying across the stage. Lu Siji crashes to the ground, defeated instantly. In the background, the ordinary class students erupt in cheers for his victory. On the viewing balcony, the faculty members are stunned. They expected a strategic fight, but instead witnessed a victory of sheer, overwhelming power. They wonder about Lin Zichen's true strength, noting that despite his gentle appearance, he is ruthless. Before the cheers fade, another challenger leaps onto the stage. He introduces himself as Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang Province, and lists his accomplishments. His speech is cut short when Lin Zichen meets him, with a powerful knee to the face, ending the match instantly. Standing over his opponent, Lin Zichen looks at the remaining genius class students. Declaring this victory shows the ordinary class has its own geniuses too. His dominance prompts a voice to shout in alarm, calling for Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei to get on stage before the new king. Title is taken by an ordinary student. In response, a girl with cat-like ears lands on the stage. The genius class students recognize her and cheer for Miss Weiwei to defeat him. From the crowd, you and the ordinary class students shout their support for Lin Zichen, telling him not to hold back just because she's pretty. As he faces his new opponent, Lin Zichen thinks this is a good opportunity to observe a gene fuser. Up close, the fight begins as Ma Weiwei charges Lin Zichen with blinding speed. She follows up with a powerful high kick, but Lin Zichen effortlessly dodges by leaning back, wonders if her agility is from her shadow. Cat gene fusion. Ma Weiwei is shocked he dodged her attacks so easily, realizing the massive gap in their abilities. She knows continuing the attack is meaningless. She gracefully leaps backward, putting distance between them. She looks at him with determination and requests half a minute, explaining she needs time to fully activate the Shadow Cat genes within her before they can truly compete. Lin Zichen unfazit calmly agrees, telling her to take her time. He thinks this is a rare opportunity to witness gene activation firsthand as she prepares. Ma Weiwei undergoes a dramatic transformation. Crouching on all fours, a long furry tail sprouts from her back, and her fingernails elongate into sharp claws, as a powerful aura envelopes her. Watching from the stands, the faculty is impressed. One comments to Mao Zhanhe on his daughter's incredible gene integration, praising her immense talent. Ma Genfei proudly agrees, stating her talent surpasses even the top scorers. From other provinces, however, his expression shifts to concern. He worries that since her fusion was recent, pushing her body this far could cause a backlash. He sighs, noting she is just as headstrong as ever. With her transformation complete, Ma Weiwei lunges at Lin Zichen, shouting he is too arrogant for waiting. She declares he will pay the price, and attacks with newfound ferocity. She throws a powerful kick, which Lin Zichen narrowly dodges as he evades. He analyzes her new power, noting it jumped from mid-ordinary tier 5 to nearly ordinary tier 6. Ma Weiwei is shocked that even with enhanced power, she still can't land a hit. She unleashes a furious barrage of claw strikes and kicks, but Lin Zichen effortlessly dodges every attack, with fluid movements. After observing her, Lin Zichen's expression turns serious, surrounded by a blue aura. He thinks he has gathered enough data on Shadow Cat. Gene Fusers deciding not to waste more time. He prepares to counterattack as she lunges again. Lindsay and meets her with a single, devastating punch to the face. The force is immense, sending Ma Weiwei flying backward. She crashes hard into the pile of defeated students. Knocked out cold, the other students gather around her, remarking in disbelief how her beautiful face is now a swollen mess. For his punch, Ma Weiwei sits up crying and holding her face in pain. Her father, Dean Ma Jianhei, rushes from his stands to console her. He turns to Lin Zichen furiously, asking if he's a man for hitting a girl so hard. Lin Zichen calmly replies that on the path of evolution, there is no distinction between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. From the crowd, Li Moyu agrees, stating strength is all that matters. Seeing his chance, he dramatically leaps from the stands onto the stage. He lands with a powerful impact, and the genius class students erupt in cheers, calling him their only hope to avenge Ma Weiwei. Li Moyu addresses Elena Zichen, acknowledging he is also skilled at hiding his power, pretending to be ordinary, only to reveal himself as a provincial champion. With a sinister grin, he declares, Lin Zichen isn't the only one who has been holding back. Li Moyu unleashes his power, and his body begins to transform, growing larger and more muscular, as a powerful aura surrounds him. The faculty on the balcony are shocked, realizing Li Moyu is also a gene fuser. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering identifies the genes as those of a demon eye, giant ape, which require immense physical strength for fusion. His biological pressure surges to ordinary Tier 6. As the transformation completes, Lu Chuanwu freezes in horror, realizing he is about to lose his bet of 19 school credits worth 19 million yuan. The scene shifts to a separate location, where Wang Shuxi and Lu Gang are given a mission by another student. He instructs them to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and make Li Moyu consume it. Lu Gang is concerned about the risk of targeting someone from the powerful Kyoto. Li family, however, their superior assures them their organization is far more powerful and could easily destroy the Li family. When asked if they will carry out the mission, a resigned Wang Shou Jie tells Lu Gang they have no other choice. The battle between the two top freshmen begins. Li Moyu explains his transformation, boasting that the demon eye, giant ape, maximizes strength and defense. Though it is usually slow, his power level is far superior, creating a massive gap between them. He taunts Lin Zichen, wondering if he can remain as relaxed now that he faces a true genius. Instead of replying, Lin Zichen immediately attacks, charging forward with a punch as they clash. Li Moyu reacts to the attack, leading Lin Zichen to note that his opponent's reaction speed is decent enough to dodge a blow, controlled at ordinary Tier 6 speed. Deciding to push harder, Lin Zichen increases his output to test ordinary Tier 7 speed. This increase is too much for Li Moyu, and Lin Zichen lands a heavy direct punch to his face. Li Moyu stumbles back angrily, accusing Lin Zichen of a sneak attack. Lin Zichen calmly analyzes that the beast's defense is indeed strong, comparable to a high-level ordinary Tier 6. Furiously, Moyu regains his stance, vowing Lin Zichen's fists will not touch him again. Lin Zichen continues his offensive, however. He internally notes that although his speed is superior, he has not yet managed to inflict any significant damage. The battle intensifies as Li Moyu blocks a barrage of attacks. Lin Zichen analyzes that while Li Moyu is slower, his high defense gives him a large margin for error, whereas Lin Zichen cannot afford a single hit, making it seem the winner is already decided. Testing his limits, Lin Zichen engages in a rapid exchange, dodging Li Moyu's heavy punches. He decides the test of reaction speed is sufficient. Lin Zichen leaps backward to create distance. He prepares himself, deciding it is time to test the final attribute. Strength. Li Moyu smiles menacingly, admitting he underestimated Lin Zichen's speed, but mocking his strength as too weak to cause harm, declaring that Lin Zichen is destined to lose. Li Moyu announces it is his turn and winds up a massive, energized punch as the giant fist descends. Onlookers scream for Lin Zichen to dodge, but he stands completely still, ready to receive the blow. On the viewing balcony, The deans place their hands on Lu Chuanwu's shoulders. In pity, convinced Lin Zichun is about to be crushed. The dean reminds a weeping Lu Chuanwu not to forget the 100 school credits he wagered. Back in the ring, a massive impact creates a shockwave as Li Moyu punches Lin Zichun's face directly. The result is shocking. The bones in Li Moyu's hand shatter instantly on impact. He collapses to the ground in agony, clutching his hand and screaming that it has been broken. The audience is left in absolute shock, unable to process that Lin Zichun has apparently won. They mutter in disbelief, finding the outcome too bizarre to be real. Standing over his defeated opponent, Lin Zichun analyzes the situation. He realizes that, while the demon giant ape fusion granted Li Moyu immense strength, his body wasn't durable enough to handle the recoil. Essentially, Li Moyu hit Lin Zichun so hard that the impact shattered his own hand. Because Lin Zichun's defense was superior, Lin Zichun calmly calls out to the medical team, informing them that Li Moyu has likely suffered a comminuted fracture and needs immediate attention. The stunned medics awkwardly agree and rush onto the stage suddenly. A figure descends from the balcony. It is Mo Dongji. She lands gracefully and orders Lin Zichun to step aside. She examines Li Moyu's arm and confirms the diagnosis. The entire right hand is shattered. She deduces with shock that this was caused by the rebound force of hitting Lin Zichun's face. She takes out a glowing golden pill and feeds it to Li Moyu. As she does, she can't help but wonder just how hard Lin Zichun's face must be to cause such damage, suspecting there is more to him. Mo Dongzi unleashes mental power to probe Lin Zichun's strength. Sensing the intrusion, Lin Zichun immediately activates his skill, natural camouflage, hoping to hide his true level. Mo Dongzi analyzes him closely. Because of his skill, she perceives him as having a biological level of ordinary tier 6. She notes his skin bones and muscles possess the density far exceeding that tier, but finds nothing else unusual. She wonders if that physical toughness is his only secret. The other faculty members gather around her. Eager for her assessment, Madongji reports her findings. Lin Zichun is simply at ordinary tier 6, with exceptionally high physical durability, and there are no other abnormalities. Hearing this, Lin Zichun maintains a stoic expression, but internally breathes a sigh of relief, glad his camouflage successfully deceived them. Meanwhile, the pill Mo Dongzi administered takes effect instantly. Li Moyu sits up amazed. He exclaims the medicine was miraculous, as he has recovered safely. He flexes his hand and smiles, confirming his injury is completely healed. With the battle concluded, Lin Zichun decides Li Moyu no longer needs to be on stage. He calmly tells him he can go down now, and delivers a casual kick that sends the newly healed Li Moyu flying out of the ring, humiliated. Li Moyu shouts from the floor below, vowing that once his gene fusion progresses, he will return to defeat Lin Zichun. In the stands, a heated argument erupts between the ordinary and genius students. The ordinary students mocked the elites for having losers act so self-righteous. The genius students retort that Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichun. Not them, but the ordinary students drown them out, claiming Lin Zichun's victory as a triumph for their entire class. On stage, the timer completes its countdown. A notification declares that 1 minute has passed. The announcer officially proclaims Lin Zichun of Martial Arts Class 1 as this year's new king. The ordinary students cheer wildly for Brother Chun, celebrating the glory he has brought them. However, Lin Zichun is not finished, thinking that since he has secured the top spot, he might as well go further. He suddenly leaps from the stage into the spectator stands. To the shock of the crowd, he lands near the genius class seating and scoops Shun Xinghan up in his arms. In a princess carry, the students whisper in confusion, wondering why he is grabbing Shun Xinghan. Shen Xinghan blushes intensely as Lin Zichen leaps back toward the stage. With her in his arms, her heart races, and she wonders if he intends to publicly announce their relationship. Lin Zichen lands gracefully back on the ring, with Shen Xinghan standing behind him. Lin Zichen faces the stunned audience and faculty. He boldly declares that for the remaining rankings, from 2nd to 10th place, he wants them all. The enraged genius class students refuse to accept defeat, shouting that Lin Zichen is bullying them. They charge together to crush him and the traitor. Shen Xinghan on the stage erupts into a chaotic brawl. Lin Zichen moves fluidly through the attackers, dominating the fight despite being outnumbered. He dismantles their formation with a flurry of punches and kicks, knocking students away with ease. Seeing an opening, Ma Weiwei lunges from the air, aiming her attack at a shocked Shen Xinghan and shouting at her to die for her betrayal. However, Lin Zichen reacts instantly, intercepting her midair with a heavy kick to protect Shen Xinghan. The force of the blow sends Ma Weiwei flying off the stage from the balcony. Her father, Ma Gunha, screams as he watches his daughter crash violently onto the floor, with the genius class wiped out. Lin Zichen stands triumphantly over the defeated students. Immediately, a notification announces that Shen Xinghan has officially secured 2nd place. In the trial, she looks pleasantly surprised. Lin Zichen then turns to the ordinary students and outlines his plan. He offers them the remaining spots, from 3rd to 10th place, on the condition that the school credits awarded for those spots belong to him. The students are ecstatic, cheering for Brother Chen. Eager for the chance to be in the top 10, Chuo calculates that the top 10 spots yield a combined 550 credits. Heiyu adds the participation rewards, bringing the total to 559 credits with a grin. On the balcony, Mao Junhei is furious. He yells at Madongji, arguing that Lin Zichen's actions are improper, and questioning how the new king is allowed to control the entire top 10. A voice calmly interrupts, asking how it violates the rules. Lu Chuanwu steps forward to defend his student, challenging Ma Gunha to point out where the regulations forbid such a strategy. Ma Gunha is left speechless, forced to admit there is no rule against it, though he angrily insists. Lin Zichen is exploiting a loophole. Ma Gunha stands sweating and defeated. Meanwhile, the plans of hidden conspirators shift. Wang Shui urgently grabs a Lu Gong, informing him the plan has changed, and they should no longer target Li Moyu. As they watch the celebrating students toss Lin Zichen in the air, Wang Shou Jie declares their new target is Lin Zichen. Their goal is now to make him eat the high-level demon seed, so he joins their organization. After the trial, Lu Chuanwu runs excitedly toward Lin Zichen, with open arms, but is coolly dodged. Lin Zichen simply asks if the dean has forgotten his promises. Lu Chuanwu immediately produces a bottle, explaining it contains 10 qi and blood pills, along with the triple benefits for the semester. He adds that he has transferred 300 credits to Lin Zichen, happily noting the boy just helped him win 1,900 credits from other faculty members. Leaning in close, Lu Chuanwu whispers, asking Lin Zichen his true strength and level. Lin Zichen whispers back a partial truth, claiming he is at ordinary tier 6, has completed skin tempering, once tempered some facial muscles, and was born with naturally hard facial bones. Lu Chuanwu is shocked, screaming in disbelief that Lin Zichen has already learned to temper his muscles. Overcome with emotion, he grabs Lin Zichen's hands and cries, declaring that Lin Zichen will evolve into an advanced creature with a pure human body. Before graduating, he urges the student to persist on the pure blood path, and Lin Zichen calmly agrees. Later in his room, Lin Zichen sits on his bed, holding a small red qi and blood pill. Curious, he puts the pill in his mouth to test its effects. Steam rises from his body as he metabolizes the pill, but a system notification shows a meager increase of 108 points disappointed. He realizes the pill is less effective than his usual training. Realizing the pills are of little use to him, he decides it would be better to give them to Shan. Xinghan just then. Xinghan walks in wearing athletic gear. Sweaty from a workout, she asks when he got back, and he replies, half an hour ago. Lindsay Chun calls her over and hands her one of the red pills, instructing her to eat it. Xinghan curiously takes the pill and eats it. The effect on her is immediate. Steam erupts from her body as she blushes, exclaiming how hot she feels as her qi and blood surge. Seeing how effective it is, Lin Zichen hands her the bottle. He explains the pills don't do much for him, so she should take the remaining 8, advising her to take only 1 per day. Kien King Han Hepidiogratis. The next morning at the Tianrengay Research Institute, Lin Zichen greets Song Yuan. She is in the middle of a workout and playfully calls him the new king. While stretching, Yun asks him to confirm what she heard from the dean. She asks if his biological level is truly ordinary, Tier 6, and if he has mastered muscle tempering. Lin Shisen confirms the story he fabricated for the dean is true. Hearing his confirmation, Yun is overcome with excitement and rushes toward him. She exclaims that he is an absolute genius and declares that with his membership, Tianrenji will shock the world. As she rushes him, Lin Zichen agrees they will work hard together. Lin Zichen is busy studying in the Research Institute. He realizes Lu Chuanwu and Yu Yin have failed to decipher the aperture, opening chapter of the blood tempering art. So he decides he must find the answers in the original text himself. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, he finds researching such complex matters is easy for him. His study session is interrupted by Yuan, who informs him that people from the student council are waiting at the door. She deduces they want to recruit him after his outstanding performance. Lin Zichen immediately dismisses the idea, stating he is not interested. However, Yuan adds that student council members receive monthly credit subsidies. Hearing about money, Lin Zichen's demeanor instantly changes, and he is suddenly very interested. Lin Zichen goes outside to meet the visitor. It is Zhou Hong, the president of the student council, who extends his hand in greeting. They shake hands, and Zhou Hong explains that he has come to invite Lin Zichen to join, offering to groom him as a candidate to become the future president. Zhou Hong elaborates on the benefits, painting a picture of wealth and luxury. He explains that besides special meals and the power to participate in school decisions, members enjoy monthly credit subsidies, motivated by the rewards. Lin Zichen smiles and agrees immediately. However, Zhou Hong stops him, stating there is one condition. Zhou Hong demands that Lin Zichen must give up the path of the pure-blooded human and choose gene fusion instead. Lin Zichen looks confused and asks why. Zhong Arrogoni explains that the student council only accepts future geniuses. He declares the pure blood path has no future, calling Dean Lu Chuanwu and Yuan failures. He warns that without gene fusion, even Lin Zichen's talent will fade into mediocrity. Lin Zichen asks Zhong, the president of the student council, if joining their organization requires gene fusion. After Zhou Hong confirms it does, Lin Zhen calmly says he will not be joining and turns his back, surprising them. Internally, he weighs the student council's benefits against what he gets from Tianrenji. Behind him, student council members mock his decision, questioning if the new king is wrong in the head for insisting on the pure blood path and predicting he will regret it. One tells Zhou Hong it was a waste of time, as Tianrengay's brainwashing is effective. Zhou Hong dismisses Lin Zichen as a genius, with no future which he considers trash, and tells his group they will recruit other talented people later. At the Tianrenji Research Institute, an enraged Yu Yin slams her fists on a desk, complaining to Lin Zichen about the student council's hopeless mindset. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Dean Lu Chuanwu, who looks utterly exhausted. Yu Yan, sarcastically, praises him for his sacrifice for the pure blood cause, including working day and night, and selling his body for investments. Annoyed, Lu Chuanwu asks if she must always include that last part. He then warns Lin Zichen that women are a roadblock on the path of evolution, and he should avoid them sitting in his office. Lu Chuanwu informs Lin Zichen that the university provides housing for the families of geniuses. He offers to arrange jobs for Lin Zichen's parents and asks if he wants to bring them to the city. Lin Zichen says he will discuss it with his parents over the weekend. Finally, Lu Chuanwu tells Lin Zichen he has granted him early access to school missions, explaining that with his current strength, there's no need to wait until next semester. Yuan explains to Lin Zichen that she takes off campus missions weekly for school credits. She suggests he could join her in the future to gain experience and offers to take him on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zichen politely thanks her, deciding to explore his options. Lin Zichen checks the school's app for missions. He finds the school-published tasks are minor chores for only 1 or 2 credits each. He then browses student-published missions and finds a peculiar request for a female gene fuser, training partner with beast ears and long legs. 4 or 5 credits a month amused. He checks the off-campus missions instead. He finds the off-campus missions are numerous and offer higher rewards. One is to capture robbers for 30 credits, and another is to hunt a powerful, aberrant beast for 200 credits, though both are far away as he scrolls. A particular mission catches his eye, is to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary tier 6, who has been killing men in the city's red light district. The reward is 50 credits, and he promptly accepts it. Yuan leans in close, startling Lin Zichen. She asks if he accepted the Catgirl mission and offers to join him surprised. He asks how she knew. Yuan explains. The mission details page shows who has accepted the task. Checking his phone, Lin Zichen is surprised to see 28 people have already accepted it, including 26 seniors and 1 other freshman. Ma Weiwei, he finds it odd she would take this mission at only ordinary tier 5 and assumes she has a helper. Telling Yuan it's getting late, Lin Zichen announces he is heading home for lunch and waves goodbye as Lin Zichen walks through campus. He feels he is being followed. His danger perception activates, and he senses a hostile presence at ordinary tier 7. Suddenly, a muscular guy in a blue tracksuit emerges and calls out his name. The guy confronts Lin Zichen angrily, accusing him of targeting Ma Weiwei. He furiously lists Lin Zichen's offenses, from slapping her during the trial to now competing with her for a mission, and questions if Dean Lu Chuanwu put him up to it. The guy continues his tirade, challenging Lin Zichen to a fight and calling him a bully. Lin Zichen looks on annoyed. He asks if Ma Weiwei or her father sent him, but the guy insists he came on his own. When the guy repeats his challenge, Lin Zichen simply asks, "So what?" Knowing he's dealing with a foolish simp, Lindsay turns to walk away, but the guy grabs his sleeve, yelling at him to stay put. Fed up, Lindsay turns and swiftly punches him in the face. The muscular guy is knocked unconscious. Standing over him, Lindsay thinks to himself if he is satisfied now. Lindsay arrives back at the apartment from the kitchen. Shin Xinghan welcomes him home and says dinner is ready. She mentions that the 10 pounds of life and death toad meat he ordered were delivered. He takes the bag from the fridge, thinking he initially wanted to buy more to unlock the codex, but decided against it to avoid attention. He places his hands over the package, and a surge of blue energy flows from it. As a system notification confirms, he has devoured a large amount of the toad's life essence, bringing his codex progress to 10. Later, a confused Shun Xinghan finds Lin Zichen, putting the now spoiled-looking meat in a garbage bag. He explains it's gone bad. She finds it strange as it looked fresh on delivery. He clarifies that he has already absorbed all its essence, which causes it to spoil rapidly. Shin Cheng-han is surprised and asks if this is his superpower. He confirms it is explaining. He can absorb the essence from aberrant beasts to gain some of their abilities. She is shocked, exclaiming. She finally understands why he chose the pure blood path. With such a power, he doesn't need gene fusion while eating dinner. Lin Zichen brings up the dean's offer of housing and jobs for their parents. Shin Cheng-han is thrilled, and they agree to visit their families over the weekend. During the meal, she mentions an interesting duel between peak-ranking students at the gym that afternoon. She suggests they go watch it, and Lindsay Chun agrees at the university gym. A large crowd has gathered. Lindsay Chun notes that, in addition to students and faculty, representatives from a mechanical god group are also there. Shin Cheng-han excitedly points to a woman in a large, white cyborg suit in the VIP section, the famous mechanical genius girl they've seen online. In the center of the arena, two fighters face each other, a muscular bull like Gene Fuser and a sleek cyborg. Shin Cheng-han asks Lin Zichen who he thinks is more powerful between the Kyoto genius and the mechanical genius girl. He replies they should get a good idea from this duel. He clarifies that if the 8th ranked Evolution Academy student wins, the Kyoto genius is stronger. But if the 9th ranked cyborg wins, the mechanical genius girl is more powerful. With an announcement, the duel begins. The cyborg immediately takes to the air, with mechanical wings from above. The cyborg unleashes a massive barrage of missiles, which rain down on the bull like opponent below. Bull, like Gene Fuser, is overwhelmed by the relentless missile attack, trying to shield himself from the explosions. Tearing up the stage after the barrage, the cyborg lands the bruised Gene Fuser, sees an opportunity for close quarters combat. Both fighters charge forward at incredible speed, meeting in the center of the arena. The cyborg easily blocks the Gene Fuser's punch and delivers a devastating counterpunch to his face. The blow sends the Gene Fuser flying, and he crashes to the ground defeated. The cyborg raises its fist in victory as the crowd erupts. Meanwhile, in a private office, Mo Dongji receives a video report from a subordinate. She informs her that source site number .36 has been quiet for months, and they are unsure if the enemy has abandoned it or is plotting something big. Mo Dongji asks for an update on Luo Qiansu. Her assistant reports that Qian Shui is adapting well, growing incredibly fast, and is close to evolving to advanced Tier 2. Curious, the assistant asks about Luo Qianshu's origins, noting her special constitution doesn't seem human. Madongji sternly cuts her off, warning her not to ask questions that don't concern her. After the assistant apologizes, Madongji dismisses her to watch a student duel. Switching her monitor feed, she watches the end of the fight. She thinks that with the cyborg's upper hand, the mechanical god group is more powerful than she imagined. She concludes that mechanical modification has a greater advantage in adaptability, though she seems to have reservations. Ma Dongji acknowledges a major limitation. No matter how powerful cyborgs cannot enter the source site, as all electronic and mechanical devices malfunction. They're turning off her monitor. She concludes that in such an environment, even the strongest cyborg would become useless. Scrap metal sometime later. Lin Zichen and Shin Cheng-han return from a weekend trip home with their parents. The two families enjoy a celebratory dinner. During their visit, they discuss the university's housing offer for their parents, and both families happily agreed. With that settled, Lin Zichen focuses on his next mission, capturing the cat girl in the city's neon-lit red light district, walking disguised through the crowded streets. He reviews the mission details. The target is an ordinary Tier 6 Gene Fuser with incredible speed who lures and kills men. The file also notes she is a master of disguise and skilled with drugs Lin Zichen, understands why the mission remains uncompleted. The large area and her cunning make her hard to track. To begin his search, Lin Zichen uses his Eye of the Sky and danger perception for a wide area scan. As he activates his powers, his eyes glow with golden light behind his sunglasses. Crowd is startled by his strange appearance. Some are unsettled by his eyes, while others comment that he is handsome, but has a creepy gaze as Lin Zichen stands out. A large muscular man confronts him, demanding to know who he is staring at. Unfazed Lin Xian unleashes his biological pressure, telling the man to get out of his way, and sending him flying as the crowd parts in shock. Standing over the unconscious man, Lin Xian concludes his search yielded no targets, and decides to move on. Just then, he spots some familiar faces. He sees Ma Weiwei with two other students, whom he identifies as ordinary Tier 7 seniors, likely there to assist her. Ma Weiwei and her female companion notice him. The companion points him out, and Ma Weiwei looks away annoyed. The companion suggests they stay away, and Ma Weiwei agrees, leading her group away. Lin Zichen is bewildered by their sudden avoidance. Ma Weiwei states that, since Lin Zichen accepted the mission, he must be there for the cat girl. She declares they must find the target first. Their male companion confidently tells them to leave it to him. He boasts he is fused with demon dog genes, giving him a keen sense of smell, to find the cat girl before Lin Zichen. As he concentrates, a pink scent like aura appears, and he triumphantly announces he has picked up the cat girl's scent, having locked onto the scent. The demon dog gene fuser points to a bar across the street, declaring the target is inside. Determined to beat Lin Zichen, Ma Weiwei and her companions rush across the street. Her female senior vows they will capture the cat girl and flaunt their victory. The group enters the crowded bar, following the scent trail. Ma Weiwei asks where she is. Demon Dog Eye points to a woman with glasses on a couch. Ma Weiwei expresses doubt, noting the woman looks like an ordinary college student. Her male companion is certain, explaining her scent is identical to the one on the cat girl's belongings. At the Public Security Department, Ma Weiwei concludes the target is a cunning master of disguise. Seeing no reason to hesitate, the female senior declares they should capture her now. The three charge towards the woman. As they close and she looks up with a sinister grin, she suddenly leaps up, smashes through the glass table, and makes a break for it, with one of them shouting she's escaping. Ma Weiwei and her companions burst out of the bar, chasing the fleeing cat girl through the crowded streets. As they pursue her, Ma Weiwei worries the cat girl is too fast. The demon dog gene fuser confidently tells her not to worry, as he can track her scent, and she will eventually have to rest. Following the trail, they corner the cat girl in a dead-end alley. The male companion confirms she is there, and urges the others to finish the fight quickly. However, the cat girl turns around with a smug smile, taunting them, and asking if they really thought they could catch her if she were trying to run. A menacing red aura surges around her, as she explains that the most skilled hunters often disguise themselves as prey. She undergoes a dramatic transformation, her hands morphing into long, sharp claws, and asks if they don't understand this simple rule. She unleashes an overwhelming wave of biological pressure. At the three pursuers, they are shocked to realize her true power level is not ordinary, Tier 6, but an incredible ordinary Tier 9. Ma Weiwei and her companions are left in stunned disbelief, realizing the cat girl had been hiding her true strength. In the dark city alley, Ma Weiwei, the demon dog, and their female senior companion are running for their lives. Ma Weiwei yells that the mission is impossible, and they have to escape behind them. The powerful cat girl watches with a smirk, claws ready, and mockingly asks if they think they can get away. With incredible agility, she leaps up a building, easily getting ahead of them. She lands in the alley, blocking their path and telling them they cannot escape. The cat girl then focuses on the trembling demon dog. She leans in menacingly, telling him she had her eye on him, since he entered the bar, seeing no other way out. Mao Weiwei throws a smoke grenade, which fills the alley with thick purple smoke. She tells her teammates, the smoke will dull their enemies' senses, giving them a chance to run under the smoke's cover. The three manage to escape, exhausted and shaken. They finally reach a crowded street. The demon dog remarks on the mission's danger, saying the information was wrong and they almost died. The female senior urges Ma Weiwei to call her father, Dean Ma Jianhei, to report the situation, so the mission details can be corrected. A terrified Ma Weiwei pulls out her phone and agrees to call him immediately. However, as she's about to call, she has a shocking realization. She remembers Lin Zichun also accepted the mission. She panics, thinking if he encounters the cat girl, he will surely die without knowing her true power. She declares they must warn him. She can't just watch him die. She checks her contacts, but doesn't have his number, and decides her only option is to contact Shen Qinghan. Instead, back in the empty alley as the purple smoke fades, the cat girl is annoyed that her cooked duck has flown away. Just as she laments her missed chance, she notices someone else in the alley, Lin Zichun, standing calmly at the other end. Seeing him, the cat girl is immediately captivated, thinking he's handsome and exactly her type. Believing it's his bad luck, she decides he's her new prey and charges at him. Claw's extended Lin Zichun is unfazed. He notes her power level isn't impressive, ordinary tier 9, as he concentrates his energy and rushes to meet her attack. The cat girl is shocked, wondering how he could be faster than her. Before she can react, Lin Zichun unleashes a powerful, glowing punch that connects with her face. The force sends her flying backward, crashing hard into a wall at the end of the alley, kneeling injured in the rubble. She is amazed by his power. Staring at him, she is completely bewildered, wondering how a young man, who isn't a gene fuser, could possess such incredible strength. Realizing she is outmatched, the cat girl decides fighting is suicide, and her priority is to escape. She turns and flees, but to her shock, Lin Zichun easily keeps pace with her, announcing she can now experience his full power. Lin Zichun leaps and delivers a devastating kick to her head, sending her flying. The blow sends her crashing into another wall, embedding her in the rock. Lin Zichun presses his attack, unleashing a furious barrage of kicks against her pinned body. He notes that despite multiple hits, she is still alive, though her biological pressure is weakening, deciding to finish her before she recovers. He picks up a large rock, but just as he is about to strike, he looks up surprised. A massive surge of red energy erupts from the cat girl, as her body transforms, her muscles bulging grotesquely. Lin Zichun realizes with alarm that, in a desperate moment, she has unlocked more power, and is about to evolve into an advanced creature, a newly transformed and enraged cat girl glares down at him. She thinks how activating her shadow cat genes saved her life and made her stronger, but also increased her beastly nature and vulnerability to genetic backlash. Filled with rage, she furiously demands to know who Lin Zichun really is. Instead of fighting, Lin Zichun smiles and casually apologizes, saying he must have mistaken her for someone else. He then turns and walks away. Leaving her in shock, she watches him go, her mind racing with fear. She realizes his strength is unknown. His actions are unpredictable, and she has no tricks left. She also knows she is in danger of genetic backlash from her forced transformation, concluding another attack would kill her. She decides to escape and leaps into the air to flee. As she flies away, she hears a sharp sound and looks down in confusion. A moment later, a metal pipe pierces her forehead, spraying blood and pinning her against the wall. Lin Zichun grabs a loose pipe and charges forward, stabbing her in the chest. He pulls the bloody weapon out and stabs her repeatedly in the chest and stomach. Mortally wounded, the cat girl slumps against the wall, her biological pressure completely fading. Lin Zichen casually tosses the bloody pipe aside, thinking that this time she is definitely dead. With the fight over, Lin Zichen snaps a photo of the cat girl's corpse, thinking he needs to upload it to the school app to prove he completed the mission. Afterward, he calls the public security department to report the body's location for cleanup. With official tasks done, Lin Zichen turns to his real goal. He reaches for the body, and as red energy swirls around him, his system confirms he has devoured a large amount of the Shadow Knight cat's life essence, increasing his guidebook progress to 36. He's surprised by how much progress he made, and speculates the genetic backlash she suffered must have concentrated the beast genes in her body. Meanwhile, Ma Wei and her companions are walking through the city. Ma Wei is on the phone with her father, Dean Mayenhei, telling him the cat girl mission information was wrong and almost got them killed. She explains the target was not an ordinary Tier 6, but a powerful ordinary Tier 9, which shocks her father in his office. Dean Ma Jian, he asks his daughter for a detailed report, promising to speak with the mission system director. Later back on the street, the female senior suggests they should hurry back to school to avoid retaliation. But then she suddenly grabs Ma Wei's arm. She points her phone, which shows the mission to capture the cat girl has already been completed. By Lin Zichen, Ma Wei is left in complete shock, wondering how a freshman could defeat an ordinary Tier 9 creature on his own. After the weekend, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are walking on the university campus. Lin Zichen checks his phone and sees a notification that 300 school credits have been deposited into his account. He thinks the reward for the cat girl mission has arrived, but is confused why the amount is so much higher than the original 50 credits. While walking, Lin Zichen shows Shen Qinghan a notification explaining the increased reward. The message states that due to incorrect information, the cat girl mission was reclassified from ordinary Tier 6 to Tier 9. The reward was increased from 50 to 200 credits, with an additional 100 as compensation. Shen Qinghan complains that the school's mission system is unreliable and tells Lin Zichen he is lucky to be so strong. Otherwise, he could have been killed. Lin Zichen agrees the system is a problem and says he'll be more careful accepting missions. He then tells Shen Qinghan that when suitable missions come up, he will take her with him so she can get used to real combat. Overjoyed, Shen Qinghan exclaims that it's great. She can finally go on missions with him. As they continue, Lin Zichen looks at his phone, deciding to use his new credits to order the 90 gene of life and death. Toad meat he thinks that, while he was previously worried about attracting attention with a large order, it doesn't seem to be a problem now. He also considers that beast meat is nutritious and will help Shen Qinghan evolve, so he should buy plenty for her too. They arrive at their apartment, and as Shen Qinghan opens the door, Lin Zichen asks her if there is any particular beast meat she would like. She runs inside excitedly, telling him she will place the order, and he follows her once inside. She sits on a couch and begins browsing options on her phone. In the kitchen, Lin's itching, now in an apron, listens as Shen Qinghan suggests they buy Tyrant Ash. Big carved meat, she explains that for just 1 credit, they can get 6 gin, enough for several days. Lin Zichen agrees with her practical choice. However, Shen Qinghan tells him not to place the order. Insisting she will do it, she happily reminds him she still has the 90 credits he gave her from the freshman competition. Lin Zichen, who has started cooking noodles, smiles and agrees. He tells her it's fine since they are family, so there is no need to worry about whose credits they are using. While Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are enjoying the noodles, the doorbell rings. Lin Zichen gets up to answer it. He returns with a large cardboard box. Surprised, their beast meat delivery arrived so quickly. He opens the box and hands a package of the Tyrant Ash, big carved meat, to Shen Qinghan, telling her to put it in the fridge. With that taken care of, Lin Zichen turns his attention to the 90 pounds of life and death toad meat. Thinking it is time to begin the absorption, he places his hand on the meat. Immediately a powerful blue energy surges from the box and surrounds him. A system notification confirms he has devoured a large amount of the life and death toad's life source, and that its guidebook is now 100 complete. Lin Zikuan then receives a vision. He sees a massive beetle-like creature, the life and death toad, torn to pieces by a large eagle-like beast. He then witnesses the creature's incredible power as its severed body parts regenerate. At incredible speed, the creature becomes whole again, and a new system notification announces he has unlocked the life and death toad guidebook and acquired the new attribute, rapid self-healing, back in his apartment. Lin Zishuan looks at his new powers description with a shocked expression. The system explains his self-healing ability has been greatly enhanced as long as he is not killed instantly and has enough energy. He can recover from any severe injury. He is amazed, exclaiming that this new ability is invincible. Eager to test his new power, Lin Zichen decides to see how effective it is. He bites down hard on his own hand, creating a deep bleeding gash. He watches in amazement as the wound closes and heals completely in just a few seconds. As he washes the blood from his now healed hand, he thinks about the implications. He realizes that with rapid self-healing, as long as he has enough energy and isn't killed instantly, he can essentially revive himself over and over. His thoughts are interrupted when the doorbell rings. He wonders who could be visiting so late. He and Shun Xinghan walk to the door together. He asks if she bought something, but she says she didn't when they opened the door. Both are surprised by who is standing outside. It is Ma Weiwei, who leans in and apologizes for bothering them so late. Lin Zichen asks Ma Weiwei what she needs, with Shun Xinghan beside him. Ma Weiwei explains she is curious how he completed the difficult cat-girl mission and asks if he would share the details. Lin Zichen bluntly tells her it is not convenient. Accepting this, Ma Weiwei turns to leave. Shun Xinghan invites her in for some tea, but Ma Weiwei declines, saying she has other things to do, and maybe they can another time. After she leaves, Shun Xinghan tells Lin Zichen she thinks Ma Weiwei is a good person. She explains that Ma Weiwei was worried, and had sent her a message to warn him about the mission's incorrect information. Shun Xinghan suggests they should interact with her more, and Lin Zichen agrees, adding that since Ma Weiwei lives just downstairs, she is welcome to visit anytime. Later, at the Tianrengay Research Institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan are talking with Lin Zichen. Du Chuanwu says he saw Dean Ma Jian. He confronted the director of the mission system, and the two got into a heated argument that turned into a physical fight. Song Yuyan speculates it was because of the cat-girl mission's incorrect information. Lu Chuanwu confirms this, explaining that since Ma Jian-He had also accepted the mission, he was furious that the incorrect power level nearly got his daughter killed. Song Yuyan adds that the mission listed the cat girl as ordinary Tier 6 when her true strength was ordinary Tier 9. She then asks Lin Zichen how he, being only an ordinary Tier 6, could have completed the mission. Lu Chuanwu playfully asks if he had help from an expert, or sets some kind of trap. Lin Zichen denies both, stating he defeated her on his own, with pure physical strength. This leaves both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan stunned, their mouths open in shock, as they wonder if he has been hiding his true power. As his mentor's real Lin Zichen covers his face, looking weary, he thinks that, after spending the past few days with them, he has found them to be decent people. He decides to tell them the truth about his abilities, as they could help him research the aperture opening technique. With a forced smile, he begins to explain that his true strength has recently reached ordinary Tier 9 before they can process this. He adds that he has already completed his first full body tempering and is in his second skin tempering cycle, which shocks them both again. As Lu Chuanwu processes the news, he trembles with emotion overcome with joy. He bursts into tears, exclaiming that his long years of dedication have finally been rewarded. He imagines himself and Lin Zichen on a mountaintop, declaring that with his talent, the path of pure-blooded humans will surely succeed. And one day, both their names will be known throughout the world. Back in reality, the dean is crying. He explains, he has spent decades researching the pure blood path, a journey that cost him his family's wealth, and even led his wife and children to leave him. All without progress, he feels that now. With a genius like Lin Zichen, the pure blood path will finally flourish. Lin Zichen, caught off guard, can only wonder why the old dean is suddenly crying and laughing, composing himself. Lu Chuanwu places a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He marvels at Lin Zichen's incredible talent, remarking that if not for his lack of source power, he would have suspected him of being a stranger from a source land. The unfamiliar term surprises Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu explains his theory. In a world with aberrant beasts, it makes sense that their counterparts, strangers or gifted individuals, also exist. Song Yuyun is shocked, saying she has never heard this before. Lin Zichen then asks what source power is. The dean clarifies that it is a unique energy, exclusive to beings from a source land, similar to ki blood and spiritual power. Curious, Lin Zichen asks how this power is used. Lu Chuanwu admits he doesn't have a clear answer, as he has only encountered 2 such strangers. In his long life, Song Yuyun scoffs, accusing him of bluffing and pointing out that, since he is stuck at ordinary Tier 9, he cannot enter the source land himself. This prompts Lin Zichen to ask if there is a biological level requirement for entry. Lu Chuanwu confirms the standard is high-level being, and anyone below that will be turned to ash. Defensively, Lu Chuanwu clarifies he met the strangers here, on Earth, not in the source land. The first was a female disciple he took on decades ago. As he speaks, Lin Zichen has a vision of Luo Qiangsu fighting monsters, leading him to realize that Shun Qinghan's mysterious senior sister must be one of these powerful strangers. Lu Chuanwu continues, stating he met the second stranger in the ancient ruins, where they discovered the blood-tempering art. Having shared these secrets, he sternly warns them never to reveal this information. Song Yun eagerly promises to keep her lips sealed, and Lu Chuanwu says he trusts them. He then gives Lin Zichen a specific warning, to keep his true strength a secret, to avoid being targeted by dangerous heretics, who are pervasive even within the university. To help with this, he proposes that, if Lin Zichen wants to take on missions, matching his true power, he should use Song Yuyun's account. Since she is also an ordinary Tier 9, he can go all out without exposing his rapid progress. Lin Zichen agrees, intrigued. He asks the dean if he has any information about the source land. Lu Chuanwu's expression turns grave. He explains, everything about the source land is top secret, and even he knows very little. He advises Lin Zichen not to worry about it until he evolves into a high-level being. However, he shares one crucial piece of information for humans. Most creatures from the source land are enemies, and they are constantly trying to invade Earth. Lu Chuanwu explains some powerful individuals believe the creatures want to invade because Earth has something they desire. Their serious conversation is interrupted by the dean's phone, which plays a cheerful ringtone. He answers with a flirtatious baby, then tells his students an old friend has invited him to dinner. He rushes out, telling them to contact him if needed. As he leaves, Yuyun sarcastically remarks on how hard the dean is working, assuming he is off to secure more investments. With the dean gone, Yuyun turns to Lin Zichen. She asks how he hides his biological level and tempering progress so effectively that even powerful people were unable to see through his disguise. Lin Zichen apologizes, saying he cannot conveniently explain. Internally, he knows his system's natural camouflage is his trump card and that he cannot reveal it. Yuan puts on a pleading expression, trying to coax the secret out of him. She even offers to trade a secret of her own. But Lin Zichen, looking flustered, insists he really cannot tell her, seeing he will not budge Yuan's size, and gives up. However, her demeanor quickly shifts, with a competitive glint in her eyes. She cracks her knuckles and suggests that, since they are both at ordinary tier 9, they should have a sparring match. Lin Zichen's face lights up with a grin. He agrees, thinking a fight against a peer will be a perfect opportunity to understand his own strength. Yuyun immediately strikes a fighting pose. She details her own progress. She is in her second skin tempering, has completed her second muscle tempering, and is 1/5 of the way through her second bone. Tempering, she then tells him to come at her with everything he has. Inside the Tianrengay Research Institute, Song Yuyin and Lin Zichen prepare to spar. Song Yuyin asks if he is ready, and tells him to attack first, so she can test his power. While she defends, she takes a defensive stance. Inviting him to strike, Lin Zixin charges forward and delivers a powerful high kick. The impact sends her sliding backward. Internally, she is shocked that, despite him supposedly only having completed the first skin tempering, he is strong enough to hurt her, even though she has undergone secondary muscle tempering. She realizes his strength is absurd and fears he will soon surpass her. However, she decides she must show off her seniority while she is still stronger. Coughing in pain, Song Yuyun tries to act tough. She lectures Lin Zixin, claiming she is dissatisfied with his kick because he didn't aim for a vital point, preaching that real combat is about life and death. Lin Zixin, seeing she is hurting, plays along with a deadpan expression and agrees. Recovering her composure, Song Yuyun declares the official exchange will now begin, and challenges him to last 5 minutes against her. As she charges forward, Lin Zichen accepts and meets her attack. The two engage in a fierce high-speed battle, exchanging rapid globuvice, as Lin Zixuan unleashes a barrage of punches. Song Yuyun is forced on the defensive. She panics, internally realizing that even at full power, he is matching her blow for blow, and she begins to worry she might lose. The match continues, and Lin Zixun decides it's time to end it. When Song Yuan throws a punch, he decides to fake his defeat to preserve her dignity. Blow connects, and he throws himself backward, pretending to be overpowered, and crashes to the floor. Song Yuyun helps him up, praising his potential. But internally, she is sweating nervously. She realizes with shock she had to use 90 of her strength just to barely win, and fears that in another year, she will no longer be his match. Changing the subject, Song Yuyun acknowledges that, since he has completed the first stage of skin tempering, he can try opening his apertures. She offers to teach him her latest research method on how to do it. They sit cross-legged as she explains the theory. She states that the human body has 366 apertures, and according to the blood tempering art, the easiest to open are the 4 surrounding the heart. Following her instructions, Lin Zichen attempts to use his qi and blood to impact them at a frequency of 10 times per second. However, he snaps his eyes open in frustration, realizing he cannot break through them at all. Seeing his distress, Song Yuyun comforts him, suggesting his physical strength isn't high enough yet, or perhaps her method still needs refinement. The scene shifts to a dark basement in a Liu family ancestral home. Liu Chuanwu stands before a large ancient bronze coffin. He excitedly reports to the entity inside, Pavilion Master, that he has found a peerless genius who will hopefully open his apertures using the pure-blooded human path. Liu Chuanwu promises that the master will be able to rely on the student's daily delivery of qi and blood to sustain her life, so she won't have to suffer inside the cramped coffin anymore. After a long pause, a weak sound finally emanates from the coffin. Liu Chuanwu looks concerned, realizing it took her that long just to respond. indicating she used up a whole day's energy. As he walks away, he worries the pavilion master is getting weaker and hopes Lin Zixin can evolve into a high-level creature. Before she falls completely, Lin Zixin arrives at their apartment with groceries, announcing he has returned to cook. Shen Xinghan stops him at the door with a serious expression, saying she has something important to discuss. She explains her master, Mo Dongji, wants her to undergo gene fusion earlier than expected. Her master has selected the dark blue jellyfish gene, stating it is suitable for her at this stage. Lin Xinghan processes this, visualizing the creature he knows that. While the standard dark blue jellyfish is a low-tier beast, the Jellyfish King variant can evolve to a high level. Its advantage is a mental strength that far exceeds other creatures of the same rank. Lin Zixin tells her it sounds like a good plan. However, Shen Qinghan confesses her fear. Her master isn't using a normal gene, but the Jellyfish King gene. She worries her weak body might not withstand the high-level genetic material and could mutate hearing this. Lin Zixin is shocked. He realizes a Jellyfish King gene is incredibly rare and expensive. He imagines Mo Dongji carelessly throwing money around and feels a pang of envy pushing it aside. He comforts Shen Xinghan by patting her head. He reassures her that jellyfish-type beasts have a high natural affinity with the human body, and her incredible 21 compatibility score means she can fuse with a high-level beast gene. Without risk, Shen Xinghan then asks about side effects. Lin Zixin explains the standard consequences: loss of natural reproductive ability, and some physical beast characteristics. He reminds her she has already preserved her eggs, so if they want children, they can use those as they hold hands. He explains that beast traits can usually be hidden if the genes are forced into dormancy. He then tries to cheer her up, noting many beast traits, like cat ears or foxtails, are considered attractive. His words work and her mood lifts. She looks at him cheerfully, wondering what traits a Jellyfish King will give her, and if she'll be more beautiful. She excitedly holds up her phone to show Lin Zixin a picture of the dark blue jellyfish, asking if he thinks it's beautiful. He leans very close, causing her to blush, and replies that while the jellyfish is pretty, it's not nearly as beautiful as she is. The conversation shifts. Shen Xinghan explains her master filmed the video by diving thousands of meters into the deep sea without protective equipment. Lin Zixin estimates that to withstand such pressure, her master's body must be at least at the rare level. Shen Xinghan wonders if she will ever evolve to such a high level. Herself, Lin Zixin reassures her with confidence, pointing out that with her 21 gene compatibility, reaching the rare or even epic level is within her grasp. Shen Xinghan remains practical, countering that compatibility isn't everything, and she will need a vast amount of evolution resources. Hearing her concern, Lin Zixin gives her a thumbs up and makes a firm promise. He tells her not to worry about resources, because he will work hard to earn money and provide whatever she needs. Touched by his generosity, she adopts a playful and seductive demeanor. She kneels on the bed, teasing that she must properly please her new wealthy patron. She picks up 2 pairs of stockings and, blushing, asks which color he prefers. Lin's itching replies that he likes both. To satisfy him, she puts a black stocking on one leg and a white stocking on the other. Watching her, Lin Zixin thinks that, while the combination is a bit strange, he can definitely enjoy it. With Shen Xinghan at her afternoon classes, Lin Zixin decides to skip the Pure Human Research Institute and stay home to train while pouring water. He checks the latest news on his phone. An article catches his attention. Mysterious, unknown plants have appeared across Shanghai City. The article shows a large, menacing flower-like plant emerging from a building. As citizens watch in shock, the public is being warned to stay away. Lin Zixin instantly recognizes the strange flora, realizing they look identical to plants from the source site. In a painting of Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Jiangshui, he wonders how they could be on Earth, and suspects a new plant god cult is responsible. Frustrated that another group of heretics has appeared, just after the rat god cult was dealt with, he feels motivated to increase his strength. He reflects that after his secondary tempering, his body consumes qi and blood too quickly. He browses the school's online store for pills to help him recover energy faster. He finds blood recovery pills for 1 school credit each, noting they offer very fast recovery for his level. He buys 100 of them with recovery supplies sorted. He thinks about his next evolutionary goal, now that he has unlocked the Life and Death Toads Codex. It's time for a new one. He browses the beast meat section and finds 10,000 poison chimera meat, which costs 20 credits per gin. The description explains the creature isn't poisonous. Instead, it devours poisons, giving it extremely high poison resistance. Lin Zichen speculates that unlocking this creature's codex could grant him a valuable poison resistance attribute. Realizing he has less than 200 credits, he decides to buy just 1 gin to begin unlocking the guidebook. Finally, he reconsiders his failed attempt to open his apertures. He concludes his body isn't strong enough yet. With renewed purpose, he decides to continue his secondary skin tempering. He sits to meditate and a fiery aura envelopes his body as he resumes training. After 2 hours of intense skin tempering, Lin Zichen's body is enveloped in a fiery aura. The session ends and he collapses onto the floor, exhausted and drenched in sweat. He realizes his ki and blood are being consumed too quickly, and he must rest. Overcome by extreme hunger and weakness, he stumbles to the refrigerator for food. The doorbell rings. A weak Lin Zichen opens it to find a delivery girl from the school, with 2 packages as he takes the boxes. A wave of dizziness causes him to lose his balance. He stumbles into the delivery girl, causing her to drop the packages. Despite falling, Lin Zichen quickly catches the heavy boxes with 1 hand before they hit the floor. The worried delivery girl asks if he is all right. After bringing the packages inside, Lin Zichen, still weak, immediately tests the blood recovery pills. He opens a box and pops one of the golden pills into his mouth. The effect is almost instant. His dizziness fades and strength returns to his limbs. He marvels at how effective the pills are. His chi and blood levels surge, and he flexes his arm, feeling completely revitalized. With his strength recovered, Lin Zichen turns to the second package, the 10,000 poison chimera meat. He places his hand on the meat and devours its life essence, his body surrounded by a surge of blue energy. A system notification confirms he has absorbed a trace of the 10,000 poison chimera's life source, and his guidebook progress has reached 1, now able to train without long recovery periods. Lindsay sits to meditate again. He reflects that with the blood recovery pills, he has greatly reduced his rest time and can train more efficiently. He concludes that using school credits to accelerate his growth is a worthwhile investment. Later, as the sun sets, Lin Zichen is relaxing at home when he hears Shun Xinghan's voice, announcing her return as he gets up to greet her. She playfully says she has brought a guest and challenges him to guess who it is. He opens the door and is surprised to see their friend, Chu Rui, beside Fan Shenghan. Chu Rui waves cheerfully and Lin Zichen greets her, surprised as they enter the luxurious apartment. Chu Rui expresses her envy, complaining she has to share a room while they live so nicely. Lin Zichen kindly offers her his single dorm room at the Budo Academy while he offers her water. Chu Hui politely declines, explaining she enjoys having a roommate, so she doesn't feel lonely. However, her friendly demeanor quickly shifts to anger. She announces the real reason for her visit is to complain about how outrageous the other university students are. Sitting on the couch, Chu Rui explains that while geniuses like them are safe, Ordinary students are suffering. Lin Zichun and Shun Qinghan ask her to elaborate. Chu Rue recounts how a senior borrowed her makeup, and another classmate had his valuable blood ginseng stolen. When they reported the incidents to the student council, they were dismissed and told, the school operates on survival of the fittest. They were advised to fight back if they were unhappy. Chu Rue complains this is unfair, as freshmen are obviously not as strong as seniors. Lin Zichun and Shun Chenghan offer their support, telling Chu Rue to let them know if any seniors bother her again, and they will find a solution together. Suddenly the entire apartment shakes violently, and the three jump to their feet, wondering if it's an earthquake. As the shaking subsides, Lines Ichon's danger perception attribute activat, giving him a vague but unsettling premonition. Though he notes it isn't particularly strong, the scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room, where a man wearing a red horn mask speaks with a man in a plague doctor mask, whom he addresses as Lord Divine Envoy. A masked man asks for evolution resources to break through to a higher biological level. In recognition of his performance, the Divine Envoy gives him a strange, demonic-looking flower. He explains the flower has a strong aphrodisiac effect and advises him to have a woman nearby. When he consumes it grateful, the masked man thanks the Divine Envoy and reports that a gifted genius has appeared among the new students at Shanghai University. He mentions a plan to make this genius consume a high-level demon seed. To recruit him, however, the Divine Envoy dismisses this, stating the true geniuses are all in the source site. Musk Man grows frustrated, knowing he can't reach the geniuses in the source site. The Divine Envoy interrupts, revealing he has received a message from there. They have found a corresponding boundary point and set up biological coordinates. Now, someone needs to activate the connection, announcing he will go immediately. The Divine Envoy's body is engulfed in a purple aura, and he vanishes before he disappears. He gives the masked man a final, chilling order. If they fail to make Lin Zichun consume the demon seed, within 3 days he will be replaced. The masked man looks at his watch with a furious expression, vowing to get it done within the 3-day limit. As Lin Zichun and Shun Xinghan walk on the university campus, she tells him her class is in a different direction, and she has to leave just as they are about to part. A voice calls Lin Zichun's name, and they both turn in surprise. Two former high school classmates, Liu Gang and Wang Shuajie, rush toward them, looking distressed. Wang Shuajie explains that a stronger, third-year senior is bullying them. Liu Gang adds that, since Lin Zichun is the freshman's new king, the senior would surely back down if he helped. To convince him, Liu Gang offers Lin Zichun a bag of valuable evolution resources and spirit fruits from his family. Wang Shuajie pleads with him, reminding him they were classmates. Lin Zichun asks about the senior's power level, and they tell him he is at ordinary tier 6, which Lin Zichun realizes is no threat to him. He agrees to help and takes the bag, telling them to meet him at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 that afternoon. Ovidit et Liu Gang and Wang Shuji promise to help him in the future. They thank him and leave, saying they will see him later. Once they are gone, a curious Shen Qing'an urges Lin Zichun to open the bag so they can see the spirit fruits. Admitting she has never tried one, Lin Zichun holds the bag of spirit fruits out to Shun Xinghan, suggesting she take one. After picking a small one, Shun Xinghan examines it with a disgusted expression, telling Lin Zichun it looks gross, and asking if it might be rotten. Taking the fruit to inspect it, Lin Zichun wonders aloud if it has gone bad. As he examines the small seed-like object, his danger perception ability suddenly activates, shocking him realizing the danger. Lin Zichun quickly gets in front of the departing Liu Gang and Wang Shuajie, startling them by shouting for them to stop. He then urgently tells Shun Xinghan to contact her master, Mo Dongji, and ask her to come at once. Shun Xinghan agrees and runs to make the call. A moment later, Mo Dongji gracefully descends from the sky, asking what has happened. Lin Zichun holds up the strange red seed and explains that Lu Gong and Wang Shoujia gave him a bag of what they claimed were spirit fruits. But he found these suspicious seeds inside and suspects they are connected to the plant god cult, causing the two former classmates to tremble. Mo Dongji recognizes the object immediately, explaining it is a seed from a strange tree that controls anyone who eats it. She states this is a common method the plant god cult uses to recruit members. Lin Zichun is horrified, wondering if Lu Gang and Wang Shoujia were already under the cult's control, as Ma Dongji uses her power to lift the two into the air. They cry out that they were forced to do it. Ma Dongji tells Lin Zichun she will take them for questioning and inform him of the results. As they are carried away, Lu Gang and Wang Shoujia are terrified to find they can no longer speak. As she flies away, Mo Dongji leaves Lin Zichun with a stern warning, telling him the heretics are everywhere, and he cannot fully trust even his teachers or school leaders, so he must remain vigilant. Shen Xinghan looks on in awe as her master flies away, remarking how amazing it is that Mo Dongji's mental power lets her fly. Lin Zichun agrees it would be nice. Shen Xinghan's admiration turns to anger, as she exclaims how awful Lu Gang and Wang Shuji are for trying to harm Lin Zichun. Lin Zichun agrees they will need to be more careful, and throws the contaminated spirit fruits into a recycling bin. The next day, the investigation confirms Lu Gong and Wang Shuxi are members of the plant god cult. They were forced to eat a demon seed by a safety officer during their high school entrance exam. As a result, both are expelled from the university and will face criminal charges, ruining their lives sometime later. Lin Zichun and Shun Xinghan are with their parents, who have moved into university housing. During this time, Lin Zichun has been training diligently with the help of blood recovery pills. He has completed his second round of skin tempering and made 40 progress on his secondary muscle tempering. The day arrives for Shun Chenghan's gene fusion. She and Lin Zichun go to Mo Dongji's office, where Shun Chenghan nervously admits she asked him to come for support. Mo Dongji explains that, since the dark blue jellyfish is a water attribute, the fusion will be easier the more water she has in her body. She hands her a large glass of water and tells her to start drinking. Shen Xinghan struggles to drink glass after glass, as her master urges her to drink more. Finally, with her stomach completely bloated, Shen Xinghan complains she can't drink anymore. Mo Dongji says that's fine, and instructs her to take off her clothes and lie on the examination bed. Mo Dongji holds up a syringe, explaining it contains the dark blue jellyfish, King Gene, and must be injected directly into the heart. She reassures her, promising to use her mental power to numb her pain, nerve, so she won't feel the injection. As Shun Xinghan lies nervously on the bed, Mo Dongji warns her the gene fusion itself will still be incredibly painful, and tells her to scream if she can't bear it. Shen Xinghan confirms she understands, and Mo Dongji injects the gene into her chest. As Lin Chicken watches, he notes that, while the fusion process typically requires precise monitoring instruments, Mo Dongji's immense mental power makes them unnecessary. After the injection, Mo Dongji informs Chen Xinghan that the gene fusion has begun, and intense pain will soon follow. She tells her to be mentally prepared, and a blushing Shun Xinghan nervously agrees. However, 2 minutes later, a confused Shun Xinghan sits up, asking why she doesn't feel anything. A concerned Lin Zichun asks Mo Dongji if there is a problem. Mo Dongji is completely surprised, wondering how this could be possible. Shun Xinghan is left in shock, Fearing her gene fusion has failed, Modomi explains to Averid Lin Zexian and Shenxing Han that the gene fusion has failed, as Shenxing Han could not fuse with the dark blue Jellyfish King gene, however. She adds that it isn't a complete failure either, which confuses them. Mo Dong Ji clarifies the normal process. As long as there is no severe rejection, when the beast gene is injected, it is a success with the help of drugs. The host genes fuse with the beast genes, allowing the person to gain new abilities. In Shunjing Han's case, while there was no rejection, the fusion process never started. A serious. Linsican asks for a more specific explanation. Madanji explains what her mental power sees. It seems Shenxing Han's own genes have their own consciousness. They have surrounded the invading jellyfish king genes, trapping them and restricting their freedom. She states that when some jellyfish king genes try to forcibly fuse, Shenxing Han's genes immediately destroyed them, breaking them into fragments and absorbing them as nutrients. Now the remaining jellyfish king genes are completely imprisoned, a situation Mo Dongji has never seen before. Suddenly Shun Ting and exclaims in surprise, pointing out that her hair is changing from purple to blue. This shocks both Lin Zichun and Mo Dongji. Madongji recognizes this as a trait of the jellyfish king gene and wonders how it can be expressed. If the fusion failed, Lin Zikan asks Shun Xinghan if she feels anything different in her body. With her hair now blue, Shun Xinghan closes her eyes and says she can feel a new presence inside her, one she thinks she can control. Madongji finds this perplexing, thinking that sensing and controlling the genes is the definition of a successful fusion. Wondering if she missed something, she leans close to Shun Changhan, using her mental power to investigate again. She tells Shun Changhan the new presence is the jellyfish king gene, and instructs her to use her mental power to control it and force it into a dormant state. Shin Xinghan nods. She closes her eyes and concentrates, saying she will try as she focuses. Her hair begins to revert from blue back to its original purple. Mo Dongji then tells her to try expressing the gene again, and Shun Qinghan agrees in an instant. A powerful blue aura surrounds her, and her hair turns a brilliant blue once more. Madongji is internally stunned, realizing that renowned geniuses Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei took half a month to master, making their beast genes dormant or expressed. Yet Shun Xinghan learned it in a moment. A confused Lin Zichen steps closer, asking what is happening with Shun Xinghan. Mo Dongji turns to them and says she has good and bad news, asking which they want to hear first. After a moment, Shun Xinghan says they will hear the bad news first. Madongji explains that the bad news is that Shun Xinghan may never become a gene fuser, which shocks the girl, however. The good news, she continues with a confident smile, that Shangxinghan is something more advanced and powerful. She could do everything a gene fuser can, and even better, without needing to fuse at all. Montak Dongji explains that Shangxinghan's genes can enslave beast genes, injected into her body. This means she can use their abilities without actually fusing, allowing her to avoid genetic backlash and remain a pure-blooded human. Ma Dongji reveals that until now, no pure-blooded human has ever broken through the ordinary biological barrier to evolve. She believes Shun Xinghan has the potential to be the very first pioneer on Earth to achieve this. Amazed, Shun Xinghan asks if she is truly capable of something so incredible. Ma Dongji reassures her with absolute confidence, stating that if any pure-blooded human is to break that barrier, it will be her. Lin Zixin listens to Mo Dongzi's praise, feeling a bit left out and wondering if she is looking down on him. Mo Dongzi then explains that even though Shun Xinghan is not a true gene fuser, Her powers still come from beast genes. For this reason, Shin Xianhan must still present herself as a gene fuser. To the outside world, she sternly warns them that this is a secret. They must not tell anyone, not even their parents. Mo Dongji then tells Shun Xinghan there is still much to learn about her unique gene enslavement ability, and instructs her to come to her office every night at 8 o'clock so they can research it together. Shun Xinghan agrees half a month later, while Lin Zichen is meditating in his room, surrounded by a fiery aura. Shun Xinghan calls out that she has good news. He enters the bathroom to find her in a bubble bath, happily swirling streams of water in the air. She excitedly tells him she has learned to control water with her mental power. Lin Zichen sits on the edge of the tub, remarking that learning so quickly shows her amazing talent. Shin Chenghan boasts she can do something even more impressive, revealing she can now remotely control the qi and blood inside another person's body. She explains that her master said a light touch could cause chaos in an opponent's system, while a strong one could kill them instantly by making their blood vessels explode. Lin Zichen is surprised and suggests that if she can control another's qi and blood, she should also be able to control her own. To temper her body, however, Shin Qinghan looks downcast, explaining her master said her physical talent and qi and blood strength are too weak, so she cannot follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Leaning close to Shun Qinghan, Lin Zichen tells her she is a special existence, just like him, and they are capable of things ordinary people cannot do. He encourages her to try tempering her body, promising to teach her flustered by his closeness. Shin Xinghan blushes, wondering if he is confessing his feelings. Filled with determination, she agrees she is special and declares she will be able to temper her body with her qi and blood as she speaks. A powerful blue aura swirls around her. For the next while, Lin Zichen patiently teaches Shun Qinghan how to control her qi and blood to temper her body, with both of them meditating surrounded by fiery auras. After some time is sweaty, but triumphant, Shun Xinghan exclaims she has succeeded and mastered the blood-tempering art, looking at her reddened, powerful hands in amazement. And Zichen smiles, pleased and surprised she succeeded on her first try. He reflects on how remarkable her achievement is, noting that, while her biological level is only ordinary Tier 2, she learned a technique that should require the strength of someone at ordinary Tier 4. Overjoyed, Shin Tinghan throws her arms around Lin Zichen, exclaiming that now they're truly a perfect match. She can enslave beast genes, and he can devour beast meat for the same purpose, while both can follow the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zichen agrees, holding her close. In less than half a month of training together, Shin Xinghan completes her first full skin tempering, and her biological level evolves from ordinary Tier 2 to ordinary Tier 3 later. As Shin Chenghan sleeps beside him, Lin Zichen lies awake, thinking it is time for her to experience real combat. To temper her mind, he picks up his phone and browses the school's off-campus missions, settling on one to capture 21 armed drug dealers, noting the reward of 50 school credits. At 9 o'clock at night, Lin Zichen and Shin Xinghan arrive at the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. A friendly officer with a goatee introduces them to the team, explaining they are students from Shanghai University, assisting with a case. He points out that Lin Zichen is the famous top scorer from Nanjiang Province. The other officers recognize him, welcoming him, and commenting on his talent and good looks. The friendly officer mentions that his godson is also a freshman in the elite genius class. He tells Lin Zichen it's a shame he joined Tianrengei, as his talent would have surely gotten him into the genius class. With his godson, he advises Lin Zichen to transfer. But Lin Zichen is silent. The officer adds that he invited his godson to help with the operation, suggesting he could be a powerful friend. to protect them from seniors at school. Just then a voice announces his arrival. A young man with long green hair and a confident air leans in the doorway. The other officers are impressed by his presence, commenting on how lucky the officer is to have such a remarkable godson. The officer proudly greets his godson, Xiao Jian, and mentions that he heard he recently evolved to ordinary tier 5. Gao Jian replies modestly that his progress is normal. The officer then tells him that 2 other freshmen are on the mission, including a very pretty girl, and offers to introduce them. The godson seems intrigued by the chance to impress her. However, when the officer leads him over for the introduction, the godson is shocked to see Lin Zichen, and Shun Xinghan's confidence vanishes, replaced by horror, as he realizes his chance to show off is ruined. Oblivious to his godson's distress, the officer begins the introduction. Noticing his godson's pale face, the officer asks if he is unwell. Lin Zichen internally recognizes the young man as Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang province, whom he defeated instantly during the freshman trial. Luo Yongjian stammers that it's nothing. He was just surprised to see people he knew. The confused officer asks if he knows them. Luo Yongjian introduces Shun Qinghan as the top scorer from Nanjiang and Lin Zichen as the runner-up, and the university's new king. Luo Yongjian adds that Lin Zichen single-handedly defeated the entire genius class during the trial, calling him the strongest in history. An embarrassed Lin Zichen tells him to be more low-key, and Luo Yongjian agrees. The officer is left completely shocked, realizing he has severely underestimated Lin Zichen. Later, at 11 o'clock, a convoy of armored vehicles drives through a dark, wooded area toward the drug dealer's den. Inside, the officer hands out bulletproof vests. Lin Zichen politely refuses the gear. Luo Yongjian also refuses, boasting that mere guns cannot harm him. He thinks that while he may not be the new king, he is still a top scorer, and intends to show these ordinary officers the power of a genius student. Soon the convoy arrives at an abandoned factory. The police team storms the building. Inside they are spotted by armed men, who shout that the police are there, and they need to escape, realizing that being caught means a death sentence. The criminals fight back, opening fire as bullets fly. The police and the 3 students dive for cover behind wooden crates. As the firefight continues, Lin Zichen gets up and charges forward, panicked that he can't wait any longer. Luo Yongjian bursts from cover and runs into the hail of bullets. To a nearby officer's shock, the bullet simply bounced off his body. As he charges forward, Lin Zichen follows, and the criminals are stunned, as their bullets have no effect on him either. Lin Zichen unleashes a flurry of powerful punches, taking down the criminals one by one, and ignoring their pleas to surrender. Seeing their comrades defeated, a desperate criminal throws a grenade, vowing to take Lin Zichen down with him. The grenade goes off in a massive explosion. Lin Zichen emerges from the smoke unharmed, seeing the few remaining criminals trying to flee. He decides this is a good opportunity for Shun Qinghan. To practice, he calls out to her, telling her it is her turn. Shun Qinghan steps forward and closes her eyes, concentrating on controlling the qi and blood in their bodies. The fleeing criminals suddenly freeze, their bodies contorting as they scream in confusion. With a final command from Shun Qinghan, all remaining criminals collapse unconscious. With the fight over, an officer reports finding a box of strange seeds. Inside the factory, the lead officer gathers Lin Zichen to examine the contents. He confirms they are demon tree seeds and must be related to the plant god cult. The other officer explains that, according to the criminals, who are also human traffickers, a mysterious, masked person paid them a large sum 2 months ago to spread these seeds now that the mission is complete. Lindsay tells the officer that he and his girlfriend will be leaving. The officer offers them a ride back. As they sit in the police car, Lindsay thinks that for safety's sake, it is best to avoid getting involved with dangerous heretic cults. However, his attention is suddenly caught by something. On the ground, he notices a rat next to a pile of white powder, holding one of the red seeds. He realizes with a jolt that the rat is planting a demon tree seed and suspects a connection to the rat god cult. Tuning tu shen shenghun. He urgently tells her to inform her master, Mo Dongji, that the rat god cult may be colluding with the plant god cult to spread the seeds. As surprised Shun Chunghan agrees. At the same time, Lin Zichun calls the lead officer to report his findings, thinking matters involving heretics are best left to the public. Security team. Time passes. Half a month later, Shin Qinghan is on a mission capturing arms smugglers, while 3 days after that, Lin Zichun and Song Yuyin team up to fight robbers in advanced mechanical suits. As their first semester at university ends, life goes on in their apartment. Lin Zichun sits on the bed, realizing he has completed the second stage of his body tempering. Just then, Shun Chunghan, who now has blue hair, hugs him from behind, excitedly announcing she has completed her first stage of body tempering. Lin Zichun is surprised she did it so quickly. Shun Chunghan praises him, noting that her own talent is extraordinary, but asks why she only reached ordinary tier 6. When he said she should reach tier 9, Lin Zichun theorizes it's because her innate physical talent is weak, even though her control of qi and blood is strong. The physical enhancement she gets is limited. Dejected, Shun Qinghan cries, worried she will never catch up to him. Lin Jian is taken aback. It would be strange if she could catch up, given his special system later. At the Research Institute, both Lin Jian and Song Yuyin are frustrated with their studies. Lin Jian wonders aloud how to open his body's apertures. To cheer him up, Song Yuyin offers some gossip about the messy private lives of the university's leaders. Lin Zichun then asks Song Yuyin how many school credits he has. She informs him that, by using her account to complete high-level missions, he has earned 24 credits. A satisfied smile appears on Lin Zichun's face. He calculates that he has enough to buy the 99 jin of 10,000 poison chimera meat required to unlock its guidebook. He asks Song Yuyin to help him place the order. She is curious why he needs so much, but he simply says it is not convenient to explain. Respecting his privacy, she places the order for him. The meat is delivered to the Research Institute, but for safety, Lin Zichun takes the large box back to his apartment to begin the absorption. He places his hand on the meat, and a powerful blue energy surges around him. His system confirms he has devoured a large amount of the 10,000 poison chimera's life essence, bringing the guidebook's progress to 100. A spectral image of the fearsome beast appears behind him as a system notification announces he has acquired the new biological attribute, immunity to 100 poisons, greatly increasing his resistance to all toxins. To test it, Lin Zichun injects his arm with a paralyzing neurotoxin. 2 hours later, he flexes his muscle. Completely unaffected, he concludes with satisfaction that the immunity had completely neutralized the neurotoxin. Soon after, Lin Zichun accompanies Shun Qinghan to a medical building for her second gene injection, with her master inside a sterile room. Shun Qinghan lies on an examination table. Mo Dongji explains that before injecting a second gene, she must first examine the status of the Jellyfish King gene within her. However, as she places her hand on Shun Qinghan's chest, Mo Dongji's expression turns to utter shock. She asks in disbelief how Shun Qinghan's biological level could have evolved so rapidly from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 6. A shy Shun Sheng and explains to her master that she has been practicing the blood tempering art and completed her first full body tempering a few days ago. Mo Dongji is amazed and asks how she achieved this. Shun Qinghan explains. She used the water control ability from the jellyfish King Jin to help manipulate her own qi and blood. Overcome with pride. Modomyi tsarasis shin kvinganis shuldev. She calls her a true genius and predicts she will become one of humanity's strongest fighters. With this, Mo Dongji decides to test her students' limits. She holds up 5 syringes with different, aberrant beast genes, explaining she will inject all of them to see the limits of the genes Shun Qinghan can enslave. The 5 genes represent the 5 core elements. Madongji informs Shun Qinghan she is starting the injections, and she quietly agrees. Mo Dongji watches in surprise as Shun Qinghan's own genes immediately attack and destroy the first injected gene, the Earth attribute Armored Earth Dragon. She realizes the next 3 injections, representing firewood and metal, all suffer the same fate, being completely destroyed by Shun Qinghan's dominant genes. Mo Dongji concludes that only the final gene, the water attribute Life and Death Toad, managed to survive. Shun Qinghan's genes successfully enslaved it, and she excitedly demonstrates her new ability. Talin Zichin Mo Dongzi theorizes that Shun Qinghan can only enslave water attribute genes. To confirm this, she injects her with 3 more different types of water attribute genes. After the procedure, Mo Dongzi asks her student how she feels. Shun Qinghan complains that she feels uncomfortable, as if she has eaten too much. Montag Dongzhe realitzes. The 3 new genes were also destroyed and absorbed. She concludes that for now, Shun Qinghan can only enslave 2 types of aberrant beast genes. As she helps Shun Qinghan sit up, Mo Dongzhe explains her theory for this. She suggests Shun Qinghan's physical or mental strength is not yet strong enough to enslave more than 2 genes. She reassures her that as her strength increases, she will be able to enslave more. Hearing this, Shun Qinghan's face lights up with joy, and she declares she will work hard on her training. Mo Dongji then explains the new abilities Shun Qinghan has gained from the Life and Death Toad gene, which allows her to secrete a special mucus with powerful healing and lubricating effects. With a suggestive tone, she adds that if they ever need it in the future, they can use it. This remark causes both Lin Zixin and Shun Qinghan to blush. Changing the subject, Mo Dongji makes an important announcement. She informs them that this year's freshman competition has been moved up to the middle of January. She tells Shun Qinghan she is looking forward to her performance and hopes she will place in the top 5, which would grant her a spot in a special winter training camp. Shun Qinghan accepts the challenge, promising to do her best. Lindsay can, who has been listening, quietly looks surprised by